And you can start whenever you're ready.
Smallwood, that one float. Okay, good blocking on the end.
All right, what is up, man? It has been a long time coming. We've been preparing for this for months. So I'm very excited to be here with you guys today. Thank you for everybody who's tuning in. We already got a pretty large audience. Super excited about today's draft. So as everybody knows, I'm Sam Shady. Next to me here is my co-host from our USFL weekly podcast, Travis Lemon. So why don't you go ahead and introduce yourself, Travis, and tell the people who they'll be listening to for the next several hours.
Yeah, definitely probably going to be a long one here. Have no idea how long this draft is going to take. But like you said, we've been talking about this for months. We've been doing the USFL podcast since week one. Since before week one, we were even diving into rosters before the season even started. And of course, you know, I prefer the XFL as a whole. So I've been especially excited for it. And I can't wait to see who gets drafted, see how these teams shape up. I was driving home from the store, listening to the quarterbacks get announced, just giddy in my car, just so excited, yelling in my car. People's looking at me probably like I'm crazy. But
Love it. So we're going to welcome on one more member of the Shady Sports Network. This is actually his debut on the network. Let's introduce John Motley. How's it going today, John? Okay, it looks like we're still having a little bit of issues. I'll bring him back on here in a second when we get that figured out. But anyways, so let's start off with discussing the logos. I mean, obviously, we waited, it seems like what felt like forever to finally get the logos. We finally got the logos, the team names, etc. So I'm very curious. First of all, let's start with the new team, the San Antonio Brahmas. What did you think about the Brahmas logo and ultimately their name?
so whenever it first came out, I remember I was actually, I think, at lunch at work whenever it came out. And I was like, okay. But it's honestly been growing on me a lot. And I actually am pretty fond of it now. And I think the color scheme's pretty cool. I think their jerseys are going to be pretty sweet. So now I'm actually relatively fond of it, but the first reactions of it I did not love, but it's actually pretty decent now. I kind of like it now.
Yeah, I same exact feelings. In fact, when I first heard it, I was like, what in the heck is a Brahma? And I literally went and looked it up because I had no idea what that was. So for anybody else who was like me, it is I believe it's the god of creation in Hindu culture. It is also a breed of chicken. So depending on how you look at it, kind of an interesting name choice. But for anybody who doesn't know, it's actually something that ties to The Rock's past. So The Rock actually attended a school, I believe it was his high school. The Brahma Bulls was basically his team name back in high school. So he has a tattoo of it, I believe, on his right shoulder. So that was kind of something that he wanted to bring back into the league, and ultimately he did. And so we have a team named the San Antonio Brahmas. So I was very, very confused by the name, but once the logo came out, I instantly became a fan because I think that's one of the better logos out there. I think it's very creative. It's very modern. It's very different. It's not something we've seen before like 10 million times, which is hard in sports. I mean, no matter what it is, if it's a team name, a team logo, it's probably been used in some variation at some point or another. It's just kind of how things go. So definitely encouraging to see that for sure.
Yeah, it's hard in this day and age to get true originality in sports, especially professional sports. And I feel like this is something very original. I got the reference right away because I was a big wrestling fan, and I know they always called The Rock the Brahma Bull and stuff. So I got the reference right away, and I was like, But now it's kind of fallen on me, and I'm excited. I'm really excited for their jersey to be released because I think it's going to be, like yellow and black, and I think that's going to be pretty. I mean, a little bit of Steelers colors, but whatever. But so slight bias, I guess, towards the color scheme, but I think it's still going to be a really sweet jersey.
Absolutely. With that being said, let me go ahead and pull up the jerseys or the colors and the logos so you can see that. So shout out to XFL Newsroom. I actually briefly worked with these guys, so they've got this up on their website. Check them out. They've probably doing some coverage right now themselves, actually. I'm not entirely sure. But anyway, so we're talking about this logo right here in the bottom left, San Antonio Brahmas. So I like how it's kind of like got the lightning bolts. It kind of looks aggressive. Like I said, very modern, very edgy feeling. So great logo pick so far. And like you said, very close to Steelers colors, which makes sense with Hines Ward being the head coach down there. So definitely kind of an interesting tie back to his background. So moving on to the team right there to the right of them, the Seattle Sea Dragons. What was your impression of the Sea Dragons as a name, first of all, and then second of all, their new logo?
I'll be a little bit critical of this. I didn't love it. I still don't love it. I was kind of curious why they added the Sea Dragons instead of just keeping it the Dragons. And the logo looks a little bit more cartoony than the previous Dragons logo. So I'm a little bit critical on it, and I've seen other people share a very similar opinion, but
I would agree. Absolutely. There was a lot of speculation that when the Seattle Sea Dragons name first was released, that it was a mistake, that we were misconstruing the name as the abbreviation for Seattle in front of Dragons, which would have made sense because they were the Seattle Dragons the first time around. But yeah, I'm with you. I wrote an article very recently, and there was a couple of things I mentioned. One of the things that I brought up was fixing something that wasn't broken. And this is one of those situations. I think the Seattle Sea Dragons was a name that didn't need to be changed from the very beginning. It could have been the Seattle Dragons again. And the logo, I personally think, is quite bad compared to the original. But like you said, very kind of cartoony. It doesn't look as modern, as aggressive, as how do I want to put this, as professional as the other logos. But that's okay. My opinion does not mean anything when it comes to these logos. At the end of the day, it's all about the play on the field. And with that being said, let's move on to the automatic best team in the league, which is, of course, the St. Louis Battlehawks. So what was your thoughts with the fact that they basically went right back to the original logo, the original team name, and right back to St. Louis where they belonged in the first place?
I mean, I absolutely love it because I was a huge St. Louis Battlehawks fan. I love them bringing a team back to St. Louis, and I was getting worried because, like you said, some things were changing, like the Seattle Sea Dragons. The Roughnecks logo changed a little bit. The Defenders logo changed a little bit. Things were staying the same but different at the same time, and I was worried that they would change too much for the Battlehawks, but luckily it ended up staying almost identical. I think there was like some very small tweaks to just make it a little sharper and stuff. But I mean, I love the logo. I love their jerseys from 2020. Love the location. 100% A+ there for me.
Definitely. So obviously, as you can tell, I'm a little bit biased towards the Battlehawks. That was the team I rooted for in 2020. I was very excited to see them come back. And in fact, there's some reported players from the 2020 XFL Battlehawks team that might be returning. So we'll talk about that here in a bit when we get to the quarterbacks. But yeah, I'm super excited to see St. Louis get a team again. I personally think that their support for the team in year one or 2020 was incredibly important to the success of the league and the fact that anybody wanted to bring the league back. I mean, Seattle and St. Louis basically carried that league when it came to attendance, and I think they averaged something like 28,000 fans and seats. I mean, when you compare that to the USFL this past season, that's impressive. So, I mean, with that being said, I'm super excited to see them back. I think they're going to carry the league again when it comes to attendance. And yeah, so moving on to the Vegas Vipers, that's actually the team which is closest to me. I'm going to try and catch a game depending on where they end up playing. I'm personally a fan of this logo. Obviously, Vegas is a departure from Tampa Bay, the 2020 version of the Vipers. The logo tweaked just a little bit. It used to be green. It's now red to kind of go with the Vegas theme. What did you think about the logo?
Yeah, I like the color scheme that they chose to go for. I was a fan of the original logo and jerseys for the Tampa Bay Vipers, but the Guardians kind of adopted a similar color scheme, not identical. But I can appreciate the logo, and it's a new city, so I'm interested to see how their attendance looks and what they can do and everything.
Definitely. So moving on to the next logo, one that I'm actually particularly a fan of. I know a lot of people are kind of critical of it, but the Arlington Renegades. I personally love this logo. What's your thoughts?
I like it. It looks very clean. It looks very professional, like you talked about earlier. I think, exactly that. It looks very clean and professional, where the Seattle Sea Dragons doesn't. It looks very much like it's like a clothing brand almost, I would say.
Yeah, it definitely does have that feel a little bit. And I kind of feel the same way about the Defenders logo. Although if you look, they do have alternative logos, which look very similar to the old logos on both of these teams. So that was something that I liked a lot. But with that being said, what's your opinion of the Defenders logo?
The Defenders logo for me is love-hate, because I'm going to take on the role as being our resident Defenders fan. And I love the shield logo. I thought that was sweet. Everybody in the crowd with the shields and stuff was awesome, which hopefully is still going to be an alternate logo, just not their main logo anymore. So a little bummed out that that's not their main logo, but I'm still happy with the logo they ended up choosing.
Definitely. So moving on to the Houston Roughnecks. So first of all, I heard a lot of speculation that the Roughnecks would not be returning due to the name choice. There was some I don't want to say PC complaints, but basically PC complaints. People weren't too happy with the Roughnecks name for whatever reason. But I personally like it a lot. I think it's, obviously playing on the nostalgia of the 2020 league. And personally, I think it's one of those things where you bring back the 2020 team on top of the fact that you put Wade Phillips, a former Houston Oilers coach, which, by the way, look at that logo. Tell me that's not a play on the Houston Oilers. But, you bring those two things together and you're going to play very heavily on the Houston fan base, because people in Houston love Wade Phillips. We heard him say it yesterday. Houston is his home. So that whole pairing made a lot of sense to me. That logo, I think, it's a departure from the 2020. They could have easily gone back to the 2020 logo, but it's not terrible by any stretch.
Yeah, just a couple little tweaks. Pretty much every logo, even the ones that kept with the same team names and everything, changed a little bit. St. Louis really being the true only exception. But aside from that, they all had to change a little bit. They had to put their own little spin on it, which I understand. Moving on to the Orlando Guardians, which, in my opinion, is actually a better Guardians logo than the previous.
Yeah, I'm a huge fan of this. I think this logo looks way more aggressive than the old logo. I really like the color scheme. Now, looking back to the old logo, is very similar, but the blue was the heavy color feature there. So this is one of those things where I personally think this logo combination or color combination really just makes this logo pop. And I think I'm very excited to see the uniforms. I know a lot of people are not very happy with how the XFL is rolling out their information, but I personally think this just means we have more to look forward to in between now, today's draft, and the supplemental draft, and then eventually the season, because then we're going to get uniforms. We'll get eventually the Vegas Vipers Stadium. So there's a lot more news to come out. I don't think we'll at any point kind of see the XFL go away or kind of quiet down at this point. There's just going to be a steady news stream at this point.
Yeah, which, some people don't love that strategy, but I do because it's keeping them relevant consistently. You have to keep looking at, them announcing the logos, them announcing the cities, them announcing the draft, supplemental draft, and then the jerseys or whatever order it ended up being in. But, it keeps them relevant and it keeps them essentially in the news and stuff like that every couple months of them releasing some news.
Definitely, definitely. And that's very important. I mean, at the end of the day, that's a big reason why the NFL is so popular, because it never really goes away. You know what I mean? We're constantly talking about it. So we're closing in on the draft. With that being said, we're going to talk about the quarterbacks. So let's start with the Arlington Renegades, one of the big surprises of the draft. Before we get into this, I just want to shout everybody out who's watching right now. We have just hit a high on the Shady Sports Network channel with 49 viewers, 50 viewers. So with that being said, if you're watching right now, hit that like button, subscribe, comment, and share this with your friends. Let's get more viewers. I want to see that triple digits by the end of the day, and that would be amazing. I literally would probably jump for joy at some point. But with that being said, Kyle Sloter and Drew Plitt in Arlington with the Renegades and Bob Stoops. What's your take on this?
I honestly think this is probably the strongest QB room as of right now in the entire league. Kyle Sloter, we already seen what he can do. He spent time in so many NFL camps. Was one of the better quarterbacks. I'd say top 3 quarterback in the USFL, and they ended up losing him. It was for a while there was really looking like maybe an MVP candidate in the USFL. They ended up losing him, and then Drew Plitt to go along with it. I really like Drew Plitt. I don't know who's going to start, honestly. This is going to be a really interesting quarterback battle. Drew Plitt spent time with the Cincinnati Bengals this preseason and played well. He's formerly out of Ball State College, and he went undrafted, and then he spent his preseason with the Bengals. Ended up losing out the backup job, but I thought, again, looked well in the preseason. And I thought whenever the rumors came out of him being assigned to Arlington, I was like, that's their guy. But now that Kyle Sloter's in the mix, I don't know. That's a really tough call. I like both of them a lot, and this could be a situation where we don't know the starting quarterback until week 1, essentially.
I would agree. And as you put that perfectly, I mean, Plitt's got NFL experience. Sloter's got NFL experience. Plitt's a little bit younger. He's got a higher ceiling, I would say, because we don't really know what he can be yet. But Sloter, I mean, he's got a lot of experience. So, I mean, if you're looking to try and get your offense on track right away, he's probably going to be the opening day starter, and then maybe Plitt comes in later on, which we saw very heavily in the USFL this season. But moving on to the Houston Roughnecks, who also had a former XFL quarterback, Brandon Silvers and Caleb Ellaby. What is your take on these two quarterbacks in Houston?
Now, Brandon Silvers, like you said, former XFL guy, former AAF guy, also spent a little bit of time in the NFL, but his stint with the Seattle Dragons in 2020 wasn't great. Ended up kind of being benched for BJ Daniels. I think he's kind of at his ceiling. I mean, maybe it was the coaching staff. I did know there was problems with him and the coaching staff, or maybe the play calling up there, but he might end up being at his ceiling. And Caleb Ellaby, we'll see what he can do. But this is a team that I think is a definite candidate for maybe some other guys that aren't on teams yet, like a Brian Scott, like a Jordan Ta'amu. This could be one of those teams to look out for to get one of those guys.
Absolutely. One of our good friends here, Pierce Sports, who actually helped us with some of the XFL draft profiles, says AAF Express legend, which you see a lot of AAF names in the XFL already, and I expect many more to come because a lot of those guys were also in the XFL in 2020. So definitely going to be very interesting to track all these different leagues that have guys popping up in the XFL.
I'm going to ask you a question before we move on. If you're the coach of the Houston Roughnecks and these are your two quarterbacks, who's your starter?
I give it to Caleb Ellaby, and it's not even a hesitation in my mind. Brandon Silvers is obviously a veteran guy who has a lot of experience. But with that being said, we kind of know what Brandon Silvers is, kind of like Kyle Sloter. These guys are great quarterbacks. They're very solid at this level of play. But Silver's left a lot on the table previously when he was with the XFL in 2020. So I think that's a guy that could potentially be replaced fairly quickly. A lot of these guys are going to have a quick hook.
I like that take.
So Houston, like you said, might be one of those teams that's looking at the XFL draft, which there is an open portion of tomorrow's draft. Unfortunately, we will not be tuning or streaming tomorrow. We do have obligations to pay our bills and whatnot, so a couple of us will be working. But with that being said, we are going to move on to the San Antonio Brahmas, who have assigned Jawan Pass and Anthony Russo. And I got to be quite honest, I don't know much about these guys. What are your take on these guys?
I've been watching highlights for both of these guys, and I mean, nothing specifically is jumping off the page to me. This is a definite, a star in my notebook of they're going to get a guy like Brian Scott, or they're going to get a guy like Jordan Tiamo, or Kirk Benkert, or, something like that. This is a definite guy or a definite team that I think is going to bring in another guy, and it's going to be a 3-man quarterback race, maybe even a 4-man quarterback race, depending on how things shape up. But at the end of the day, I don't think their starting quarterback is on their roster right now.
That's fair. That's fair. And honestly, I just spoke about this last night on Facebook. I know a lot of guys out there who were in the XFL showcases are very discouraged by the way that the XFL quarterback assignments happen. But I just want to say for all you guys out there, there's still an opportunity for you to make this league. Don't get discouraged. There's still a supplemental draft. There's still the open portion of the draft tomorrow. There's still free agency. There's a very good likelihood that one of these 16 or 15 quarterbacks that got assigned yesterday get injured. And ultimately, there's more guys that have to go into this camp. So I expect a lot of these teams to carry 4 quarterbacks in camp, given the inflated 60-man rosters they will carry during training camp. That'll help. And then they'll cut down to 50, I think, during the season. So, we'll probably see these guys carrying 3 quarterbacks throughout the season. So they're far from done at the quarterback position for anybody out there who happens to play quarterback and happens to be in the XFL draft. Just throwing that out there for you guys. So it is actually 9:31 a.m. on my time. So that means it's 11:31 a.m. everywhere else. Let's see if we can get a refresh on this draft board and see who the first player picked is. So it doesn't look like we have anybody yet. Right now it says on the clock, the DC Defenders in the offensive skill round. So real quick before we get to the end of the quarterback discussion, let's go ahead and discuss real quick how the draft works. So for anybody who's not aware of it, more or less there are 11 rounds in 4 different sections of the draft today. And today we're going to start with the offensive skill positions, which are the wide receivers, the running backs, the tight ends, the fullbacks. So you have 11 picks in this round, which shakes out exactly perfect for teams. That gives you a chance to draft 5 wide receivers, 3 running backs, and most likely 3 tight ends and or a fullback. Defensive backs come up next, cornerback, free safety, strong safety, nickel backs. 11 picks in this round as well, which again makes perfect sense. You're going to end up with probably, 5 cornerbacks, at least 4 safeties, and plus a couple other guys that are going to most likely be camp bodies or, practice squad players. After that, we get the defensive front 7, the pass rushers. We got, linebackers, edge, defensive tackle, defensive end, 11 players there as well. So that makes a lot of sense. Again, you're basically going to get your top 4 defensive linemen most likely, and then top 3 linebackers is what I would expect to see there. And then last but not least, the offensive line, which should be very interesting. I know that the XFL was looking for help at the offensive line very late in the process. So I'm excited to see who ultimately comes up from the offensive line groups today. So definitely interesting to see how they're working this draft. Me and Travis talked about it before. With 5-minute picks, 11 rounds, 4 sections of the draft. Basically, you have 44 picks per team today, 8 teams. We're talking about somewhere in the neighborhood of like 29 hours. So I'm not exactly sure how this draft is all going to work out, but Yeah, we'll be here for a while. So for anybody tuning in, thank you again. You got plenty of time to hit that like button if you haven't done so already. So I'm curious, obviously, with 1,700 players in the draft pool, it's hard to say who's going to get picked here first. But do you have any guesses as to who we ultimately see?
Oh man, I mean, some guys that I would love to see. I'm a big fan of Andrew Jamil. I think we'll see his name called definitely before the first couple rounds are up in the skill position draft. But like we've talked about before, you never know how these teams rate players. So, is there any guy that's jumping off the page for you that could be DC's number one pick here?
Man, there are just so many different guys that come off in my mind, especially when you're talking about skill positions. The way the league's going, I personally would be looking at a wide receiver as well. So there's guys like Martavis Bryant, Terrence Williams, Andrew Jamil is another guy that you point out. Or, you could go for a dual threat running back, a guy like Bryson Aline, or, some others that are in this draft. Basically, there's a lot of guys that are very dangerous that you want to surround your quarterback with. And that's the main thing here. That's why everybody wanted this round first. We want to see which weapons are going to be drafted to our team. So this is going to be a very interesting start to the draft. I mean, up next is the St. Louis Battlehawks. So I, for one, am definitely very excited to see who goes here, because then we're going to have an opportunity to see who the Battlehawks pick next.
Hey, if I'm the Battlehawks, I'm digging back into the well, and I'm going with Matt Jones with my first round pick, probably. I mean, he was so good in 2020. Why not bring him back? That's what I'm probably doing if I'm a Battlehawks general manager.
Definitely. And there's a lot of names out there. Like I said, 1,700 plus names in this draft pool, and I haven't really seen an official draft pool list anywhere. So if anybody is aware of one that's watching right now, speaking of which, new channel high, 61 viewers. Keep it coming, fellas. I appreciate everybody who's out there sharing this post and telling your friends about this post, because we definitely need your help to grow in the future. If you have not done so, hit that like button, comment, subscribe, give us your takes on the quarterbacks from yesterday, the logos, the team locations, the fact that Vegas doesn't have a stadium, coaching staffs. We got a long time to go here, so plenty of time to get all your thoughts on here. And also, if you would like to eventually call in, we will have a call-in section of the draft probably, I'm thinking, about 1 p.m. So if you're with us still at that point, this link right here will get you in the backstage, and we will add you to the show. There's actually somebody waiting right now that I'm not aware of who they are. So if you're watching from backstage right now, go ahead and shoot us a private comment and let us know who you are so I can get you on here. Let's hit some comments. We've had a lot of comments so far. So first of all, let's get it, boys, from Pure Sports. Hey, Kennedy, what's going on? Pure Sports, I don't know. Facts, Devon Barber. Well, let's talk. What's y'all's favorite team? Let's go. Kerry Starks, waiting on my brother to get drafted. Excited. So that is actually, ironically, his name is Kerry Starks. So he's a defensive end, and he's a great defensive end at that. That dude is actually signed right now with the West Texas Warbirds from the NAL. So if he doesn't land with the XFL, he will be playing in the Arena League next season. So Devon Barber, wherever my little brother lands, straight out of wrestling, let's go. What's up, Sam? What time does the coverage start? Harry Starks is a beast. Don't have a favorite team, but I have a favorite player. Let's go. I got a lot of guys I can't wait to see drafted today. Hey, speaking of which, this brings up a great point. If there's somebody you want to see drafted today, drop the name in the comments below. I want to see exactly who you guys are all rooting to see drafted today. I know I've got several of my own favorites, but definitely would like to see yours. Yeah, so let's go. Kerry Stark's family is tuned in, that's for sure. Kevin Simmons, cool. Let's get it, brother. You're the best. Y'all the GOATs. Let's get it. Here's thank you for your help. Whoops. Of course, my man. So once again, Pierce helped us with some of the XFL draft profiles you guys will see later on. Holy cow, 75 viewers. Thank you again. Make sure everybody's hitting that like button, comment, subscribe. You'll enter our drawing to win up to $150 in sports memorabilia of your choice. So you can go get some XFL gear. Let's bring John Motley back on and see if this actually works now. John, how you doing today, man? Like button, comments. Okay, sounds like he's got a pretty hardcore delay right now, so we'll try and figure out what's going on there. RIP Tampa Bay Vipers. So yeah, again, the Vipers have 100% transferred to Vegas, which is very interesting. There was a possibility they could have gone to Orlando, but they ended up in Vegas instead. Bach. Vegas is a couple hours from me. Let's go. I'm waiting to hear them call Kerry Stark's name. Let's go, son. AAF Express legend. Let's go, Kerry. Brandon Silvers, baby. What's going on, guys? Livewire Sports and Entertainment. Thanks for tuning in, buddy. T-minus 1 minute, everyone. Let's go in gorilla voice. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday. Let's go, Sam. Derek Malone. Sam Brown. So somebody wants to see Sam Brown tune in. He will be joining us if he's selected later on. So if you're a fan of Sam Brown, if you're a fan of the FCF, there's going to be quite a few FCF players joining us if they get picked. Let's go to Various Duke Batiste, another future guest of the show, assuming he gets picked. Daniel Rose, looking for the Guardians to be a defensive powerhouse with T-Buck as coach. That's a great point. Great point. Love that point. I want to see Sam Brown picked. Let's go Trey Grossi. I think that's supposed to be Trey Geis. So he's going to be Tyler Geis. Sorry, he's going to be also here. Hoping Darius Clark gets drafted. Darius Clark's a hell of a running back. I'd be excited to see him drafted. Kerry Starks again. So once again, thank you for everybody who's tuning in. Hit that like button, comment, subscribe if you have not done so already. Once again, you can enter our giveaway that is triggered at 500 subscribers, which if all of you guys subscribe, we'd be damn near at 500 already. With that being said, we need your help to continue growing. We bring on a lot of these players that are going to be selected in this draft long before the XFL started drafting them. And we do this because we want to provide a platform for these guys to tell their stories. So if you like that, if you support a football player, hit that subscribe button, click those notifications, and make sure you tune in on future interview videos. Give these guys a platform to tell their story because they deserve it. You know, they're professional athletes just like everybody else. So
definitely, while we're still waiting for the first pick to be announced, how about we keep going through some of the quarterbacks?
Sounds good. Let me pull up the next one, which was Vegas Vipers. I'm going to go ahead and refresh this draft and see if we got a pick yet.
Yeah, I've been refreshing mine too.
Man, what is going on? Maybe I'm missing something?
I don't think so.
Yeah, I was gonna say it's supposed to start at XFL or 11:30 Eastern. Yeah, that's so weird. It did, huh?
Well, while we're waiting, we can still talk about. So the Vegas Vipers assigned quarterbacks is spring football legend Luis Perez and Jalen McClellan. And I mean, this is another team who we could see maybe be bringing. I mean, they're definitely going to be bringing another guy anyways, but maybe bring in a legit another guy. You kind of know what you're getting with Luis Perez, and if you are talking about the USFL with the New Jersey Generals, that's a darn good football player. I mean, he led the Generals to a playoff appearance, one of the best records in the entire league. They ended up losing to the Philadelphia Stars in the playoffs, but I mean, this is another similar situation to Luis Perez and DeAndre Johnson in the USFL, where they're polar opposite style quarterbacks, and it's interesting to see how the Vegas Vipers handle that and who they decide to end up going with.
100%. So we're nearing 100 viewers. So once again, if you are tuning in, please hit that like button, comment, subscribe, and continue to help us grow in the future. With that being said, I honestly think that you brought up a great point there. The Vegas Vipers most likely are going to run a system very similar to what we saw with the New Jersey Generals this past season. I expect Luis Perez to be the first quarterback off the bench. Jalen McClendon is a very, very athletic guy. So he's going to be a guy who's going to come off the bench. He's going to run a little bit of RPO for you. And he's going to bring that aspect to the game, much like DeAndre Johnson, like you just said. So that's going to be a very interesting thing to see. So definitely very excited for these two quarterbacks. Luis Perez about had my jaw on the ground. And that's kind of funny because that was one of the things that I knew ahead of time. I knew he showed up to a showcase. I believe I actually told you about that. But he kind of got like shuttled away from the group real quickly because I think he knew that he had an opportunity to be drafted. He was actually selected by Joey Clinksales, who was the Los Angeles Wildcats GM back in 2020, who actually drafted him back then too. So just interesting situation. In fact, Jalen McClendon also was with the 2020 XFL and the Wildcats. So just interesting connections all the way around. I think we're going to see a lot more of this today as we go through the draft, and hopefully they get started fairly quickly because, again, long draft ahead of us.
Yeah,
so moving on
Luis
to
Perez is a guy. Oops, sorry.
Oh, you're good. Go ahead.
Luis Perez is a guy who, all sorts of experience. Birmingham Iron back in 2019. He spent time on a couple different NFL rosters, most recently with the Rams. He spent their training camp on the Los Angeles Rams this season. Of course, with the Wildcats and the Guardians in the XFL, and then the USFL New Jersey Generals. Now he's on the Vipers, and we'll see if he ends up getting his, ends up being QB1 out there, or if he ends up, kind of playing the same role where he kind of started, then kind of was a backup, and then ends up kind of winning the job out. That's a really interesting situation that happened there. But, we'll see what ends up happening.
Definitely. So moving on to the Orlando Guardians quarterback situation. This one I kind of like. They played on their Florida ties, so they brought in former Florida quarterback DeAndre Francois and a guy who played in the FCF this past season, as well as Quentin Dormady. So Dormady, I don't know a whole lot about. I'll definitely have to be doing some research about him over the next couple of weeks. But what is your take on these two quarterbacks?
So whenever I heard the news break about Quentin Dormady, like you, did not know very much about him, and did a quick YouTube search looking up, some of his highlights back at Tennessee, and some of his highlights were jumping off the page to me, and this quickly became, that I've been singing the praises of DeAndre Francois for a while now about getting an opportunity in one of these, higher level spring leagues. And this quickly became my favorite quarterback battle in the entire league. I don't know if they're starting quarterbacks on their roster right now, but if it is, I think it's going to be a really fun battle. And we might even see both quarterbacks end up playing at some portions in the year. And I'm really excited to see what both of them can do. DeAndre Francois, of course, played at Florida State. He originally won ACC Rookie of the Year in 2016. Had a great freshman year at Florida State, and then some other things ended up happening. He ended up playing with the FCF for the last 2 years, and now he was supposed to play in the MLFB, I believe, and then now he ends up getting the opportunity here with the XFL, and I'm very excited to see what both of them can do.
Yes, sir. He was supposed to be in the MLFB this past season with, I believe, the Arkansas Attack. They had a very stacked roster, and then ultimately it all fell apart when the MLFB did not launch as they were supposed to. So again, refreshing this, and we're just not getting picks yet. So that's very weird. Very weird. So we have hit the magic triple digits I wanted to hit. So 104 viewers currently. Hit that like button, comment, subscribe. Super excited that you all could join us today. We will be covering the vast majority of the draft, assuming that they get going pretty quick here. But let's hit some more of these comments because there's a lot of them rolling in very quickly. So once again, look out for Trey Gross. Isaiah Shaputis, going to make a difference. Watch. Hopefully I pronounced his last name correctly. Isaiah is going to be one of our guests today if he gets picked. Hoping to hear Trey Gross names called today. Steven Robinson Jr. I want to see drafted. Cool McCain from Eagles Elite Podcast and the Play Callers podcast that we are actually broadcasting on right now. Thank you, Cool, tuning in. Nigel Bynum, just waiting for Bryson Aleen's name to be called. You and me both, my friend. Bryson Aleen will definitely be joining us today if he gets picked. He's one of my favorite running backs in this draft. Led the FCF in rushing this past season and was one of the first men I asked to be on the show when we started doing this. Some other FCF names you might see to say Cecil Cherry, Sam Brown, Harrison Dreher, and that's just off the top of my head. So I'll get through the list here in a bit. Chelsea A, got to see Bryson Aleen. Taha Elan, Sam Brown is who I want to see drafted. Jay Lockett, Sean Lockett, got to get it. Sean Lockett, another future guest of the show, assuming he gets picked today because he should get picked today. Snowman's here. I'd like to jump on when I get back from picking up my daughter. Snowman was going to be broadcasting the show with us today, but he's got some things going on, as he just iterated right there, but he'll be coming on. Chris Gross, the XFL is back, says Snowman. Yes, sir. My son is Kerry Starks, Defensive Player of the Year in the NAL. Sam Brown. Tavon Ruley, let's go. Another future guest of the show today, assuming he gets picked. Tavares Duke Batiste, my son. Again, another guy who will be joining us later on. Trey Gross. Isaiah Shaputis, let's go. Let's go get Jared Harrington. Tavares Duke Batiste. Isaiah Shaputis, so let's go again. Let's get busy. Mama Nelly. Everybody's only one phone call away. Shout out to all my brothers in the draft today. May your dreams come true. So this is from Jordan Barton. Jordan is actually going to be on the show today as well once he gets selected. And then we got Sam Brown checking in. Again, another guest that'll be on the show later on when he gets picked. Tybril Batiste, Tavares Duke Batiste. I assume there's some relation there. Clayton Bradley, offensive tackle. Israel Tucker. If you don't know about Israel Tucker, let me just educate you guys real quick. Israel Tucker is one of the best running backs in the IFL this past season. He was a big reason why the Northern Arizona Wranglers were able to win the IFL championship, because he is an amazing running back, and he will be joining us today if he is selected. Jordan Jones, Defensive Rookie of the Year, CIF. Let's go, Jordan. Scary Cherry, baby. Another one of our guests later on if he gets selected. Cecil Cherry. Share it out. Let's go. Let's go, Sean Lockett. Pro Level Sports Agency. Big shout out to these guys. So they hit me with a list of about 38 players last night, and I speed texted 38 players to get them on the show today. So thank you, Pro Level Sports Agency and Buddy Walters, who will be joining us later on today, who talk about his experience with the XFL Draft today. Pierce Sports, yes, sir. St. Louis coach said 45 minutes about 23 minutes ago. So they changed the scheduling of the draft. Okay. Francois, an FCF legend, head coach for the Sea Dragons, shown calling someone there in their Insta story. Who is the best player in the league so far? I'll let you take that one, Travis.
So far, who's the best player in the league so far? Man, that's a tough one. That's a tough one, but I'm actually gonna. This is gonna shock you a little bit. Oh man, I don't know if I want to do that. Actually, I was watching some highlights yesterday of Eric Dungy, the assigned quarterback for DC, and I actually really like what I saw. I mean, he's got wheels, he can run around, he's a big body, and he has a lively arm. He can put it anywhere you want it. I think Eric Dungy, if we don't end up getting a DR King back, I think Eric Dungy is probably going to be the quarterback moving forward, and I'm excited to see what he can do. Of course, he spent some time with the XFL in 2020 with the Dallas Renegades, but didn't end up playing there because he was behind Landry Jones and Philip Nelson. But hopefully, given the opportunity, he steps in and plays very well. Who's the most interesting quarterback room that you got right now?
Oh man, most interesting quarterback room. So I think the most interesting quarterback room to me is probably gotta be, man, there's so many choices right now. I think I'm gonna go with Seattle. So obviously, I'm a
Okay.
big fan of Steven Montez, and them getting Ben DiNucci was kind of one of those last-second additions with NFL ties that made a lot of sense. That was very surprising, So I'm a big fan of that move. Big fan of Steven Montez, and that's kind of anybody's quarterback game right now. Which we'll get into that in a little bit. It looks like our first guest of the day is joining us, and that is none other than former XFL 2020 safety Cody Brown. Cody Brown spent the 2022 season with the USFL's Philadelphia Stars. He was seen here on the channel earlier this year. Thank you, Cody, for joining us. How are you doing today, buddy?
Up.
How's it going, Cody?
I'm doing good.
So I'm curious, man. Obviously, you've got some innate experience with the XFL in 2020. Correct me if I'm wrong. You were with Seattle and Randy Mueller.
No, I was with Randy. Was in Houston.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, but I
Gotcha.
did get drafted by Seattle, and then I got released, and then Randy ended up picking me up in the supplemental draft. I mean, down the wire, the waiver wire.
Gotcha. So talk to us a little bit about your experience with the 2020 XFL and what some of these players can expect to experience this season.
Can y'all see me?
We cannot currently, no.
Oh, I don't know what's going on. Okay, well, I don't know. But no, the experience was kind of more than what I expected. I really just kind of went into it after playing in the AAF and then going to the NFL and then ending up in the XFL. I kind of expected it to be a little bit slower of a start like it was in the AAF, but I was completely wrong. I mean, the fans kind of showed out week in and week out, and, the XFL did a great job in, like, taking care of players, player management, stuff like that. So the experience was great. The experience was really good. I have no complaints about it.
Definitely. So how was your season in the USFL in 2022? And what can we look forward to from you as a player in 2023?
My USFL experience was good as well. I think that it was more of a learning thing for those guys, like putting a league together and stuff like that. They just got a USFL PA, so I'm sure a lot of things will change coming up in 2023. But it was a great experience. Like I said, anytime somebody gives me an opportunity, it's always a blessing, and I'll never have anything bad to say about them. They gave us another opportunity to play, put stuff on film. I think the broadcasting was great. They took precautions because of COVID and stuff like that. So, like I said, I'm pretty sure 2023 will be a great season. For me right now, I didn't sign back to the USFL. Just kind of weighing my options just to see, XFL, USFL, maybe NFL team call or something. So right now I'm just training. 2023 for me kind of depends on what happens at the beginning of the year, because being a USFL player, if you didn't sign with a NFL team throughout.
Uh-oh. Can you hear us, Cody?
That didn't get out of that contract yet, so I'm just waiting to see and weighing my options right now.
Gotcha. So I guess with that being said, I need to ask the question that everybody's thinking. Do you have interest in joining the XFL in 2023?
Oh yeah, for sure. If they're willing to give, like I said, I've talked to a couple teams. If they're willing to give me another chance, then yeah. I think that out of playing in the multiple leagues that I have played in, as far as the AAF, NFL, XFL, USFL, the XFL is probably my best experience. Just from a locker room standpoint, the guys, a lot of those guys have had chances in
think we're having some connection issues with here with Cody. We got him for a couple more minutes, so we'll see if we can get that figured out, and then we'll get back to it. You hear us okay, Cody? All right, that's a bummer. So I'm seeing people in the comments say that the first pick has been posted, but I keep refreshing my draft forward and nothing's coming up. So where are you guys seeing this? Let's hit me with the answer in the comments.
Same. Yeah, I've been refreshing and I got nothing as of right now. Let me check.
So it says Draft Central on the XFL website for me in the comments, but I don't know.
Yeah, for me it shows there's no picks yet, but
weird. Cody, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't
All
know
right,
what
sorry
happened.
about that.
It's all good.
Okay, so you were just saying, again, breaking news, Cody Brown, USFL Stars safety, is interested in the XFL in 2023. Why are you interested in the XFL?
Just because my experience there, like I said, being in all those leagues, I've been in 4 different leagues, XFL being one of them, and the experience was just, I mean, it was unmatched as far as, you know, fans, players, coaching staff, training staff, all the way down to like housing and everything. They was real like player oriented, and the fans were very supportive and stuff like that. And I mean, it was a great experience, and I would love to experience it again for sure.
Definitely. Very interesting to hear. I mean, I've talked about it a lot. That December 31st date is going to be kind of a, I don't want to say a doomsday, but it could be a very mass exodus from the USFL if you're a USFL fan, because a lot of these guys are looking at the XFL and they like the setup a little bit better. Obviously, we've talked briefly about it on the channel. The pay is a little bit higher. And then also you get to play in cities in front of fans. I mean, how important is that to you as a player, Cody?
Just experiencing both. The atmosphere in the XFL was amazing. I mean, like you said, playing in front of your fans.
Bummer. We're having some major issues with this, which I think it's just connection issues. Yeah. Sorry, buddy. What were you saying?
Oh yeah, just playing in front of fans. You know, it brings a different like atmosphere into the games. You know, it brings out more emotion and, you know, just like the rush of the game and like feeling that full football effect of playing under the lights and playing on primetime TV and stuff like that just makes it that much better.
Definitely. Well, sir, I really appreciate you coming on today. I was not expecting to get out of you that you were interested in the XFL in 2023, so I appreciate you dropping that little nugget for us.
Oh yeah.
But definitely looking forward to everything that's coming from you, man. I mean, I told you off camera multiple times before, you're one of my favorite players to watch. You are relentless in a good way. I mean, you literally lay the wood, like unlike many players in the USFL did in 2022. And wherever you end up in 2023, I'll definitely be following.
I really appreciate it.
Absolutely, man. So once again, thank you so much for your time. Have a great rest of your day, and I guess we'll be looking for your name in that supplemental draft in January.
I appreciate it. Enjoy your day.
Absolutely. Have a good one.
Thank you.
So once again, guys, that was Cody Brown, the safety from the USFL's Philadelphia Stars. I'm not quite sure what was going on with his camera there, but we're going to welcome in another guest. This is a guest analyst. His name is Mibbs. He's very well known in the ColorCast world. So Mibbs, how you doing today, buddy?
Hey, y'all. How are you? I'm doing well.
Pretty good, man. So, yeah, definitely. Thanks for joining us. I appreciate it.
No problem. Appreciate the invite. I love talking.
Absolutely.
I love talking XFL.
Absolutely. So, let's get back into the quarterbacks while I try to figure out where everybody's finding out these picks.
It looks like they're on Twitter.
Twitter. Okay. On the actual XFL comms.
Yeah, I'm at their draft page, and it doesn't show that like anybody's actually been picked, but it shows on the side that 2 people's been drafted.
That's really weird. Okay, so let's get your guys' takes on the St. Louis
I'm on the
Battlehawks
draft
quarterback.
schedule.
Okay.
Yeah. So you said Twitter. So let me pull up that Twitter page. Make sure I have all the right feeds.
I'm trying to. So anyway, what do you guys think about AJ McCarron and Ryan Willis in St. Louis?
I mean, I was very surprised to hear AJ McCarron's name get called. But this is another situation where I don't know who you start. Ryan Willis shows a lot of upside, took his spring league team to a championship and spent a little bit of time on the Bears. So he has good upside. He's still young. And AJ McCarron, you kind of know what you're getting with AJ McCarron. It's interesting to see who they will end up starting. Whether they go with AJ McCarron or Ryan Willis. I think they're going to bring in 1 or 2 more quarterbacks, obviously still to compete. And I think AJ McCarron's going to play almost that, QB coach, but he's dressed. You know what I mean by that? We kind of saw a similar situation with actually the St. Louis Battlehawks in 2020, where Taylor Heineke's on the roster, but Jordan Ta'amu gets the start. And obviously we see what Taylor Heineke can do. Skill level was not the problem there. I think they just wanted to go with a younger guy with more upside in Jordan Ta'amu, and they also had Nick Fitzgerald on the roster too. So I think AJ McCarron is going to be more of a glorified quarterbacks coach who can play if needed. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think McCarron starts, and I think there's a strategic difference here, saying that with this relaunch of the league, they're going to lean in on some football experience to make the whole operation seem a little bit more entrenched than it actually is. So I think that's what you get with AJ, is that you have an experienced quarterback that can really set the standard moving forward for all these young guys who honestly are going to be on rotation. So who's going to be that pillar and that leader on that offense? On that offense. Okay.
And do you see them maybe going to Ryan Willis later in the season, maybe after McCarron has played some, after Ryan Willis gets comfortable maybe? Do you see that? Or do you think it's AJ McCarron's job?
I think it's his job to lose.
Okay.
I absolutely think it's his job to lose, right? We can't deny the fact that, right, Ryan Willis probably has the higher ceiling. Right, you're exactly right. We know what AJ can do, and at 30, what is he? 31, 32, maybe. What room for improvement is there?
Yeah.
Okay, so I apparently figured out what I was doing wrong. So the first 3 picks are running back Abram Smith, wide receiver Marcel Aitman, and running back Jacques Patrick. So Patrick is an interesting name to the Brahmas. He's a guy that played in the XFL in 2020, if I'm not mistaken, correct?
Yeah, he played for the Tampa Bay Vipers with that dual threat running game they had with Jarquise Patrick and De'Veon Smith. Was one of the better rushers. He might have even led the league in rushing yards or rushing touchdowns. I know both of them had great performances for that Tampa Bay team. I also want to talk about Abram Smith, who was the first pick to the DC Defenders, looking out of Baylor University and looking at his prospect grade. Back whenever he was scouted for the NFL draft, he was given a 6.17, which is a good backup with a potential to develop into a starting role for the NFL. So definitely a scouted prospect who he was projected to go in the 5th round. and I'm trying to see if I think he actually went undrafted, but that's an interesting player there. Okay, he spent a little bit of time on the Saints. It looked like in the training camp this year in 2022, and then now is on the DC Defenders. 5'11", 220 pounds, 24 years of age. I mean, it looks like they got themselves a good running back there in DC with the number 1 overall selection.
It'll be definitely interesting. I really wish their draft board was updated correctly. That's really weird. But anyway, so let's get back to some comments real quick because there's a lot of them still flying in. Isaiah Shaputis is a game changer. Austin Edwards, defensive end, defensive tackle. He's a beast. At Shady Sports Network, coach was saying it would start in about 20 minutes. Most definitely a game changer. Tavarius Batiste. Make sure y'all donate to Sam. We don't have a donation set up, so if you're donating to anybody, don't do it because it's not going to us. But if you want to support us, we have several sponsors. The main one would probably be Current right now. So Current's a banking app that will give us each $50 if you sign up. Our code should be in the link below. Sean Lockett, Jacob Powell says he's a San Antonio resident here who was happy about having a local team, but as an Aggie, I can't get behind a Brahma. So I'll likely continue being a Battlehawks fan or switch to a team with the most Aggies. That's fair. Tavarius Batiste again. Let's go Sean Lockett. Chandler Smith. Zafir Kelly. I'm not aware of him. Tyree Robinson. Let's go. Jaquane Blakely. I almost said Bakley. Yes, Duke. I'm already wanting expansion. Tyree Robinson, the best. Izzy from Naz. Brother. Why they so late? Is there a list of players available somewhere? Not that I know of. My son, Austin Edwards, D2 Defensive Player of the Year, Gene Upshaw winner, played for Atlanta Falcons and KC Chiefs. Well, he's probably going to go today then. Tyree Robinson, the beast. All right, I got an exam to take. See y'all in an hour. Sean Lockett, Lawan Winningham, Giovanni Haskins, Jawan Hamilton, all solid guys headed into the XFL. Let's go, Sean Lockett. I want the Guardians to pick Devon Yang. For their defense, he's a threat in the backfield to begin with, but with a coach like that as a mentor, he could be key for them. You need a good center for a good QB. Let's go, Sean Lockett. First draft pick is posted. Sending love to y'all. Go Tyree Robinson. My brother, Duke Batiste. Sean Lockett. Let's go, Duke. Ulrich Jones, our favorite pick. Ulrich is going to be on the channel later on today if he's selected. Defensive end from the, I believe, Naz Wranglers. I'm blanking at this top of the moment. Shift your chair to get rid of the reflection in your glasses, Dwarfland says. Sean Lockett, DFQB. I don't think that's gonna work. It's coming from your computer screen.
Yeah, well, it's coming from my light that's right here.
Oh, gotcha. My brother, Duke Batiste. Abram Smith, first overall pick. Marcel Aitman, second overall pick. DeJour Nesbitt, wide receiver, OK State. Where is this being posted? It's on the XFL.com website. So speaking of which, let me refresh that real quick. It looks like we got another guest backstage. So, oh, there we go. It's starting to be picked. Okay, so Martavis Bryant is the most recent pick. And with that being said, we get to play our very first XFL Draft profile video. So why don't you guys go ahead and sit back, enjoy this, because it was made by our good friend Pierce Sports. And it's looking like I didn't download that one for some reason. That's great. So just a second, let me pull that up and I'll get that going for you guys. So with that being said, let's go ahead and discuss the next quarterback situation, which was Seattle Sea Dragons, Ben DiNucci and Steven Montez.
So I'm very critical of Ben DiNucci. I've seen him play too much for the Cowboys. and I'm not very high on him. This is Steven Montez's job, in my opinion, and I don't want to see Ben DiNucci hit the field, barring injury. And I think either they could bring in a backup that ends up being the number 2 instead of him. I know you're a big fan of Steven Montez, so I know you hope he gets the start also. But, I mean, that's how I feel about it. I was actually really surprised whenever DiNucci was announced as one of the assigned quarterbacks, but...
Yeah, it was very surprising. It was one of those things that kind of hit me out of left field, but, they're obviously trying to add talent to the last second. So, I mean, it makes sense at the end of the day. You obviously want the biggest names, and he's got NFL pedigree.
I really do appreciate how competitive these assigned quarterbacks are. Like, they really do share a lot of the same skill sets, right? I look at Ben DiNucci, I look at Steven Montez, and I'm like, is there anything that one can do that the other hasn't shown already?
You have a good point.
And especially in this situation when they're close in age, I think it really is going to be a battle right up until the end.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
It'd be a training camp battle. In my opinion, I think Steven Montez is just the more well-rounded and talented player. We've seen DiNucci struggle with, decision making and to make throws and stuff in game time. But so I favor towards Steven Montez, but of course, training camp could go differently. So he was on the Cowboys roster for a reason. He was drafted for a reason. Actually, Steven Montez wasn't drafted, so that's an interesting point. But I still feel like this is Steven Montez's job.
Agreed. I personally think that Montez takes the job and Ben DiNucci is a solid backup, but it'll be very interesting. So as you can tell, this is kind of a getaway to do it, but it's a way. There is the Martavis Bryant draft profile produced by Pierce Sports, one of the guys that was in the chat earlier, that has been helping me behind the scenes to get prepared for the draft. So moving on to the next quarterback situation, we got the DC Defenders, who were only assigned one quarterback, and that's because it's widely speculated that D'Eriq King will be assigned to DC after he becomes available again after the NFL season. For those of you who are not aware, he just signed with the Carolina Panthers on their practice squad, which makes a lot of sense because this upcoming weekend they are facing Lamar Jackson. So D'Eriq King's kind of playing Lamar Jackson in the scout team and doing so to help prepare them for their impending matchup with Lamar Jackson. So what are you guys thinking about this quarterback room, which has a ton of athleticism?
Yeah, I mean, I guess is going to be me being the resident DC fan. I like Eric Dungy a lot. Like I said, I was watching some clips of him yesterday after it was decided he was our only assigned quarterback. I mean, I was very excited for D'Eriq King, so it kind of broke my heart. It's a love-hate thing whenever you see a guy like that get signed because I was so excited to watch him. And like we've spoke about before, I'm definitely going to try to go to a DC game, so I was super excited to watch him. So I hope it does end up working out that I can watch him, but of course you hope that hope that he's not just a practice squad body for this week. You hope that it segues into more of an opportunity than in the NFL. But that being said, if D'Eriq King does not come back, I think we're in good hands with Eric Dungy. Of course, we're going to sign 2 other guys to battle for the job. I'm looking at guys right now like Kirk Benkert, looking at guys right now like Carson Strong that would highly encourage me. I mean, they're a different play style than Eric Dungy, but both of them would be very interesting pickups. Brian Scott's floating out there. Of course, Jordan Ta'amu is still floating out there whenever his contract is up. Davis Cheek. There's a lot of guys out there who are still, caliber starters that could be, picked up here very soon. So I'm excited to see what DC ends up doing. But obviously right now it's Eric Dungy's job because he's the only man on the roster.
Yeah.
I would agree. I mean, Eric Dungy is a super athletic guy, obviously a member of the Dungy family, so that's got, some weight there. With that being said, I personally am super excited about him. I'm very excited about D'Eriq King, and I do ultimately think he is going to end up in the XFL. I do think that he'll last with Panthers for at least a little while. But I ultimately think that with their new coaching staff coming in, he's most likely going to see a better opportunity with the XFL and not sign a futures deal if it's extended to him, unless he's signed to the active roster. I mean, if he's signed to the active roster, all bets off. He's probably not coming to the XFL unless he gets cut. But with that being said, this is one of the better quarterback rooms in my personal opinion. I think that they've got a ton of athleticism, which we saw was absolutely key in spring football because of the offensive line play that you're most likely going to get. So it's one of those things where you definitely want a guy who's mobile, who can move the pocket, who can escape the pocket when needed, and ultimately, get some yards with his feet. So perhaps a third quarterback that makes a lot of sense is a recent guest of this show who's got an XFL invite, and that's TJ Edwards from the Frisco Fighters. That dude's 6'1", 6'2", about 210 pounds roughly. Very mobile guy. I think he ran something like a 4.4 in the 40. So he's a guy who definitely could add unbelievable athleticism to this position and fit what they want to do in DC.
Yeah, I mean, I named Carson Strong and those guys earlier, but DC is trending towards the athletic quarterback archetype right now.
Go ahead, Mibbs.
I'm still waiting to see some of these offensive identities, right? Because we do have Eric Dungey. You're right, athletic quarterback, played at Oregon. We know what these Pac-12 type of players look like behind
Syracuse.
center. But Syracuse, sorry, those ACC type of quarterbacks. Anywho, it's not the SEC. It's not strong defense. They're not game managers. I'm wondering how that fits with this particular coaching staff. What does Reggie Barlow really want that offensive identity to be? Because I think we were all shocked in the last XFL run about how defensively minded the whole league was. So I just wonder if there's a fit there for these athletic quarterbacks, because I have nothing to suggest that the defense won't be as strong.
Yeah, I mean, we saw guys who had athleticism like PJ Walker and Jordan Tiamu really excel in 2020. So, I mean, you got to think more of the same. And most of these guys who are assigned to quarterbacks do have some form of athleticism. Looking at Drew Pitt, Kyle Sloter, looking at Steven Montez, looking at Eric Dungey, looking at a DeAndre Francois. All these guys have athletic upside too. They're not your traditional, have to stay in the pocket passers and stuff. They're guys who can get it done on the feet too.
100%. So a couple more picks that we haven't discussed yet. Charleston Rambo from the U goes to Orlando Guardians. I like that pick a lot. Again, playing on those Florida ties, which is very smart. I mean, you guys want to build a fan base in Orlando, and to do that, playing on those Miami ties, those FSU ties, the Florida ties, makes a lot of sense. And then we already talked about Martavis Bryant to Vegas. That makes a lot of sense as well. Former NFL receiver going to an NFL defensive back as a head coach. And then we got Kevin Shaw. So Kevin Shaw of the Seattle Sea Dragons played at Liberty. He's definitely going to be an interesting guy as well. So definitely starting to move through this draft fairly quickly now. It seems like we're gonna be seeing some more names come fairly fast at this point.
That's good. I mean, obviously the two names that jump off the board right immediately is Jarquise Patrick and Martavius Bryant. They're the guys with, XFL experience already. They're the guys with NFL experience already. Patrick spent time on the Bengals, spent time on the 49ers, bounced around, the Bengals multiple times between being on their practice squad, being on their active roster. I actually was not sure if he was going to be available for this because he spent pretty sure all preseason with the Bengals. He might have been one of their last cuts. So I wasn't sure if he was going to actually be available in this, but.
Do you see that name that just popped up? Sal Cannella from the USFL is now an XFL Arlington Renegade. He
And
signed with the Green Bay Packers and was released, so he is now available to return to the XFL, or sorry, to go to the XFL after spending the 2022 season with the USFL and the New Orleans Breakers. So very interesting. Sal Cannella is reuniting with Kyle Sloter in Arlington after playing with him in the USFL last season. What a pick by Arlington. Talk about the first surprise of the draft.
I mean, that's such a great move. For one, I was wondering if a tight end would end up going this high, but Sal Cannella makes so much sense. Played with Kyle Sloter in the USFL, and we saw what a guy like Donald Parham can do in this Bob Stoops offense. He uses the tight end a lot, and Sal Cannella is perfect for this offense, and perfect connection. This is a home run pick for me already. Wow, how about a surprise? I was not thinking about hearing Sal Cannella's name today.
No doubt. Mibbs, what's your take on Sal Cannella reuniting with Kyle Sloter in Arlington?
I'm right there with Travis. It's perfect. it's just a perfect storm. What I think is might be underrated is that man's a hell of a blocker, right? And that really just opens up a whole bunch of other packages. So yes, I'm excited about the connection. I'm excited about the reunion, but I'm also kind of old school. He can block.
Definitely. Super excited to hear this. Oh, hey, we got a special guest, my man Pierce. What are you doing, Pierce? How's it going, buddy?
How's it going, guys?
Thanks for joining us, man. I wasn't expecting you to be able to come on today.
I'm just got some time between my classes to stop by.
Very nice. Thank you so much for joining us. So, what's your take on Sal Cannella reuniting with Kyle Sloter in Arlington?
This is gonna be big, considering like Bob Stoops' like offense and how it works. We obviously know what Slaughter can do. Cannella was like one of the better tight ends in the USFL, so he's gonna be killer, just in every aspect, and it makes the Renegades look a lot more attractive than they did now.
No doubt. I mean, we were already kind of interested in the team given the quarterback situation that they've put themselves in, and now you already bring in a guy that Sloter's very, very familiar with. So already we've got 3 USFL players in the XFL for 2023, and we also have reports that Brian Scott, Jordan Teamu, Cody Brown, who was just on the show, are all interested in joining the XFL as well. I mean, go ahead and speak on it for a moment. What do you guys think is going to be the ultimate number we see of players leaving the USFL for the XFL? Let's start with Pierce, and then we'll work our way up.
It's going to be interesting. I think the coaching styles will be different. Like the USFL was a lot of newer guys, like Fendora I wasn't familiar with. Like most of those coaches I wasn't familiar with. You got a lot of like old names in this one. Obviously Stoops is like a college legend. You have Wade Phillips, who's been in coaching for who knows how long. Like I feel like coaching just got better with the XFL coming from the USFL.
I would agree. Mibbs, what do you think?
I think there's going to be a lot, but I don't think they're going to stay. And it's just about opportunity, right? Saying they're allowed to, all these XFL teams are allowed to bring in 66 players. And so we might have some journeymen across these leagues. They'll go from the USFL to an NFL training camp into the XFL draft pool. And then we'll see if they make a roster, and then they'll be recycled. But I think a lot of, because I was listening into your conversation earlier with Cody. People love the opportunity to play competitive football, and I don't think they'll pass out on any of it. It's just a matter of what sticks. So I think a lot will transition. I'm not too keen on what that retention rate will be.
Definitely. Travis, what do you think, buddy?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a want for a lot of these USFL guys to jump over. I mean, when you look at who's the top 4 quarterbacks in the USFL, and I mean, you start naming guys like Kyle Sloter, Brian Scott, Jordan Ta'amu, Luis Perez, and they're all leaving. You know, aside from we haven't seen like Jamar Smith or like Case Cook, we haven't seen people like that leave yet. But that's probably because they still feel like, I mean, Jamar Smith's probably not leaving because he's with his old college coach and he just won a championship, so he's fine with staying. Case Cook is with Brian Scott leaving, probably has himself a starting job, so he's fine with staying. But these other guys who even had starting jobs are packing their bags and going to the XFL. And I mean, I understand why. And I think there's a lot of other players who are going to do the same if they can get the opportunity in the XFL.
All right, guys. So I don't want to cut anybody off, but I want to announce the fact that the Houston Roughnecks have just drafted running back Adrian Killins. So I happen to have innate knowledge about this man because he was a Philadelphia Eagle for a couple seasons before he was ultimately released. This guy is one of those dual threat backs, similar to like a Darren Sproles, kick returner, punt returner type, very good in the passing game. So very exciting player to watch if you're not familiar with him. These are the exact type of players that we are going to find a lot of in the XFL that have flashed in preseason in the NFL but never made an active roster. And Killins is one of those guys that I definitely think could benefit from one season in the XFL and ultimately be an NFL player long term. So what is your guys' take on Adrian Killins? No worries if you're not aware of him.
Not super familiar with him, but I mean, like you said, if he spent time on the Eagles for multiple seasons, even if it is on and off a practice squad, that's still NFL experience. That's still NFL level coaching that he's receiving. So anytime you can bring a guy like that into your building, especially, you know, in these XFL and USFL buildings, it means a lot. And especially at the running back position, where we'll probably see a lot of young guys who are, you know, either unproven or haven't got their opportunities yet.
Yeah, so I was actually incorrect. He was with the Eagles for one season in 2020, and then he was actually with the Broncos as well. So kind of small world coincidence there, where he happened to play for my hometown team and my favorite team. But yeah, definitely a very exciting player to watch. Very, very happy to see him in the league. But with that being said, it's time to start seeing some of these guys that we are going to have come on the show go off the board. So XFL, come on, guys. We got a long list of players that I can get on this show. Let's start picking some of them. So let's go ahead and discuss the picks so far. So what names stick out to you so far, Pierce?
Well, I wanted to add on Killings a little bit. He was an undrafted guy that been on Philly, but he was one of many players that got affected with COVID, being there for 2020. So I feel like there's a lot of untapped potential in him because he was one of those guys. So I do think that's a really solid pick. And then when it comes to guys that have been picked up so far, my favorite one has to be Patrick. Since I was a Vipers fan in 2020, I love the guy with him and Devion Smith, who also hasn't been drafted yet. But Patrick to the Brahmas is going to be really killer for them.
I would agree. Man, Mibbs, what do you think about the pick so far? Who's the big name in your mind?
The big name is the big name is Martavis Bryant. I think no one has ever doubted that he can play great football, right? The man has hands, he's fast, he's long. Oh wow. Sorry, I just saw the next pick, the next pick come in. But yeah, I think he's the big name for sure. Probably the most talented guy of the picks so far. Now the question is, can he stay on the field?
Very true.
Right.
Very
it's
true.
It's never been an issue about how he plays.
True. Well, next pick is in tight end Garrett Owens. So we already have 2 tight ends off the board. Very interesting. This is a guy that I am not at all familiar with, so definitely have to do some quick Google work real quick. Does anybody have any knowledge of Garrett Owens?
Yeah, I do, and I just got to show my colors real quick. I think Pearson Shady might know, but I'm from Pittsburgh, so Pitts Steelers fan. Duquesne. This is Duquesne. He's a hometown kid.
Gotcha. Very nice. Very nice.
Also a Battlehawks fan, if anybody didn't know that. But he's very much. He's not as big as Sal, but they play the same type of game.
Agreed.
That's he's not as big, but who can be as big as Sal as Sal Canella, if we're being honest. So
yeah, he's a big dude, that's for sure. Very big dude. So we got some more comments rolling in. I'll go ahead and pull them up real quick once I block these automatic spams that keep coming. I think Rambo is going to be hard to cover for XFL cornerbacks. SOS on JB, I'm not sure what that means. I missed the quarterback picks. Who did the Roughnecks get for quarterback? So that was Eric, or no, sorry, not Eric Dungy. Brandon Silvers and Caleb Ellaby. So definitely interesting quarterback names for them as well. There are still quarterbacks eligible to be drafted. So I know that they assigned 2 quarterbacks. We spoke on this earlier. But there's an open portion of the draft tomorrow after specialists where quarterbacks can be selected. So we probably will see some quarterbacks drafted tomorrow. There's a supplemental draft in January to account for guys who come out of the XFL or the USFL off of their first contract or are let go from NFL teams late. So we could see a lot of other names pop up. Another big name that I'm expecting to see go fairly quickly is Mohamed Sanu, a wide receiver that played with Cincinnati, New England. I believe he was with the 49ers for a little bit, a couple other teams along the way. There's many different players that I am ultimately excited to see picked today. Travis, so far, who sticks out to you, buddy?
Actually, one guy that we haven't really touched on is Marcel Aitman, and I mean that's a formerly of the Oakland Raiders, and that's a big body wide receiver. He's 6'4", 216 pounds. I do remember him playing a little bit. I think he spent some time with the Cardinals also. So that's a big body receiver that they got in that offense. And I also want to touch up on the most recent pick that we also had in Garrett Owens. Interestingly, on Dartmouth's website, they have him listed as a running back. So they have him listed as a tight end in the XFL, which is very interesting. But he's listed as a running back on their website, and he also transferred from Division II Mercyhurst University, which is up in Erie, Pennsylvania. I'm also from Pennsylvania, by the way. So, but yeah, he's listed as a running back, as you can see there. 6'3", I think he was 230. Oh, I didn't get to look at his receiving or his rushing stats or anything.
Oh, this is a guy. Real quick.
Okay.
Oh,
this is a guy who
there.
I didn't know of. And, okay.
No way. Running back Shannon Brooks? Is that somebody you want to see picked, or did he get picked? Did I miss that?
Let me go back to the draft.
Nothing's come through yet.
Oh, okay, man, I got super excited. So Shannon Brooks is a guy who, if you're not aware of him, definitely go check out his story. Shannon Brooks is not only an inspiration off the field, but he is an amazing running back. He was with the Arizona Rattlers this year, and he killed it. There was a game where he ran for 6 touchdowns, and I'm not sure if you're, a huge IFL fans in the chat today, but if you aren't, the IFL is not a run-heavy league when it comes to running backs. A lot of the quarterbacks there are basically glorified running backs as well, so a lot of them end up running the ball quite often. So Shannon Brooks is the guy who is just next level. I'm hoping that he gets selected today because he has definitely a very interesting story that would be great to tell today. Eagles Elite says big bodies wide receiver who can move their hips are definitely a commodity. First time here. What is the format of the draft? My brother Sam Brown is in this draft pool. Want to get the lady off the land, the lay of the land. So basically the way the draft pool works, There's 11 rounds in the skill positions. We're in round 2 currently. Then we move on to the defensive backs, which is where Brown would be picked. After that, it's the edge rushers, linebackers, and then followed by the offensive line. It is actually scrolling at the bottom here. If you didn't catch anything that I just said, it tells everything you need to know. So he needs to come to the Battle Hawks, says the Gorilla family. I totally agree. Yes, sir. 100. That's the next phase. Check out the kid from Darcy Robinson and Muskegon. He played with the Seahawks for preseason. All right. Definitely will. And then I have a couple more picks in. Okay, let's go back to the picks. So we got DeMontre Tuggle and TJ Hammonds. Arlington takes Tuggle. Seattle takes Hammonds. So anybody have knowledge of these two gentlemen that were just selected? Okay, so DeMontre Tuggle attended Ohio University. Give me just a second.
Looked like he was recently on the Bears this preseason.
5'10", 198 pounds. Very prolific runner in college. Had 1,800 yards and 24 touchdowns in just 3 seasons. Solid receiver, 32 receptions, 277 yards and 3 touchdowns. He's also a kick returner. 28 attempts for 675 yards and 2 touchdowns in the kick return game. So definitely solid performer. Ooh. And give me just a moment, guys. You might need to carry the conversation because it looks like his DMs are open on Twitter. See if we can't get him on real quick.
Shoot your shot.
I tried with Kevin Shaw too, so.
Yeah, DeMontre Tuggle was an undrafted guy this year, and he spent a preseason with the Bears, but he was the final roster cut.
Really? Okay. All right, so we'll see if we can't get DeMontre on the show. Okay, TJ Hammonds from Arkansas. That's the thing about these spring leagues drafts is a lot of these guys are not going to be the biggest names in the world. So, while we will get some of those guys that are like the Martavis Bryants, the Terrence Williams, the et cetera, we are going to get a lot of guys that you've never heard of before or are rookies out of college that were not very well known, et cetera. So this is one of those situations where these guys are fairly young. They haven't really made a name for themselves in the NFL yet or anything like that. And definitely going to be one of those situations where these guys could be very exciting players that we're not aware of yet.
Yeah, it looks like Hammonds is one of those guys that got like an extra year because of COVID. So he's an undrafted guy this year, but it looks like he hasn't been like in on anything yet. So he's fresh out of college.
That's a good thing, though. I think that's a definite niche market that the XFL needs to be hitting. Because at the end of the day, I mean, if you're not discovering new talent, what good are you as a developmental league, quite honestly? So I definitely think that's very interesting to see that they're picking guys that have not played anywhere yet. Because there's a lot of speculation that a lot of these guys that they're going to pick came straight from the NFL. They've gotten a million different chances, and they're going to, just be borderline NFL guys for the rest of their career, which that's not the case. Some of these guys are small school guys or, big school guys that were rotational players or something like that. They're getting opportunities. And that's definitely one of the things that I'm very excited. Oh, Andrew Jamil just went off the board, apparently. So
yeah, I don't know if that was speculation or if that was legit.
There's a chance they might be ahead of everyone now, so maybe they already got their pick in, but we just haven't seen it.
I was going to say, this is coming from Joseph Jamil. I'm going to go on a slight tangent here because I believe that's Andrew's brother. So if that's the case,
Okay.
Joseph, tell us for sure, man. Is that for real? Did he just get picked? Because if he does, I got to queue up his XFL draft profile. Obviously, we talked about him before. Very, very exciting wide receiver from the Fan Control Football League the past 2 seasons. Also had some experience with the Spring League as well. So definitely an interesting guy if he is picked. Orlando would make a lot of sense because you got to think about the fact that they've got that FCF quarterback there, DeAndre Francois. So maybe they were watching the FCF very close, and they're going to make the move to bring in another FCF guy.
Both played for the Glacier Boys for a bit, so I mean they already are familiar with each other.
I think they went all the way into the People's Championship in the first season together, and then they got split up because they were franchise tagged by different teams.
See, that's the thing that I love about the Fan Control Football League is basically if those guys were in the league at the same time, they most likely cross paths, which is kind of a good thing for everybody involved because, if you get that opportunity being that you're, an FCF guy, you have this whole group of guys that are probably championing for you to come onto the team. So Joseph is responding with some shrugging shoulders. So maybe that wasn't as legit as I thought. We'll see what happens here in the next couple minutes. Oh,
John Lovett.
John Lovett. That name sounds very familiar from Penn State. I feel like he played in the NFL with the Rams.
He's like a tight end fullback. He just got off the Dolphins, I believe.
Okay, former Penn State running back, played with the Carolina Panthers earlier this season. Was signed in May with Carolina.
There's probably 2 John Lovetts. Thinking of a fullback.
Oh yeah, this guy's a 6 foot, 210 pounds. Yeah, from Penn State.
He's got some highlights recently. So that means he must have just played in the preseason, or maybe he was just recently on the roster.
Yeah, that's what it's saying. He was signed in May for the preseason roster, and then probably did not make the final roster or the practice squad.
I mean, hey, the Guardians on the clock. Maybe it is Jamil.
Come on, let's go Andrew Jamil. I don't know about Mibs, but 3 of us here are fairly large FCF fans, and specifically of Andrew Jamil. So we would love to see him picked.
There's a lot of FCF guys on this roster. A lot of the beast wide receivers from last year, like Jacoby Herring, Marcus Carradine, Harrison Dreer, they're all up ready to get grabbed, so I want to see it.
John Lovett transferred from Baylor to Penn State with his connection to the Panthers having been Matt Rule, who was college coach at Baylor. Thank you, Mr. Webb. I appreciate that input from you. That was solid input there for sure. So let's see, man. Y'all heard of El Prez from the Glacier Boys? I have not. Was that from season 1?
I think that might be somebody within the FCF Discord.
Oh, that makes sense. Rick, tell us about El Prez from the Glacier Boys, and we'll bring it up on screen. Hopefully we see a Glacier Boy go right now in the draft.
I'm waiting for any FCF guys to get pulled up. Nobody's got pulled up yet.
DeAndre Francois was the only one so far, yeah.
Yeah.
Season 2, president of Glacier Nation. Gotcha. I guess I will have to look into him a little bit. Man, these guys are really taking the full 5 minutes of each pick. It's already been we're already an hour and 15 minutes into the draft, and we're in round 2, pick 4. This is gonna be a very long draft, I feel.
Rumor had it they have an active draft pool of like 1,700 players.
Agreed. Yeah, it's got to be accurate just based off guys that I know. But here's a couple comments. Praying AJ goes off the board today. My guy Pierce, how you doing? Pierce says I'm good. It's draft day. I really like Andrew Jamil from the FCF. Hope he gets a shot. So yeah, it sounds like everybody's on board with the fact that this should be the pick right here for Andrew Jamil. If you're not aware, Andrew Jamil actually had some NFL interest straight out of the FCF, which has not happened to this point, to my knowledge. So he worked out with the New England Patriots this past offseason.
Jamel to the Guardians.
Are you serious?
Yep.
No way. Hey, let's go. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh gosh,
Draft day, baby. Would love to talk some XFL with you guys sometimes. Well, how about right now, Rick T? The link is at the top of the draft or the comments. Go ahead and click that link. I'll get you in here, buddy. Always looking for more takes. But with that being said, I need to queue up a draft profile video. And this seems like a good time to take a quick break for everybody because I know I definitely need to run to the bathroom real quick. This video is about 4 minutes long, highlights of Andrew Jamil. So I'm going to remove everybody from the stream real quick. We'll go take a quick break, watch this video, and then we'll come back to hopefully another pick. Sound good, everybody?
Sounds good.
All right, we are back. So sorry about that quick hiatus there. I hope you enjoyed the highlight video. I apologize about the fact that that does not have any sound. The purpose was for us to be able to talk over it, but that just happens to be one of the longer videos, so it was a good time to take a break. So we're back once again. Let's see if we've had any more draft selections so far. Calvin Turner, the running back from Hawaii, goes to the San Antonio Brahmas. So kind of interesting to see a player from Hawaii, which obviously is very close to Dwayne Rock, the Johnson's heart, as well as going to the Brahmas, the team that is very close to his heart. So what's your guys' take on this move to draft Calvin Turner from Hawaii?
I don't know a whole lot about him as a player, but of course the Hawaii connection makes sense. And like we were saying earlier, Brahmas is a team that could be maybe looking at a guy who has other Hawaii connections, like a Cole McDonald. So, we'll see. We'll see if they're. Obviously, I don't know if they play at the same time or anything like that, but Hawaii connections nonetheless.
I'm not sure if anybody else is picking up this trend amongst these running backs, but they are bruisers. These are not your every down backs, right? They're all fluttering over 200 pounds. They're all under 6 foot. It looks like we're really committed to some power running.
Definitely.
Now,
Sorry,
I am interested to see what position some of these guys really play, because guys like we already said about Garrett Owens, listed as a tight end in the XFL, but listed as a running back and was a running back in college apparently, and that TJ Hammond's listed as a running back in the XFL. But if you look him up on Google real quick, I actually did find a thing where he might have been signed to a CFL team for a minute, and they have him listed as a wide receiver. So some of these guys might, they might be listed at running back, might play more running back, or might be listed as wide receiver, might play more running back, or vice versa. So interesting to see where some of these guys really play.
Let me talk on that real quick. So he transfers from Jacksonville to Hawaii, right? In his first season at Hawaii, he takes 60 carries for 331 yards and 4 touchdowns. He also has 33 receptions, 546 yards, and 6 touchdowns. But 2021, his senior season, his extra season he got due to COVID was insane. 73 carries, 316 yards, 4.3 yard per carry average, 8 rushing touchdowns, 73 receptions, 876 yards, 4 touchdowns, 12 yards per reception. So,
wow.
That's a guy that, we're right now, all the rage is the fact that we have, Deebo Samuel, who he's a wide receiver, he's a running back, and now they've got Christian McCaffrey who can do a lot of the same things. So Calvin Turner looks like a very similar player to that. He's also a guy who's helped on special teams. He had 4 tackles in 2021. He had 13 kick returns for 285 yards, as well as 6 punt returns for 46 yards. Sorry. So he also had a kick return touchdown in 2020. So this he can do a little bit of everything. So definitely exciting player, somebody who's going to be very fun to watch.
Yeah, it sounds like he's a versatile player. Sounds like he can, be a big threat out of the backfield. So I think that sounds like a good pickup on paper, at least.
Definitely. So it sounds like there's been another selection. Jamarcus Bradley from Louisiana Lafayette. Okay.
I love this pick. I love this pick because the Battlehawks, I love to see them, again, really invest in that receiver core. Gunsling it all day long. I want it. And you have these big, tall receivers who are known to be faster than most. I'm here for it.
So Jamarcus Bradley, he came out of Louisiana Lafayette, like we just talked about, was there from 2015 to 2019. Then he was picked up by the Cleveland Browns as an undrafted free agent, where he spent the next 2 seasons. He has been out of the NFL since 2021, so just basically this season. In fact, he was waived August 29th this year, so basically final cuts. So he was with the Browns for 2 full seasons. Now he's bringing that NFL experience to the XFL.
What's his height and weight?
Jeffrey Dahmer looking ass? Get out of here with that. That's not even a funny joke. Bryson Aline DC. If that is true, I am a part of making that happen, and he will be on here shortly to tell the truth. That's amazing. That's amazing. I really hope that he is the pick here. Come on, Bryson. Man, that would be so cool. So if you're not aware, Bryson Aline is the FCF rushing yards leader. He's actually happens to be one of the players that I speak to on a regular basis. He's a great dude, very, very versatile running back. He can aid the game as a receiver, a return man, et cetera, et cetera. He was a rookie last season with the FCF, played with the Glacier Boys, almost helped lead them to a champion or into the playoffs in the championship race. So definitely a guy who would make a lot of sense for DC here. Also, DC, if I'm not mistaken, hold on just a sec. Travis, do you remember who the DC Defenders offensive coordinator is?
No, I do not. Not off the top of my head. Also about DC is they've already picked a running back, and then they have 2 picks back to back here, so they could really, help out here with a couple picks. We could see them go another running back, or we could see them going 2 wide receivers here, maybe.
They're saying it would be cool. Okay, well, we'll see if that actually happens. And then I'm just messing with you all about the Jeffrey Dahmer comment. Uh-oh. Looks like we accidentally just lost Travis. We'll get him back in just a second.
Right. I appreciate it. I'm glad we can finish. I'm glad I could wrap up my time here on the Battlehawks pick.
Definitely. Thank you so much for joining us, Mibs, man. It was a pleasure having you on again as well. Definitely look forward to more collabs in the future.
All right, y'all. Enjoy the day.
Definitely. You as well. And I appreciate you coming on once again. So
thank you.
Back to the lone twosome, me and Travis here. So Travis, which way do you think the DC Defenders go with this pick? I mean, do you ultimately think they pick a guy like a wide receiver? Do they go back to back with running backs? What do you think?
I mean, former DC Defenders running backs are still on the board, like Janelle Pumphrey, I believe, or Janelle Presley. He's still available. And there's also, I would probably go double running back here is what I would do. You already have hopefully, since he's your number 1 overall pick, you already have your workhorse back. You already have your number 1 running back. So I would probably go 2 wide receivers, or maybe a wide receiver. And if there's a tight end that you like, we've already seen a couple come off the board. So, maybe you take a shot at your tight end. But, traditionally, in the last XFL, we didn't see a whole lot of tight ends get used extensively. I mean, Donald Parham by far was the one who got used the most. Aside from that, not a name's jumping off, the top of my head that truly got used like a real receiving threat. I might be mistaken, but...
Are we talking about the XFL?
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah. I believe you're pretty spot on there. I mean, I know Brandon Barnes was in the XFL. You also had Calais Robinson, a couple other guys. It definitely. I mean, I could see a couple tight ends going off the board, especially if they're a mismatch. That's the big thing right now. If you have a bigger, we actually have a pick. Jaquez Ezzard, Sam Houston State, wide receiver.
Okay. So they do elect to go wide receiver. Makes a lot of sense to me, at least, with them going running back number 1 overall. And I like that they have the pick right after this, because if there's 2 guys that you're torn with at the wide receiver position, might as well get both of them right now.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So, excuse me. Ezard was with the Commanders this offseason. He was a 2022 undrafted free agent. He's a 5'9", 190-pound wide receiver. Trying to find his pro day numbers because I'm curious. Okay, it looks like he ran a 4.59, which is not the fastest time in the world, but 40 times can be deceiving. 20-yard shuttle was 4.31. He's got a 7.1 three-cone drill. 17 reps in the 225 bench. That's a lot for a dude his size. So definitely a strong guy despite his lack of size. But kind of interesting to see this pick here because the offensive coordinator for Washington actually does serve as their running back coach as well, Fred Keiss. So it could have been a running back. We could see another running back here, but it'll be interesting to see exactly which direction they go. Oh, so we have another guest today. So this is the next guest who spent some time in the 2020 XFL. None other than Flash Hill. So if you're a fan of the FCF, you're definitely going to know Trey Dante Hill. How's it going today, Trey?
It's going good, man. How y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. It's been a long time. How you doing, man?
Man, it's going good. Got off work. Just getting ready for this interview this morning. And now I'm here.
Very nice. Very nice. So obviously, as I just spoke about, you're a man who spent some time in the 2020 XFL. You spent some time on Team 9 as well as, I believe, with Dallas, correct?
No, I was with the XFL Wildcats, and Team 9 was based in
Sorry
Dallas.
about that.
Squad.
Gotcha. Okay, that's what it was. I apologize about that. So you spent some time with a bunch of different guys. Brandon Barnes, Luis Perez, Jalen McClendon. Talk to us about some of the quarterback selections yesterday. Were you surprised to see Luis Perez in the XFL?
I mean, I'm surprised to see him in the XFL because he's such an NFL caliber guy, if that's what you mean. Yeah. Jalen McClendon, both of those guys, I work very close with those guys. Luis Perez, we played in the same conference at Western New Mexico, so I got a chance to play against him when he was at Texas A&M Commerce, and they barely beat us by 14 points, but I had a big game that game. And then Jalen McClendon, I had time with him when I was with the Wildcats as well to sit down and learn a little game from him. And when I actually started getting better and getting better and getting better, because when I went to the XFL, I was a rookie, and it was mostly NFL receiver guys. And when I started getting my time to shine, Luis Perez made sure he threw the ball to me in one-on-ones. We got reps in one-on-ones because we were from the same D2 division. And just Jalen McClendon was just always getting me the ball every time I got in, and they recognized my speed and they gave me confidence in my game.
Definitely. So I'm very curious. Obviously, you spent some time in Germany this past season in the GFL too. Is it the Kerfield or Crefeld?
Crefeld Ravens.
Crefeld. Okay, so Crefeld Ravens. Okay, cool. So you actually played some running back over there. You're normally a wide receiver. Tell us about your experience over in the GFL too.
Man, it was such a great experience. First, Dino Volpo bring me over and helped me get acclimated to the team, and everybody was just so nice and welcoming. And playing running back in that league was just a great experience for me. I got to show that the things I could do with the ball in my hand, and I was scoring so many touchdowns and doing so many things like that.
Oh, got a slight connection issue. So I'm getting from my sorry, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, sorry about that. You cut out for a minute. What were you saying?
Oh, I was saying it was just a great experience to show what I could do with the ball in my hands, and being able to play running back and returner and kind of be the team leader was just a great experience for me. And like I said, like you said, I played mainly receiver, and I got the opportunity to play running back. So you see the game a little different, having to block those dudes coming in on blitzes that's 220 plus pounds, 205 plus pounds, and I handled my own out there. It was a pretty good experience, and I think it'll help me move further in my career and show how versatility plays a factor.
Definitely. So you're eligible for this XFL draft, correct?
No, I never received a draft invite, which is crazy.
That is awfully crazy considering you were in the 2020 XFL. You finished the season on Team 9, correct?
Yeah. I finished season on Team 9. Right before COVID, I was going to the XFL Vipers, and COVID hit, and that's just what happened.
That's odd. You would have thought you would have got a default draft invite given that you finished the season with the team. But it's one of those things. Hopefully we get picked up in free agency. I mean, after your performance this offseason with the Ravens, I mean, in that game that you had 5 touchdowns, I mean, you just unbelievable performance. You showcased speed, versatility, everything you needed to get an opportunity at the XFL level again, should the call come. So hopefully here soon your connections from the 2020 league shine through and you get an opportunity.
Oh yeah, most definitely. I'm always faithful in the process. Just a little bit about the process in 2020. I honestly went through the draft the first time, so Coach Moss was the head coach for the XFL Wildcats, and he was honestly in my favor. Like during the draft, he was texting me, "Oh, I'm gonna pick you up. I'm gonna pick you up." Then he's like, "Oh, these guys won't let me pick you up." Then he's like, "In the supplemental draft, you're gonna be the first person I pick." Get to the supplemental draft, he couldn't pick me up in the supplemental draft. He said that they went another way, but he told me to stay faithful, and he sent me the Spock song from Star Trek where they go like that, and I didn't know what it meant, and he broke it down to me, and it gave me a little bit more faith. Of course, after the XFL supplemental draft, I kind of thought that I wasn't going to get into it. Kind of toned down a little bit and started resting after all the training I had been doing. Something I usually never do, but I don't know what made me do it. And then come the first day of free agency, Coach Moss called me up and told me he got a plane ticket. He said I'll be the first XFL free agent signed in free agency. Asked me was I ready, and before I could answer, he said, "I don't even got to answer. I know you're ready." And I came and did my thing, and the rest was history. So just to those who are in the draft today, you might not get picked up today. You might not even be in the list to be called upon. But if you continue to have faith and keep working, man, it'll all work itself out. I truly believe that.
Definitely. So once again, man, super excited for your opportunity. Hopefully you do get the call after the draft once again. So, you've been in this situation before, you know how it goes. So hopefully the free agency period is where it's at for you, or, maybe the supplemental draft.
Yeah. I'm always faithful in my grind and my work, and confident in what I can apply to the field and just bring to the table. So as far as knowledge, athletic ability, and just a team spirit. So yes, sir.
Definitely. Well, best of luck, man. I hope you end up landing with the XFL and maybe even with some of your former teammates out there in Vegas.
Man, that would be lovely. Thank you, Sam.
Definitely. Well, thanks, man. I appreciate you coming on and talking about your experience with us this off season and with the 2020 XFL. And I wish you nothing but best of luck. And we'll definitely be chatting soon, I'm sure.
Yes, sir. Thank you for having me on Shady Sports Network, man. Always a pleasure.
Absolutely. Have a great rest of your day, man. And once again, best of luck.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
So one more special guest waiting in the wings right now, and this is one that XFL fans are going to be excited about as well. So another 2020 XFL player, Jake Sutherland, tight end. How you doing today, Mr. Sutherland?
What's going on? Thanks for having me.
Oh, thanks for coming. I appreciate it so much.
Oh yeah, thank you.
So I'm curious, what was your biggest surprise from the quarterback selections yesterday?
To be honest, I didn't really have too much surprise with it. I don't really look into that a whole lot. I'm a big believer in kind of camaraderie and creating that chemistry. I do like who St. Louis picked up with AJ McCarron. I think that's really cool. But there was a lot of like talks on social media and stuff of who was going to go where, and a lot of those were pretty accurate. So not much surprise, but it's definitely still cool that everything's the ball's starting to roll and things like that. So yeah.
Absolutely. So being that you finished the season in the 2020 XFL on a roster, you have an invite to this draft. Have you spoken with any teams today?
Not today yet. I've spoken with a few teams. I did a private workout with St. Louis back in October. Been in talk with them a little bit, and then I did a showcase back in June, and I talked to Coach Ward, and then the coach for DC as well. So I've been in talks with a few coaches, but obviously more recently just with St. Louis.
Very nice. Well, I mean, if you're a tight end and you want to go somewhere, no better place to go than Anthony Beck, right?
Exactly. That's exactly my thought.
Definitely. So correct me if I'm wrong. This is just off the top of my head, but you played with the Guardians in 2020, correct?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, I was with XFL New York at the time. Right now, Orlando.
With that being said, what is your take on them relocating to Orlando? Did you think that was odd?
With them, I think I lost you a little bit there, but with the relocation, I think it's a pretty good move. I do know the fans in New York were amazing and the atmosphere in New York was amazing, but being a spring league up in New York, weather conditions kind of permitting, playing at MetLife Stadium was amazing. But at that moment in time, I think that stadium was a little too big for what was available for the league. But I think Orlando is a great move. Warm area, young area. So I think they'll see nothing but positive things from that.
Definitely. Well, I appreciate everything. I mean, I'm super excited to see where you end up this offseason because I definitely expect you to be selected sometime today or possibly tomorrow in the open rounds.
Oh, man.
Do you have like a dream staff that you could end up with if you were drafted today?
No, I don't. I just want to get drafted and play. I just want to know today, to be honest with you. So I know there's obviously the open draft tomorrow as well, but I want to know and find out today. But no, I don't really have a dream place. DC would be nice because I'm living in the Virginia area right now, so it's pretty close to friends and family. But anyone.
Gotcha. Where have you played since 2020? Have you played any arena ball or anything like that?
Nope. No, I haven't played arena ball. I've just been working. After the pandemic, I did some online coaching, May strength conditioning / personal trainer, did some online coaching, and I'm currently working right now. I'm actually at my job, but it's pretty flexible. So as you can tell.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for joining us while you're at work, man. I'll let you get out of here so you can get back to work.
Oh, you're good. We're all good. I ain't got much going on today. So, but yeah, I've just been doing that. I didn't really see or know of what was going to be going on. I looked into the USFL a little bit, but based on kind of what I heard they were doing with everything, I didn't think it was the right time and fit. So I've just been training and just staying ready so I don't have to get ready.
Interesting. Can you elaborate on why you didn't think the USFL was a fit?
It was really more so just the timing. I had just started the job that I'm working at currently. And when they started their season in 2022, it just, at that moment in time, it wasn't personally for me a good time. I looked into doing the spring league. I think that was in 2021 as well. And kind of same concept, just the timing wasn't right. But obviously now, I have a lot of faith in the XFL and who they have on board with what's going on. And me and my fiance and her family and my family believe it's a good time. It's the right time. So
very nice. So you're engaged to be married?
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. When did that happen?
I'm losing connection a little bit, but
when did you propose to your fiance?
I proposed to her December 3rd. She's actually here right now too. I proposed to her December 31st, 2021.
Very nice. Very nice. When do you guys have a date set?
We're probably not gonna have a wedding. We've talked and just we don't really want to spend that money on a wedding. But we talked about doing just like a courthouse date, and I told her if I get drafted that we'll just go to a courthouse. So because she doesn't want to have a wedding, which is fine with me. So
there you go.
So we might be scheduling that.
XFL, if you're listening, Jake Sutherland's wife here is saying that you should hurry up and draft him.
Yep. She's praying.
Hopefully to
Definitely, that's
DC.
awesome. Yeah, hopefully to DC too. So my boy Travis here can root for you as well.
Yeah, I'll be going to a game.
So I think you cut out on what did you say?
I'll be going to a DC game, so hopefully I get to see you.
My man, I'll get you tickets.
Let's go.
There you go. Well, best of luck, man. Hopefully we hear your name here shortly. And
Thank you.
Definitely thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the recent engagement.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It was a blast. Yep. Hopefully we'll be hearing something soon. So
definitely. And if you do, definitely make sure to click that link again. We'll bring you back on and get your reaction.
Sounds good.
Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Have a great one.
Have a good one.
So once again, guys, that was Jake Sutherland, former tight end of the XFL New York Guardians. So no longer with the XFL, being that there is no longer a New York team. But we've got quite a few picks to break down now that we've gotten quite a few guys in. So let's see, where do we leave off? Jaquez Ezzard from Sam Houston State with the DC Defenders, and then DC had back-to-back picks. They picked KD Cannon. So
I'll give you a little bit about KD Cannon here.
Perfect.
So KD Cannon out of Baylor University. He went undrafted in 2017, but has seen a lot of NFL rosters, but it looks like he's never been on an active roster because they've all been just camp bodies. But if you look back at his college statistics, 2014 and 2016, both more than 1,000 yards receiving. 2015 had 868. So, I mean, the production was there in college. Also spent some time with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, spent some time with the Los Angeles Wildcats of the XFL in 2020, but it looks like it was just as a practice squad role. Some time with Team 9 also, and some time with the Seattle Dragons, but most recently with the Vegas Nighthawks in 2022. And he ran a pretty fast 40, a 4.41. So, I mean, 5'11", 183 pounds. Looks like a really good receiving threat there. And like I said, the production is there in college too. So
definitely. For anybody who doesn't know, he's been playing in the IFL for the past couple seasons, actually. He was just released a couple days ago, and I kind of wondered if it had something to do with the XFL draft because he's a big name for the IFL. So being that that's the case, it turns out that it was, in fact, because of the XFL draft. So moving on to the next pick, we've got Jalen Smith, tight end from Louisville. Definitely somebody who I'm very excited to see. We need some tight end play in St. Louis. Obviously, we have a tight end as a head coach. So I'll be very excited to see what Jalen Smith can do in that Battle Hawks offense. What do you have for us on Jalen Smith?
Yeah, I mean, it seems like he was more of a receiver in college. He's 6'2", 225, so not the biggest tight end in the world out of Louisville, undrafted in 2019. Spent a little bit of time with the Ravens, Seahawks, and most recently the Patriots in 2021, just as a, either practice squad or camp body role. So, yeah, it looks more like a wide receiver. I'm interested to see if he'll play more like that big slot role that we see some guys play. He's 25 years old, though, so the upside is there. He ran a 4.47 40, so.
Interesting. It actually says here that he was selected by the DC Defenders in the open phase of the 2020 XFL Draft, but I don't actually see anything stat-wise for him playing in the XFL, so let's see if I can find something. Oh, he actually had some time up in the CFL as well, listed as a wide receiver at 6'2", 220. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything about the XFL stats. That's too bad. I'm curious. Regardless, that sounds like a perfect target for the XFL. I mean, if he played in the XFL in 2020 or it was even drafted in 2020, it's most likely because he's got ties to somebody who's back with the league now. But moving on to the next pick, we got Kendrick Rogers from Texas A&M. Rodgers is a fairly well-known player. He's definitely had some stints in the NFL, and definitely a guy that I'm excited to watch play. He actually spent some time in the CFL as well with the Ottawa Red Blacks. It looks like that's his only playing experience so far. Had a stint with the Cowboys as well. Ooh, so picks are rolling in fairly quickly, so we're going to run through these next guys a little quick. So Stephen Guidry from Mississippi State, another guy that I don't have a whole lot of knowledge for you on. Do you know anything about Guidry?
No, I do not.
Okay, so the Brahmas, Guardians, there's a little bit of a wide receiver run going on right now. Let's go to the next page. We've got Brandon Dillon, tight end, Marion, for the Vegas Vipers. The Vipers again then pick Jawan Green, wide receiver, New York State, Albany. Arlington Renegades pick Lawan Winningham, wide receiver, Central Arkansas. I feel like that name sounds really familiar. Houston Roughnecks, Cedric Bird. Cedric Bird played in the FCF this past season. He also happens to be out of Hawaii, so we can definitely see why he's getting picked here. One of those guys that definitely has a shot to make it with the Roughnecks. Then they followed him up with Deontay Burnett from USC. I believe he's got some NFL experience as well. I know he bounced around a little bit in the league. Arlington Renegades take Brandon Arconado out of Washington State. Seattle Sea Dragons, Shakur Pearson from Mississippi. Then we got a couple tight ends going off the board. Vegas Vipers take Sean Price out of South Florida. Ryan Becker goes to Orlando from SMU, and Jalen Tolliver to Arkansas, or from Arkansas, Monticello to the Brahmas. Oh, wow. We got 4 picks that just popped up again. St. Louis Battlehawks, Mateo Durant, running back Duke. DC Defenders, wide receiver Jazz Ferguson out of Northwestern State. Darius Shepard, another USFL name off the board, and we're only in round 5, ladies and gentlemen. What is going on here? I mean, Shepard landed with the Denver Broncos this offseason after playing with the New Jersey Generals, and now he lands with the St. Louis Battlehawks. Travis, I got to hear your opinion on this one.
I mean, I really like the Darius Shepard pick. I'm surprised he didn't go earlier because I didn't know he would be available. Surprised he didn't go earlier, but I mean, the Battlehawks have a nice looking receiving core. You got to think some of their next picks are going to be more running back focused. They do have one so far, but I mean, they got a nice looking receiving core right now.
They definitely do. That's exciting. And then I kind of skipped right over Briley Moore McKinney, tight end from Kansas State. So, wow. I knew that the USFL was going to lose some players, but I didn't even expect or consider the thought that all these guys that played in the NFL or had a stint with the NFL after the USFL were going to jump right to the XFL. But I mean, it makes sense. It makes a lot of sense now. That's crazy, man. Crazy. So my good buddy Pierce is throwing me some information behind the scenes here, and he said Jalen Tolliver is a Vipers legend. So now he's going to the San Antonio Brahma. He also said Guidry and Burnett are Cowboys legends, although can't be that much of legends because I don't know who they are.
Interesting also to see Jazz Ferguson, former Dallas Renegade, go off the board. He's now in DC. Unfortunately, DC did just pick that tight end, so Jake Sutherland, might have to wait for a call a little bit longer.
That's okay. We got more picks to come for DC. We're still only in round 5 of the position draft, and we're 2 hours into the draft. This is crazy.
We still got a long time. Dylan Parham, tight end, was just drafted to the San Antonio Brahmas out of North Carolina State.
Oh, really? Is
Yes.
that he's related to Donald, correct?
I would think so.
I'm almost positive he is. I'll have to look that up. Wait, Dylan Parham, a tight end?
Yes, Dylan.
Okay, gotcha. Out of NC State. He saw action in 11 games.
You might need to refresh your screen because there's a couple more picks. Or there's him and another pick too. Let me refresh too.
Oh, I got Dylan Parham. It looks like he's in a Broncos jersey. That's how I know his name. He was on the Broncos practice squad as well. So a couple Broncos players right there in a row going, and then Jermaine Martin, North Carolina A&T, Orlando Guardians. Man, I wish they had some information on these guys, but, obviously they probably didn't know how to list everybody, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Oh, we got a comment that I wanted to read real quick. They missed a QB, Shady Sports Network. You know what I mean. So this is the quarterback from the Omaha Beef in 2022, Tyler Lowenstein. This dude is insanely good. Amazing to watch. He didn't, unfortunately, get an XFL draft invite for some reason. And then Derek Malone, a tight end who was hoping to get a draft invite as well. He knows Jake Sutherland, so he's saying Jake. So from everything we're finding, it doesn't look like Dylan Parham is related to Donald Parham. That's just a random, weird coincidence, I guess. Interesting to see another Parham at tight end. Oh, hey, the man that runs Eagles Elite and the Play Caller Sports Talk Network. How's it going? Cool.
How's it going, Sam?
So excited that you could join us for a little bit.
Absolutely, man. Been watching everything, man. It's pretty exciting.
No doubt, no doubt. So who sticks out to you so far?
So I've been looking back over the picks. I like the Brahmas first pick. Jaquez Patrick, the running back from Florida State. The thing about Florida State is they always produce quality running backs. They've always had like a slew of those guys. And I also like, of course, the fourth pick to the Guardians and Charleston Rambo Phillip got from the U. But a lot of good guys have been drafted early, man. It's exciting to see, and I'm glad the guys are getting this opportunity. And I'm glad they were able to get the XFL back up. It's a known commodity and brand, and it's good to be on at the launch, man. I'm excited.
Definitely. It's very interesting to see all these guys being picked. We actually have another guest backstage right now, and that is none other than the owner, the operator of Pro Level Sports Agency, Buddy Walters. How you doing today, buddy?
Hey, Sam. How you doing?
Pretty good, man. I appreciate you joining us. So what are your thoughts so far on the draft?
I'm not really surprised. I mean, there's quite a few players being taken that have some previous NFL experience. Whether that's during camp or whatever. But no true surprises as far as selections go. I'm really confident that we're going to see a lot of smaller school players get picked here. As the rounds go on, but you got to take the bigger names and the players with the more experience, first.
Definitely. So any big surprises to you so far?
I'm very pleased that, at least, got, a player from the fan control went, because, if a player from fan control went, that should give motivation and, confidence for the, players that are coming from, your IFLs, your, NALs and, stuff like that. It's not just going to be your 11-man outdoor football, players being taken. So, I mean, that's refreshing.
Definitely. Speaking of which, I missed this comment earlier. So just some inside scoop. Bryson Aline is believed to be taken off the board later rounds tomorrow due to scheme fit per source. So another FCF guy that should get an opportunity tomorrow. Bryson Aline is a great player in my opinion. Cool. Any surprises to you so far?
Not really any surprises, but I'm excited about Jermaine Martin, who just got picked. Jermaine's actually an alumni of my former college as well, North Carolina A&T. So happy to see him, get this opportunity as well.
Do you know anything about him as a player?
He's a hard runner.
Gotcha.
A&T's been a school that for years has focused on, the run game primarily, and they supplement it with the passing game. So they always have, multiple backs, but there's always guys that play hard, guys that run hard, guys that know how to block, guys that understand catching the ball at the backfield. So he's a guy that's going to be versatile just because of the system that he played under.
Very nice.
And he was the first all-team, all-MEAC selection in college, as well as all-American team. So he's a guy that he's going to give you a little bit of everything. He's one of those switchblade backs.
Definitely. Buddy, not to get you any hot water, is there any player on your list of players that you expect to be seen picked first? I don't want to get you in hot water, so if you don't want to answer, that's perfectly okay.
No, I would tell you we got quite a few talented running backs, wide receivers, tight ends that we're confident that we'll hear their name called here later on. We got just to throw a couple of names out, we got Ben Glines, who played for Boston College. I mean, Ben attended one of our combines here, a few months ago, and he really impressed CFL scouts. But at the time they just weren't in a position to pull the trigger on him. So Ben's a great player. We got running back Harrison Dreyer from fan controlled. So I mean he's a little speedy Mighty Mouse kind of running back. So I mean Tavon really, I mean, for running backs, I mean, I could go, on and on. Former spring league guy, Tavon Wright, is obviously, sitting on the board there for us. A name that, you've seen in the chat group here many times, earlier, Isaiah Chaputis, we're, keeping our fingers crossed for him. Couple IFL guys, Northern Arizona Wrangler, guys, Glenn Gibbons, Quentin Randolph. There's just tight end Miles, Goldberg. I mean, there's a lot of names that we're high on. We're high, we're high on everybody. Keeping our fingers crossed, but obviously, when you got 1,700, plus or minus players in the draft, not everybody, realistically is going to, hear their names, called today or tomorrow. So we're confident, and we've really spoken to our clients, and kind of let them know what the reality is of today and tomorrow. We're all praying that, obviously, we're praying everybody gets their names, heard, are called, but, that's sometimes just not realistic. But, there is a supplemental draft. There's also going to be, free agency. So just because, and it's not just my guys, it's just everybody, just because you don't get your names called here today, don't give up. There's going to be, tons of opportunity. So that today and tomorrow is just, one part of the bigger picture.
Definitely. So Ashton G. Lewis has a comment for you. Does he have to negotiate deals for each player, or is their salary locked in prior to the draft?
Yeah, I mean, for certain positions, there was negotiation, particularly at the quarterback level. I'm not at liberty to, discuss that stuff, but your quarterbacks, there was, negotiation. Obviously, they're set contracts. That's more of an NFL question how they want to do things, but I can tell you for quarterbacks there was negotiations, and so.
Yeah, I think every league approaches quarterbacks like that. There's always a little bit more to be had for a quarterback than any other position. So it's definitely always kind of fun to see exactly who ends up where and what leagues were willing to pay what to get them there.
Right. And quarterbacks, I mean, they're obviously your signal callers, so they tend to make more. No matter what what league you're in. I mean, we've represented we do currently represent quarterbacks that are playing indoor football, and we're able to negotiate more money for them as compared to the regular player. So I mean, that's every professional league. I mean, if you're a good quarterback, regardless if you're a good passer, good scrambler, good all around quarterback, you're going to be able to pretty much define your payday if a team wants you that bad.
Definitely. So the Rick T platform, he's a big FCF fan, and he says, to be honest, I'm surprised Cedric Bird went too early, being how everything went in his last FCF game. Might as well sign QB Stu. Yes, so we won't get into what QB Stu did on the field during the FCF games today, but let's just say I don't expect to see him picked by the XFL today. Let's see. So Antonio Delgado, I'm an Eagles fan from San Antonio, Texas. Go San Antonio Brahmas and Eagles. So Antonio, my boy, how you doing, man? First of all, let me talk to you real quick. So Saturdays, every Saturday, 9 p.m. Eastern, me and this man here, cat-a-corner to me, Cool McCain, we do a show called NFC Beast, which we talk about the best division in football, the NFC East. We are both Eagles fans, so if you're an Eagles fan, you're going to love the show. I can tell you that much. You definitely want to tune in every Saturday night, 9 p.m. Eastern on Play Callers Sports Network. Or sorry, I'm saying that wrong, am I not?
Yes, Play Callers Sports Talk. You can also catch it on Eagles Elite. And tonight at 8:30, we're also doing the Eagles Elite podcast every week, where we were talking all things Philadelphia Eagles, and tough week for the guys. So we'll have a lot of opinions, let's say.
Definitely. So yeah, speaking of which, if you want more Eagles content, Eagles Elite podcast, you can see it in the background here when we don't have as many people up, and it's definitely a podcast you want to check out as an Eagles fan. Definitely good stuff on there. It's you and 2 other co-hosts, correct?
4
now.
Yeah.
Dang. Okay. I need to tune in. I must have missed a couple episodes apparently.
Yeah, man. It's been getting wild.
Dang, man. Dang. All right. Who's with you on that show now?
So we've got Jay Swoop. We've got the Eagles Diva. We call him Rowdy Rob, and still me and Wyatt as well. So yeah, we got some infusions of some different perspectives, right? Make it more fun.
That's how it is. I mean, that's the best way to be. That's why we keep bringing on different perspectives here. Buddy, thank you so much for coming on, man. I appreciate you giving your perspective, speaking of which. So with that being seen, how crazy is it behind the scenes right now for you? I mean, are you getting texts and phone calls from all these guys trying to figure out where they're headed?
The last 4 months, between my self and, Pro Levels president of football operations, Vince Sapienza, we've been pretty much putting in up to 18-hour days, trying to get these guys in, draft pools, speaking with the, directors of player personnel, position coaches. It's been a lot of work getting guys into private workouts, getting guys to, to showcases and, things like that. All in preparation for, today and tomorrow. I can tell you on Friday, it's going to be a day off for me, and might have to go out Friday night and just relax a little bit. It's it's been very chaotic, but it's all for the players that we represent, and giving them the opportunity, using the connections that, we have built, and just, being an advocate for them. And, it's not so much, trying to just send emails or, film to these, various teams. It's, calling and, just talking life with, some of these, directors and player personnel. Von Hutchins with DC, Dave Bowler, St. Louis, Will Lewis, Larry Leak, Mark Lillibridge. I mean, just,
Randy Mueller.
Randy, just, great guys that, you can talk, real life, stuff with. And a couple of them have been very instrumental with getting, some pro level guys in. And, we've had a couple clients that, we're told they're going to be in the, the XFL, draft pool. 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks go by, still no, draft invite, coming in. So, we're following up to see what's going on. And, they're fighting to, get things corrected, whether, they might have input, the email address, incorrectly, or, whatever. Huge shout out to, Doug Wally, Dave Dykeman. I mean, they've been great guys to talk to. They've picked up the phone, answered for us, and, been instrumental as well. So, not a bad word to, really say about anybody, at the XFL. I think with, who's running it now, Dwayne Johnson, Danny Garcia. I mean, these are people who really care about football, and Dwayne's somebody who has been there. So that's why I'm confident that we're going to see more of your D2, D3, maybe NAIA, type of guys go later on, because they say the XFL is, the league of opportunity. So, that's very, refreshing to hear. But on the flip side, for agents that got clients who might be, USFL worthy, seeing some of these USFL guys, come off the board and go to the XFL. Myself and Vince are already planning for Friday, because once this draft is done, these USFL teams are going to be looking for players to replace. So I know we got quite a few. I know another agent, Darren Griff, got quite a few guys. So I mean, I expect Friday to be busy, not as busy as the XFL time, but obviously, it's a good time for spring football.
Definitely. I think between you and Griff, you guys have over 80 guys in the draft. I think it's like 84 guys total, if I'm not mistaken. You had, 38, you said?
38, 39. I mean, I kind of stopped counting a little bit. I mean, but, huge shout out to, Griff too. And, for those that may not know him, great guy. And, he really helped us, with a couple players early on that, we were having issues with, that we shouldn't have had issues with. But, it all comes down to the relationships that, agents build. And, he had a couple solid relationships that we were just starting to build. And, he was able to, assist us, and, we kind of assist each other. But yeah, I mean, they're doing a great job over there. Griff, Jamar, I mean, two great, two real guys. Don't gotta, if anybody got a bad word to say about them, they honestly don't know. So
True. Jamar was in the chat earlier. Griff's been on the channel before. He's a guy I talk to heavily. But I'm sure you got a lot going on, man. I'll let you go ahead and get out of here and relax.
Appreciate it, guys.
Hey,
I
buddy, you
appreciate
mind if
you
I ask
coming
you
on.
one quick question before you leave? Just
Yeah,
out of
man.
curiosity.
Yeah.
Take us behind the scenes. What's the when did it start to pick up for you with everything with this? And when do you feel like it'll die down? Like, what's that time frame where everything's going to be the craziest for you?
Things really started, picking up for us when, the US, or I'm sorry, the XFL announced the showcases. And once we started getting guys in, I mean, we're an agency that we promote our players, regardless if you're signed to a team, if you're not signed to a team. We believe in promoting our clients and their accomplishments on social media. So once we started posting such and such as going to the showcase, or the private workouts were a big thing. You start posting guys that we're going, or to these private workouts, then the inboxes start hitting. So we really evaluate every client that is interested in representation, not just reviewing their film, but reviewing their background, and seeing what kind of athlete they are. Because at the end of the day, it's our job. Like I said before, we sell these players, we advocate for them. So we want to make sure that these guys fit the mold of a professional organization. Last thing we want to do is burn the relationships that we've built with XFL, USFL, and stuff like that by sending them athletes that may have character issues and things like that. So I mean, things, once we started, like I said, once we started advertising, things were picking up. And then you start advertising such and such is in the draft, such and such is in the draft. I mean, we went for the longest time maybe 5 or 6 guys, and then 1 week I believe we had 14. I mean, it just like took off. And when that took off, obviously our inquiries took off, and trying to weed through which athletes we believe we can help and which ones we know we can't help. We're not going to bring somebody into the agency if we know we can't help them. And the more open-minded a client is, the more we're able to assist them. If their mind's on NFL or nothing, it's going to be limited what we can do. Now with the XFL, USFL, if they're like, well, I only want to play in XFL or USFL, I'm not interested in, IFL or anything like that. That's fine. This is what we could do. We can't promise or guarantee anything. Coming up towards the draft here again, we had quite a few, inquiries, because, players wanting us to try to get them looked at, into the draft at the last minute, which, once these directors, player personnel started putting their draft boards together, like around, late September, the opportunity that we knew that we could get them in was, really diminished. But, we're up front with them about that. We can email the league, email the various DPPs and stuff like that, but we can't guarantee any of that. I suspect that things are still going to be hectic, maybe not as hectic, but again, we got the supplemental draft coming up. We got the free agency period coming up. So I'm hoping it quiets down here soon, but I really expect it to stay pretty busy through their training camp period, to be honest with you.
Definitely. I mean, man, I can't even imagine 18-hour days for like 6 months straight, because you're dealing with NAL, IFL, XFL, USFL, CFL, all these different tryouts going on at the same time.
Well, I'm lucky to have a great team with me, and those that know me know I don't take credit for anything that happens at pro level, because I know myself and pro level wouldn't be where they are without the great team of whether they worked with us in the past and are no longer here, or current employees, which I don't consider them employees. We're all family. Everybody has been instrumental in getting the guys and getting pro level where we are right now. So it's all credit to them, man. I'm just the face or the name. I mean, I'm it's all them.
Definitely. It takes a team to win. And with that being said, we got to get back to this draft. I'm sure
I appreciate you guys.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for joining us. And
All right, you guys take care.
absolutely have a great one. So again, just another great guest to get the insight from. But with that being said, we've got some picks that have gone down while we were talking to him. Pull that back up. So we got Matt Jones, the running back that you spoke about before, going to Vegas. So he was with St. Louis before, correct?
Yes. And if you look a couple picks down from him, Keith Ford, also former St. Louis Battlehawks running back, almost two Battlehawks running backs, almost going back to back. Interestingly, neither of them go back to the Battlehawks, going to the Vipers and Renegades respectively. Yeah, I mean, I was waiting while he was talking, saying about guys who could be getting called here soon. I was thinking in my head about my own little list, and Matt Jones was on my list. And then, I checked again, and then he got drafted. So
definitely. So Cool's back with us now. So Cool, we're breaking out the picks that came out. I'm sure Matt Jones is a name given that he played for a while with Washington, was a former 4th-round pick, I believe it was. Seattle, Brendan Knox, running back from Marshall. We got running back Keith Ford from Texas A&M. And if I'm not mistaken, I believe Bob Stoops, I believe that's where the Hayes brothers went from the Battlehawks in 2020. So I think Jonathan Hayes is the offensive coordinator. He was the Battlehawks head coach. So that's the connection that brought Ford to the Renegades. My good buddy Pierce behind the scenes is saying Brendan Knox was pretty good in Dallas. So definitely a good guy to watch. He played a little bit with the Cowboys. So some NFC East guys going off the board right now. And then we got Houston Roughnecks drafting Justin Smith, wide receiver from Norfolk State. So definitely kind of cool to see some more picks coming off the board. Any thoughts on any of these guys?
I mean, a string of running backs going right there, and a couple former XFL guys with Brendan Knox also in the mix too. So we're seeing some interesting draft strategy by a couple of these teams. Some of them went pretty wide receiver heavy. Some of them went a little bit more balanced, but we are seeing a couple running backs coming off the board now.
Definitely.
Yeah, also I like the Dylan Parham pick by the San Antonio as well. He's a guy that I remember seeing several times. Obviously went to college and at an ACC school. Pretty big guy, good hands. Route running at the time was a little needed some work, but obviously it's something you'd be working on. Like you said, Matt Jones is a guy that have some familiarity with. Runs hard, runs fast, makes decisions pretty quickly. So I think he will be the type of guy who will do well in the XFL. The talent level won't be quite as high as the NFL, so that's why I'm excited to see a lot of these guys get this opportunity with a little bit lower talent, to kind of showcase what they can do and possibly earn themselves some jobs back in the NFL. Because, everybody's always one injury away from needing an impact player.
Definitely.
100%. So Brendan Knox, bigger dude, 5'11", 223 pounds. Coming out of the draft, he was rated as a 5.8, an average backup or special teams player. While he was at Marshall, it took about a year and a half before he finally got the ball, but he proved himself to be a very physical runner, which is basically what we're looking for here. And it's definitely interesting to see. I mean, he's a good player and a guy with some XFL ties in the past. So definitely interesting to see those 4 running backs go right in a row there.
You'll recognize the next pick there, Sam.
Max Borghi.
Do you?
Sean Byer. That name, yeah. He FCF?
Former Denver Broncos. He was an undrafted rookie. Spent some time with the Broncos, and then got released and went to the Steelers, and ended up just being in a really crowded running back room that we had for the Steelers. Obviously, we had Najee Harris. We also had Jalen Warren. We had Anthony McFarland, Benny Snell, Keelan Ballage, all on the roster. So he was just in a very crowded room. Ended up not making the team, but yeah, I mean that's a good guy there who most has been on an NFL team pretty recently, and he played in preseason games with the Broncos and Steelers. And looking down on that list, former XFL guy Jeff Badditt also just drafted the Vegas Vipers.
He also played in the USFL. He was with the Michigan Panthers this offseason.
Yes. I believe he got hurt, and then he ended up getting cut. But
yeah, I just want to say, man, Vegas Vipers, the way it rolls off the lips, I love it.
Yeah.
You know, there's been a lot of talk about that. I'm glad you said that, because a lot of guys are like, why isn't it Las Vegas? But I like it. Vegas Vipers sounds a lot better than Las Vegas Vipers, personally.
Yeah.
But so we got a question. Any chance AJ Green, who is known for his YouTube channel, gets drafted? Saw he was training for the XFL. I think there's a really good chance that he gets drafted.
Yeah.
So one of the things that a lot of people don't really like to talk about when it comes to spring leagues like this is that in their initial season, bringing in guys that have their own social media following is kind of key, because they bring their own audiences. So, you know, if you're a fan of a player because he's got a YouTube channel and you really like the content he makes, chances are you're going to follow his playing career as well. And so that's the thought behind a lot of these guys that are going to the league. We saw one guy in particular that was fairly well known for his social media presence that's actually eligible for today's draft, Chase Demore. So he was a Michigan Panther, I believe, this past season that ended up getting released because he was more or less more focused on his social media career than he was his football career at the time. And now he's in the XFL draft class as well. But at the same time, these are like, it's a big deal for teams like this to bring in players that have a following, like I was speaking on. So I definitely see AJ Green getting some looks. So there was apparently somebody who was just brought up by Travis. Who's getting picked right now.
Yeah, 2 picks I think came in. You need to refresh your screen. I'm high on I brought up the one just a second ago, but I also really like sorry, I'll let you get to it before I say it.
You're good. It popped up there right before I hit refresh.
Speaking of Kalen Ballage. Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Speaking of
I was just
Kalen
speaking of
Ballage,
Kalen Ballage. Ends up going to the San Antonio Brahmas. Also Bird, former oh man, now the team's Seattle Dragons wide receiver.
Gotcha. He also has played quite a bit in the IFL as well. Brian Hill, former Cincinnati Bengal, spent some time on the New England Patriots practice squad. He is a guy that we found out the past couple weeks was in the draft. Raquel Armstead, another guy that's been in the NFL, bouncing around on the bottom end of rosters for a long time. All 5 of these last 5 picks here, including Max Borghi, those are some solid names. Speaking of which, I was doing a little bit of research there on Borghi behind the scenes, and that kid came out of Arvada, Colorado. It was like basically 20 minutes from where I grew up, and I was not even aware of him. You know, he went to Pomona High School. That's, again, in my home state, not far from where I grew up. So kind of cool. I mean, that's one of those things about the XFL draft, the USFL draft. Colorado doesn't get a lot of love. A lot of the players that we produce end up just disappearing after college because they don't end up in the NFL unless they're the top end of the players. So the USFL showed a lot of love to these different Colorado schools, and now we're seeing that as well. So kind of cool for me personally.
Yeah. Well, guys, I wish I had longer on the day, but the lunch break's over, so I got to get back to making these bucks.
Definitely. Have a good one, man. I appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, no problem, man. Wish I could stay longer.
Definitely. Have a great one. So Pierce also says have a good one too. Cool. So Pierce also makes a great point in our private chat here that nobody has selected Terrence Williams yet, wide receiver from the FCF and formerly of the Dallas Cowboys. He is getting up there in age. He's in his 30s, but at the same time, he's a very prominent name. Spent several years in the XFL and in the NFL, sorry, and then kind of fell out of the league after his time with Dallas. Ended up in the FCF for 2022 and now is in the XFL Draft this year. So,
yeah, I'll give you a couple other names who we should expect to see at some point today, maybe very soon, but, we're starting to run into some of the later rounds here. I mean, Josh Huff is a guy that you're familiar with. Adarius Stewart. Christian Salisbury is a guy that I'm really high on, a running back / wide receiver. Ladarius Galloway. Reese Horn, Blake Jackson, Nick Hawley, Makeel McKay, who spent some time with the Guardians as their number 1 wide receiver. I mean, all of these guys are, dudes who we could see get drafted very soon here. And some of them I'm surprised haven't been drafted yet already, especially Christian Salisbury. I like Christian Salisbury a lot, so I hope he does get his name called. Who's some guys off the top of your head that you like, or did you have a comment on any of the guys that I've said?
No, I like a lot of the names you said. In fact, most of them make perfect sense right about now. I mean, Josh Huff, guy that spent a lot of years in the NFL as well. He kind of fell out of the league because he's one of those bottom end of the roster guys. He's got some special teams versatility. Definitely makes a lot of sense to be drafted here. A couple other guys off the top of my head that I would like to see is I don't know that he's around anymore or that he's still playing. I'm not sure that he got an XFL draft invite, but assuming that he is around, man, I'm blanking his name now that I brought him up. Running back a couple seasons ago with the Eagles, he was a 4th round pick. Oh man, cool would have known. I should have brought
Wendell Smallwood.
No, but Smallwood would be another guy that would be a great pick by one of these teams. It'll come to me at some point. It's just he didn't do anything with the Eagles. He was drafted, sat on the practice squad, and then kind of fell away. So kind of crazy. But let's run through some comments real quick while I try to gather my memory here.
I also forgot to mention Trey Quinn, who's apparently received a draft invite. That's a big guy or not a big guy in the actual sense of being a big body, but that's a big name guy who had some good seasons with Washington, and then he ended up going to the Broncos and ended up not making their team this year. He's a guy who could help with his experience, and I mean, he has really good route running, good hands. He's a guy who could help any XFL team if they choose to get him. So we just got a couple more picks coming in now.
Ooh, Elise Mack. That dude was a 3rd round pick for Green Bay just a couple seasons ago, was recently released.
Okay.
Jordan Thomas, Mississippi State. Puka Williams, Kansas. Devin Darrington, Virginia. Isaiah Macklin, NC Central. Elise Mack, that's a big, big pick. I think that's going to be huge for the Brahmas. They obviously want to run the ball, bringing in bigger backs. Bunch of tight ends. That makes a lot of sense for them. So personally, here's a great question. Cash says, who's winning the draft so far?
Well, I was just about to say, let's see. Let me go over to your screen. I'll watch you. If you scroll up just a little bit, you can click on just by the team. Yep.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. Here's Arlington Renegades. This is a solid team. Obviously looking to run the ball as well. Took 2 running backs, 2 tight ends, and 2 wide receivers so far. Yeah, I really like what they've done. Bringing in Sal Cannella, teaming him with a guy that he just played with in Kyle Sloter makes a lot of sense to me. What are your thoughts on Arlington?
Yeah, it's a good-looking roster so far. They're one of the few teams I think so far that's doubled up on tight end, but we're going to see that a lot here soon. So they're very balanced approach. I love the Keith Ford pick. So I don't think they're gonna win best roster for me right now because I think I got some other teams on my mind, but definitely not shabby right now.
Speaking of other teams on your mind, what do you think about the DC Defenders roster so far?
I like KD Cannon. I looked up some stuff about him. I like Jazz Ferguson returning, obviously not for the team that he used to play for. Do you know Puka Williams? Because that name is very familiar to me. I do not know why.
Yeah, he's a pretty big name guy. I'm forgetting exactly which school he went to, but I know he bounced around in the NFL for a minute, and then I believe he's been in the IFL as of recently.
Okay.
Give me just a second. I'm gonna click off my camera so I can fix my microphone real quick. But so Ashton Jean Lewis says nice, Puka's back. And he also says Badet was a badass at OU. Oh, wow. So scroll down a little bit. So we got Raquel Armstead, Puka Williams, KD Cannon, Abram Smith, Jazz Ferguson. That's a lot of NFL talent, I think.
Yeah.
So I think I'm pretty encouraged by that draft. I mean, ultimately they're doing what they need to do to place themselves in a position to be competitive in year one. You obviously want guys that have had experience at the pro level, and all these guys have. So that's very important to them. Jaquez Ezzard is a guy that I'm not really familiar with. Do you know much about him?
I do not know. There's two guys that on that roster, or two guys who could get picked up here that would make me like this roster a lot more as being the resident DC fan, and that's, I just mentioned Trey Quinn, and we just talked to him a little bit ago, Jake Sutherland. That'd be two guys who I think would help this roster out a lot. Sorry, I know you're muted right now, but that'd be two guys who I think would help out this roster a lot, because we could use, obviously another wide receiver, and we're good at running back right now, and we're going to need another tight end. It looks like we do plan to run the ball here. I mean, going running back number one, and then back to back on running back in 6 and 7 too.
Definitely. I mean, that's a good move in my mind. I think you ultimately are trying to pick up a guy or multiple guys where you can, rotate them and keep them fresh. And ultimately you're going to have a lot of availability to block and, or pass block, as well as continue to use play action to, utilize these three receivers that you just selected. So let's move on to the Houston Roughnecks roster, which, by the way, I like a lot. So Adrian Killens is a guy that I'm obviously spoke about. I'm very, very, very big fan of. Garrett Owens makes for a very interesting weapon. So as we talked about before, he's listed as a tight end, but he was also a running back in college. So I don't know if they plan on playing him strictly at tight end or using him as kind of an H-back, fullback type player. But I'm very interested to see how he works out. Cedric Bird, a wide receiver from the Fan Control Football League. Extremely excited to see Cedric in the league. You also have Jontre Kirkland, who just came through, a wide receiver for Louisiana State. Max Borghi, my new favorite player in the XFL from Washington State. Justin Smith, Norfolk State, and USC's Deontay Burnett. So I think a lot of balance here, which is very encouraging so far. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, you put it there very nicely. Balanced looking roster. Interested to see how they use Garrett Owens, whether they use him as a running back or a tight end, or, like we see a team like the 49ers use Kyle Juszczyk, where they throw him anywhere they want him. He plays in the slot, he plays in the backfield, he blocks like a fullback and a tight end. So, maybe he's a very flexible player. We'll see how they end up using him. And I like the Max Borghi pick too, just because of the Steeler connection. And, I like to see him get an opportunity.
Definitely agree. I mean, we got a few more picks rolling in, so I'm going to go back to the main screen so we can see who's coming up. And then we'll go back to the next team was going to be the Orlando Guardians. So, okay. Wow, lots of picks are rolling in. So, where did we even leave off? So Isaiah Macklin was the last pick I talked about. Rashard Davis, if I'm not mistaken, played in the USFL in 2022 and was signed by the Jets, which made him eligible to leave.
Okay.
Give me just a second to look that up, but I'm almost positive that he was – oh, man, I can't remember what team he played with. The Bandits, maybe? And then we got Ja'Cory Sullivan. That's a name that rings a lot of bells, from Central Michigan. Jontre Kirkland from Louisiana State. Aaron Nelson from Delaware Valley. Alex Ellis, that's an NFL name if I've ever heard one, Tennessee. Tavion Cunningham from Arizona. Matthew Sexton from Eastern Michigan. Octavius Miles from Alabama A&M. Terry Wright, wide receiver from Purdue. Terry Wright. I need to look that name up as well. There's a couple guys in there that I think may have some USFL ties.
I believe Matthew Sexton spent some time on the Steelers as a wide receiver and a punt returner also. Ended up just not making the roster. He might have spent some time on their practice squad for a while. Not this year, but last year, I'm pretty sure.
So I was correct. Rashard Davis did play with the Bandits in 2022, was signed by the Jets and released. He also has experience with the Saskatchewan Roughriders, Tennessee Titans, Kansas City Chiefs, Oakland Raiders, and Philadelphia Eagles.
Okay.
So that's, I believe, off the top of my head, 5 USFL players selected already. And basically every prominent player that went to the NFL has now jumped to the XFL. Terry Wright. Terry Wright, I believe, where did he play last season? That's why I know his name. Ottawa Red Blacks. He's actually technically supposedly still on their roster. So I cover the Ottawa Red Blacks for the CFL News Hub. He's a smaller receiver, 5'10", 177, a return man type guy. He was spent some time with the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2019, Seattle Seahawks, and as well as the Miami Dolphins in 2019 and 2020. His roster status currently in the CFL is conveniently suspended. I wonder why that might be. Probably because he's making a trip back down south to the XFL, not the USFL. Sorry about that. So we got some more comments rolling in.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Matthew Sexton spent some time with the Steelers, and then after being released, spent some time with the Chiefs afterwards.
Gotcha. Very nice. Do you know anything about Octavius Miles? That's a name that that's ringing some bells as well.
I do not.
Okay. That's why I know his name. He played with the Frisco Fighters in 2021. Not let me pull up his stats at the moment. But he was at Alabama A&M from 2015 on. Oh, sorry, graduated in 2015. So very interesting. Definitely a guy who probably had some XFL looks in the past, I would expect, given the fact that he was around for 2020. Heisman runner-up 2019. He's talking about Puka. H-Town, hold it down. And Clarence Johnson said, when are they picking defensive players? So we're nearing the end of the first round, basically, which is the position or the skill position group. And then we start defense, and we're going to pick all of the defensive players and then go back to offensive line. So it's 11 rounds per, and we just had a million different picks pop up. So we're dang near at the end of this draft or this round of the draft. So we got Dante Dye from Heidelberg. I believe that's in Germany, if I'm not mistaken. So I wonder if he played in the ELF or the GFL. We'll have to look into him. Ethan Wolf, tight end from Tennessee. Josh Hammond, Florida. Abdul Adams, running back, Syracuse. TJ Vasher, wide receiver, Texas Tech. Patrick Smith, Tennessee State. And DeAndre Torrey, another former Philadelphia Eagle and USFL Michigan Panther, just was drafted by the Vegas Vipers. So very interesting to see. In fact, let me see. Any thoughts on any of those picks?
TJ Vasher is a name I recognize for some reason. Who is he a wide receiver for? Abdul Adams, I recognize that name too. I want to say spent some time with the Jets, but not 100% sure. I'm looking up TJ Vasher here real quick.
You're good. I'm on something as well. I have made previous connections with DeAndre Torrey, so we'll see if I can get him to hop on.
Okay, so Vasher spent some time with the Dallas Cowboys last season. That's where I thought. Let me see if he has any pro stats. He signed with the Cowboys as an undrafted free agent in May, and then eventually was placed eventually he was waived in August of 2021. So, and that looks like the only NFL time that he spent. But according to this, he's 6'6", 215, which is not as big as I thought he was going to be. Whenever I saw his name, I thought I could have swore he was a smaller guy, but I must be thinking of somebody else.
That was Vasher?
Yes.
So he's actually he played with the Cowboys. So we got some more comments rolling in. Why do you think players are jumping to the XFL? Because I personally want to see both leagues be successful, but at this rate, all the really talented players will be in the XFL. So let me break this down for you. So in the football world, there's tiers. So you look at the IFL, the NAL, the CFL, the XFL, all these different leagues, they break into tiers. So basically the way I see this shaking out is that the USFL is just a slightly lower tier than the XFL. So we have the NFL, the XFL, and then the CFL and the USFL are probably right about the same level at this point. And with that being said, the XFL provides more money, better opportunities, better amenities for their players currently. So a lot of these players are going to hop on into the XFL. A lot of those USFL players that we're seeing make the jump have prior XFL ties as well. So that's a big reason why this is happening. Travis, do you have anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, we've heard stuff about the pay, for one, is apparently higher in the XFL. And like Cody Brown talked about earlier, he felt like the XFL treated him very well. And that's part of the reason that he said he's, preferring to go back to the XFL instead of the USFL. So they must treat their players very well. And, of course, it being stable is a huge thing in these spring football leagues. If a person feels like the XFL is going to be their most stable chance to maintain a roster spot with them if they don't go to the NFL, they're going to stay there then.
Agreed. So a couple other comments. We got Casey Pierce tuning in, a very recent guest, a defensive end that actually had a private workout with one of the XFL teams. He's headed to work, but he wanted to tune in and show us some love. Appreciate that, Casey, my guy. If you have not checked out our interview, make sure to check that out after our draft coverage today. Cash says Seattle's team, though. You're right. It's very, very stacked so far. Vasher was with the Cowboys. And then Gabriel Martinez, a coach with the Billings squad in the CIF. TJ Vasher, highly productive at Texas Tech, pushed hard to make the active roster with the Cowboys. Huge, deep threat. Definitely interesting to hear. So Pat Smith apparently played in the FCF recently. So that's definitely some news to note with the Orlando Guardians. Again, another fan control football player going to Orlando. So very interesting to see DeAndre Francois kind of getting in the ear of the DPP over there in Orlando and saying, hey, pick up some of my FCF guys. And then DeAndre Torrey again, very interesting selection there as well. Man.
Well, we're still waiting on some picks. We can go back to looking at the rosters if you'd like.
Absolutely. So let me scroll back up here. Teams. We were going to Orlando, right? Or Houston?
Yes.
Nope.
Orlando,
it was Orlando,
I believe.
Yep. So Orlando, we have Charleston Rambo, wide receiver out of Miami. Andrew Jamil, another wide receiver from the FCF out of Stonehill. Stephen Guidry, Mississippi State. Ryan Becker, tight end from SMU. Shemaine Martin, running back, North Carolina A&T. Dantes Bird, wide receiver, Tennessee Tech. Devin Darrington, running back, Virginia. Octavius Miles, wide receiver, Alabama A&M. And Patrick Smith, Tennessee State. What are your thoughts on this roster so far?
They're going heavy on weapons. 3 wide receivers taken right off the rip. And, since then they've taken 3 more. So you got to think these next 2 picks are maybe another running back and maybe another tight end. But yeah, they're going heavy. They're investing heavy on their weapons. Love Dantes Bird, and I love Andrew Jamil especially. So it looks like we're going to see what some of these other guys can do too. It does concern me that they didn't go running back a little bit higher. But, we'll see how that plays out. But that might just be their offense. They might be more of a spread offense, and they want these, 4 or 5 weapons. So just have to see what kind of offense is being ran down there in Orlando.
100%. So I wanted to speak a little bit on some of the FCF guys that have been signed. Andrew Jamil had 2 seasons in the FCF and definitely dominated. And then you got Cedric Bird here, who had a pretty solid season this past season. You got Pat Smith, the wide receiver at the Orlando Guardians. You've also, they picked another wide receiver. Okay, so I'm probably going to butcher this name, so I apologize ahead of time, but Dooley Artistyle, wide receiver from Bethel, Tennessee. So I'm not real familiar with him, but very heavy on wide receivers. That's 7 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and 2 running backs already. So I'm curious if one of these guys is somebody they view as like a dual threat, can run the ball type wide receiver as well.
Yeah.
But very interesting to see. I mean, I need to stop searching stuff on this page, though. Yeah, crazy. Sorry, Billings Outlaws. I don't know why I blanked that name at the moment. We have to entertain that these leagues will go at players who want to leave college before their 3 years for the NFL. Ashton, that's a great point because I think that's exactly who these leagues should be targeting in their draft classes. I definitely think that's a great point. It's definitely something that we should consider looking forward because the transfer pool is going to be a place where, maybe those are your next XFL or USFL stars now going forward.
A bunch of picks just happened.
Oh, really?
Handful. A couple guys that you'll recognize. 2 guys that stick out heavily to me.
Okay, Saeed Blacknall, definitely. Dexter Williams, my guy. Oh, man, that guy was – okay, first of all, let me just talk about Dexter Williams real quick. So, first of all, he comes from Notre Dame. This dude is, I believe he's 6 foot, 215 pounds. This dude's a banger. He's a banger of a running back. But if you're not familiar with him, he actually played for – the USFL's Philadelphia Stars in the championship game. I talked to him the night before. I went as far as predicting the fact that he would top 100 yards rush or total offense. He did. He went over 100, but they ultimately lost the game. He was signed to Green Bay's roster. He worked out with the Dallas Cowboys, and now he's drafted by the Arlington Renegades, where he is now basically in the USFL team of the XFL, where he rejoins Kyle Sloter and Sal Cannella. So very interesting, very interesting. I have to see if I can get him on real quick. What are your thoughts on this whole group of picks we just had come in?
I mean, Dexter Williams definitely is the one that stuck out heavy to me. I knew you would be pumped about that. I really like Sadid Blacknall, former Penn State guy, speedster. Also played with the LA Wildcats in 2020, if I'm not mistaken. Had a couple really good plays down there. I believe spent time with the Steelers too. I think that's a really good weapon for this Vipers offense.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting. So interesting to see them picking up all these USFL guys like this.
And we are in the 11th round now, so last round for skill positions, for offensive skill positions here.
All right, we'll see if we can get him on. Again, he was a guest of the channel at one point before, and we'll see. He's probably celebrating with his family. I never even thought to ask him before. I should have, but he wasn't very public about his XFL draft invite, so kind of interesting to see him selected today. So definitely interested there.
Couple more picks are in, and there's a big name who just got picked up. If you'd like me to spoil it, I can, or wait for you.
Go for it.
So Austin Prohl, former Seattle Dragons wide receiver, just got picked up by the St. Louis Battlehawks. I think that's a really good pickup. I mean, Austin Prohl, right? Yeah, St. Louis Battlehawks. I was trying to think. I was getting him and Nelson Spruce mixed up for a second. But yeah, he's formerly of the Seattle Dragons, had a lot of good plays there. Him and Bird was pretty much their tag team receiving threat back in 2020, and now he's going to St. Louis.
Do you know who the St. Louis Battlehawks wide receiver coach is?
I think it's his dad, isn't it?
It is his father, Ricky Prohl, former NFL wide receiver. So we kind of knew this pick was coming at some point. He was going to be in the XFL. It was just a matter of how high his father wanted to draft him, or if another team picked first, because he's a solid receiver for this level. Definitely super excited to see him back. Super excited. Khalil Waring, I believe, don't quote me on this, I believe he's got some prior experience with the XFL as well. Scotty Phillips, Seattle Sea Dragons. He was with the Denver Broncos earlier in camp, was also with the Michigan Panthers this past season. So definitely interesting to see. I think that's our 6th, possibly 7th USFL player off the board headed to the XFL already.
This is just offense.
This is just offense.
Or this is just skill position. This isn't even just offense, because we haven't even touched O-line yet, haven't touched any defense yet.
There's a lot. There's a lot of guys going off the board right now. It's very crazy to see that we're seeing so many USFL guys. I mean, and FCF guys. I mean, we're seeing a lot of players that, you should know if you followed these 2 alternate leagues last season. And it's impressive. It's impressive. With that being said, I feel like there's a guy that I want to mention that's probably going to get picked at some point. We mentioned him before, Cecil Cherry. There's Trey Threat, another former guest of the show. He was with the Michigan Panthers, MLFB, for a short time. He played in the CIF as well. He's also got a draft invite. We could see him today. There's crazy to see. Waring, former Texans tight end. So that's where I'm getting at. But I definitely think that I could be wrong, but I think he had some XFL as well. Who's your sleeper? That's a great question. Who's your sleeper of the draft so far?
So who's been drafted or has not been drafted yet?
Who has been drafted?
Who has been drafted? I mean, I got some slight biased, like I always do, because I'm very biased in all situations. But I'm gonna go with also a player that you really like just got picked. But I'm gonna talk about my pick first. Matthew Sexton's gonna be my pick because I thought he was really close to making the Steelers roster as a punt returner, and as soon as we let him go, he got signed to the Chiefs very soon after. But that's a loaded wide receiving room, so he didn't end up making the roster. Didn't stay very long there. But,
Woo! Sorry, buddy.
I knew. I was just waiting for you to see it. I mean, see both of them. Really.
That's what I'm talking about. Sorry, go ahead.
But that's gonna be my sleeper pick right now.
Definitely. So a couple names that stick out on this list that just popped up. Cody Latimer, former second-round pick by the Denver Broncos. Grayson Gunter, Tennessee. Tight end from Southern Miss. I need to calm down a little bit. I'm a little hyped up at the moment. Jalen Redd, wide receiver from Oregon. Jordan Smallwood, wide receiver from Oklahoma. And the man we discussed earlier, running back Bryson Aline, goes in the last pick of the first round. So amazingly excited for that. We'll see if we can get him on fairly quickly here because he is one of the guests that's supposed to be joining us today. Quick takeaways from this list so far. What are your thoughts?
Jordan Smallwood, former XFL wide receiver for the Wildcats, I believe, had a productive year down there in 2020. So you like the pickup there. I mean, of course, your boy getting picked there. Last pick of the skill positions. Love to see it. Aside from that, I don't know a whole lot more in that list, but
definitely. Well, I'm pumped now. I'm pumped. So hopefully, let me reach out to him, see if we can get him on the show. He already has the link, but he's probably celebrating at the moment. By the way, if you have not subscribed to the channel so far, we're getting subscribers like it's going out of style now. We have a giveaway triggered at 500 subscribers. Prior to this stream, we were at 408. We are over 420 now. So if you have not subscribed yet, please go do so. You are immediately entered to win $150 in sports memorabilia of your choice. So if you have a favorite XFL player that you've seen selected today, you can go get their jersey right away before anybody else. With that being said, definitely super excited to see all these picks so far. Lots of guys that I want to shout out. But I wanted to take this opportunity to kind of give everybody a little peek behind the scenes behind something that we've got going on here at Shady Sports Network. But first, I want to give a shout out to the Omaha Beef, the CIF football team, champions indoor football team. So we have sparked up a little partnership between us and the Beef, and we'll be producing a show for the Beef going forward. Super excited about them. So wanted to shout them out because they are actually tuning in from their office right now. So thank you so much to the Beef football team who is tuning in and showing us some love, because it's definitely super important that we get all the viewers we can. But like I said, definitely if you have not done so, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Help us to continue to grow in the future. And maybe you can even get some gear headed your way in the process. Just a sec.
who is all on the coaching staff for the San Antonio Brahmas? Because they picked a lot of former Vipers players. Well, 3, I guess, but they picked DeAndre Goolsby, former Vipers tight end, Jalen Tolliver, former Vipers wide receiver, and Jarquise Patrick was their first pick, former Vipers running back.
Pulling it up right now. Give me just a second.
You know, another name that I'm surprised wasn't picked in the skill positions that you know I'm a fan of, and I've said it multiple times. I didn't actually mention him yet today, but Devion Smith was not picked. Even though I'm a fan of him, but I think we'll see him in the open portion.
That's a good point. He was a guy I expected to be picked as well. But so anyways, Vegas Vipers coaching staff. We got Tamiko Richardson, Director of Team Operations, Director of Player Personnel, Joey Clinksales. He was in the XFL last time around, so it's potential that he's bringing a lot of these guys that way, but he was with the Wildcats. Ray Sherman, wide receiver coach, tight end coach Charlie Eager, offensive line Bob Wiley, who came from the Cleveland Browns, defensive coordinator Chris Dishman from the USFL New Jersey Generals, linebacker coach Dr. Jen Welter, defensive backs Darren Perry, quality control Franco Arlenos, athletic trainer Justin Bland, equipment manager Bob Wick, and video manager Brendan Taylor. So I have reached out to Bryson. We'll see if we can get him on fairly quickly here. But with that being said, I think now might be a good time to take a quick break while we play Bryson's highlight video. So that way me and Travis can get up for a minute and stretch our legs. This one's only about 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So take a quick break, watch this highlight video, and hopefully you and guys enjoy this one, because hopefully we can get Bryson and Lean on to speak with us shortly. All right, we're back. Sorry about that wait. So I still haven't heard from Bryson. Hopefully we can get him on. Like I said, I sent all of these guys the link to join us prior to the draft. So hopefully he pops on here shortly. He's probably celebrating with his family at the moment. But kind of cool to see that, because he was a big school guy from Delaware State. He's a guy who definitely deserves this opportunity he's getting, and he's a man that he's very, very prolific at the FCF level. So it's definitely his turn to get a chance. Let's go to the overall draft, or I guess defensive backs we can go to next, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Which I don't
nobody's
think
been
anybody's been picked yet.
So here is a tweet by Sal Canella. Extremely excited to be drafted 7th by the XFL Renegades. Very cool to see. I mean, just all these guys getting excited and, ultimately getting another opportunity. And, all these openings that are then opening in the USFL for players that, they might be in the IFL right now. They might be in the CIF. They might be in the NAL, and they might not be getting the opportunities or the looks outdoors that they would have hoped to get. And now here we are, opening up positions over there in the USFL for them to get those looks. And, ultimately then for the next tier of guys to get the looks in the IFL, the NAL, and the CIF. This is kind of the way the football world works, as these leagues come and go, you have full rosters of guys having to find a new home or, finding a new home because a better opportunity came about, which I don't want to say that the XFL is necessarily a better opportunity, but it's an opportunity that a lot of guys see more value in because you get to play in front of the fans that are rooting for your team. And that's one of those things that's ultimately kind of something the USFL is going to be fighting against until they get into their cities. And I know that they recently announced the fact that they will be, having 3 hubs this upcoming season, one supposedly in Detroit and one supposedly in Memphis and one in Birmingham. But enough of all that, because we've got a special guest that I have to bring on right now. The man himself, Bryson Aline, Mr. Aline Cuisine. How you doing today, my friend? Uh-oh, we can't hear you. You're muted. Okay, there we go. Uh-oh. All right, we'll get him back on. He's it looks like he's driving at the moment, so hopefully he can stop and then talk to us. Didn't expect him to hop on and try and talk to us while he was driving. So Pierce in the background says Jamie Elizondo was the offensive coordinator for the Vipers. Okay, Bryson, can you hear us, buddy? Still muted for some reason. Huh, weird. I've had him on the channel before, so we'll get it figured out. So Pierce says Quanta Stiggers time, baby. Yes, agreed. Picks coming in 12:45. So let's
we just had 2 picks come in.
CJ Holmes from Jackson State and Luke Barku from multiple places. Man. The downside of this situation is that there are some guys that are, not getting the call. And unfortunately, I think I just pulled that up on the wrong screen. So you might have just seen my messages, but no big deal there. Bryson said he will hop on in about 10 minutes when he gets home. So that's probably safer for everybody involved. So let's get your takes, man. So we were talking about who's your sleeper. So my sleeper, I never got to speak on that. There's been a lot of names off the board so far. I think my sleeper really might be, and he's a little bit of a cheat sleeper, but I think my sleeper might actually be Andrew Jamil. Only because if you're not an FCF fan, you have no idea who Andrew Jamil is. You've never even heard of that name before. And if you are an FCF fan, you know that this guy could potentially come in and dominate this league and embarrass a lot of the different defensive backs that are headed to the XFL, not realizing what they're in store for. But I mean, definitely I'm excited for him. I'm excited for a lot of different guys. Obviously, I'm very excited for Bryson Aline. You saw my reaction just now. He's a guy that I think that could be extremely crucial to a team because of what he can do in multiple phases of the games. And then we got a couple comments coming in. Are we doing D today? Yes, we are. In fact, we're picking defense right now, defensive backs. So the Rick T platform says sleeper of the day to him is Kalen Ballage. Kalen Ballage is a good pick as well, and he says Puka Williams as well. But yeah, Kalen Ballage is a pick that I like a lot. I like that a lot. I'm a huge fan of Kalen Ballage. Just a couple seasons ago with the Chargers, he was playing pretty solidly. I actually had him on my fantasy football team, and now he's in the XFL. Most likely going to end up being the lead back wherever he's ended up. And it's going to be a solid backfield wherever he might be. Matt Jones is another name that I'm super excited to see. Who are some guys that stick out to you that you're excited to see?
I mean, the Matt Jones definitely sticks out to me. Austin Prohl, happy that he's back in the XFL. Let me scroll through a couple. Sadid Blacknall back in the XFL. I'm excited to see some of these other guys that, of course, we never have heard of before. That, you know, that's always a fun thing with spring football. Like you said, new people getting opportunities. And some guys that you might be unfamiliar with, maybe went to a smaller school, maybe they didn't get enough looks, didn't get a whole lot of reps in college, but ends up getting drafted, and some people wonder who they are. Excited to learn the names of some of these people and see what they can really do. Me and you both experienced the same thing with the USFL whenever we're, you know, learning the rosters and stuff like that, and it was really fun seeing, you know, who comes out of the woodwork and ends up performing well for your team.
Definitely. I mean, you know, I spoke on Andrew Jamil just a bit ago, but we all know the name Cavante Turpin. That's a former FCF guy. So who could be the next FCF guy that comes to the XFL and then eventually ends up going to the NFL shortly thereafter and is on a prominent team that we watch every Sunday? I mean, you know, there's guys that, you know, it could be Andrew Jamil, it could be Bryson Aline, it could be, you know, Cedric Bird, it could be DeAndre Francois. There's so many guys in this league now that, you know, they have either come from indoor football or have come from practice squads or whatever it may be that could be the future stars of the league. Speaking of which, this guy that came to just now, Ben DeLuca, that went to the St. Louis Battlehawks, a safety from UNC Charlotte. Charlotte's an FCS school that's an independent. So, I mean, it's one of those really small schools that really doesn't have a whole lot of NFL talent. This guy's been in the NFL for one season with the Chargers. He was on their practice squad and then ultimately flamed out of the NFL. But now he's in the XFL and getting that second shot that he maybe not would have gotten had it not been for the USFL or the XFL. And that's a guy that I've personally, despite the fact that he's been in the NFL, I've never heard of him before.
I mean, I'm looking at the rosters now that they're finalized, now that the offensive skill positions are finalized, and I think I got 2 rosters that I'm really liking, and I got one that I'm not actually.
So we were what? San Antonio Brahmas is the next one that I think we needed to look at. So
yeah, we can touch up on all of them because we there was a couple that didn't have like 2 or 3 picks whenever we looked at them. So we'll just touch up on all of them real quick.
So Arlington Renegades, we got the top end of the draft was amazing. Sal Cannella, DeMontre Tuggle, Lawan Winningham, Brandon Arcanado, Keith Ford, former XFL running back, Sean Byer, Ja'Cory Sullivan, Alex Ellis, Jackson Anthrop, my guy Dexter Williams, Jordan Smallwood.
I think this is a very solid class right here. I mean, I think they got 3 tight ends, and I mean, I like all their tight ends on their roster. 3 good running backs that I like. And you know, some of the wide receivers we don't know a whole lot about other than Jordan Smallwood. So interesting to see how the receivers turn out. But as of right now, I mean, it's a nice looking roster to me.
Definitely. I can tell you one thing is that they're going to be running the ball a lot in Arlington. I mean, you look at the fact that they brought in 3 tight ends there with Sal Cannella, Sean Byer, Alex Ellis, Dexter Williams is a bigger guy, DeMontre Tuggle, bigger guy, Keith Ford, solid sized guy. I mean, they're definitely going to be pounding the rock, which is no surprise for anybody who's ever watched Arlington, who's ever watched Bob Stoops coach prior to his time in Arlington. So that's going to be a really exciting offense to watch. I think a lot of old school football coming out of Arlington, I believe, which Texas fans should love. So DC Defenders, why don't you go ahead and run through this one?
Well, names that are sticking that are jumping off the page to me. We already talked about Katie Cannon and Jazz Ferguson. Those are probably going to be our two most prominent receiving threats. We did a lot of investing in the running back room with Puka Williams. Our number 1 overall pick also was a running back, Abraham Smith. Raquel Armstead, running back out of Temple. Do you know very much about Josh Harmden in the 9th round, wide receiver?
Hammond? Yeah, I believe he was with the Jaguars for a short time. Solid guy, obviously came out of Florida, as it says there. But I definitely am very excited about him as well.
Okay. So, I mean...
Oh, actually, he spent 2 seasons with Jacksonville on and off their practice squad. New England Patriots this past offseason. This is funny. It actually says he's currently still with the Patriots. And then the Philadelphia Eagles as well earlier in the offseason. He was claimed off waivers and then released like a couple months later. So definitely solid players so far coming off the board. Let's look at the next squad. Houston Roughnecks. This one I spoke about before. I really like these top 2 picks. Adrian Killens is a very versatile guy. He's, a very small running back, can play some receiver. Garrett Owens, tight end / running back. That guy in himself is going to be very interesting to see how they use him. Cedric Bird, FCF guy. Very excited for him. We got BJ Bird. That's interesting. And then Bryson Aline, another FCF guy, as we spoke about. So this right here is probably going to end up being one of my favorite teams to watch. Adrian Killens, as much as I'm a fan of him, he might have a battle on his hands with Bryson Aline, because Bryson Aline is easily just as good as Killens is.
Yeah, I mean, I like all the running backs they got on their roster, so this could very much be a heck of a running back by committee if they are able to use all of these guys well.
Definitely super excited about this roster in general. It's going to be a lot of fun to watch. And I like how, you see this run up top. They got a running back, a tight end, a wide receiver, a wide receiver, a wide receiver, right? And then you come to the bottom, and then it's wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver, wide receiver.
Yeah.
And speaking of which, they got a cornerback in here now, Rayleigh Texada from Baylor. That's interesting. So Baylor's obviously a Texas school, so that'll be nice to have that tie going back. So here we go. Orlando Guardians. So Orlando's tapping a lot of their former Florida players, which I happen to like. They've got DeAndre Francois as their quarterback, who's out of FSU. And then you got Charleston Rambo, their first pick here, wide receiver out of Miami. Then we got the FCF team, basically. Andrew Jamil, Patrick Smith. And then they also got Cody Latimer. So this team is stacked at wide receiver, in my personal opinion. So this one will be a fun one to watch. What's your opinion on the Orlando Guardians?
Definitely like the Jamil pick. I think, they got good wide receivers. Like I said earlier, they didn't invest in running back until the 5th round. And then they got 2 running backs, so they'll probably end up picking up another 1 or 2 in the open portion, or maybe a free agent. A guy like Devion Smith, I think, can add to this roster a lot if they would pick him up in the open portion. So these teams are still going to get better in the open portion. That's what, is going to be crucial, because, these teams aren't set in stone at the skill positions right now. They could very well add even more depth, to their wide receiver room or their running back room or tight end room, or even their quarterback room after the draft.
Oh, interesting. So we got another USFL guide off the board. So I'm going to go back to the full draft board real quick, but I wanted to highlight one of the guys. Devontae Bosby from the New Jersey
Okay.
Generals. And Jamison Houston, another USFL player. That dude, wow. Man, we are getting a lot. I believe we're up to 9 now, if I'm not mistaken. So incredibly shocking to see so far. Wow. A lot of Baylor guys, too, if you notice.
Yeah, I've noticed that. There has been a lot of Baylor guys.
So, Nebraska. Interesting, man. I was not expecting Devontae Bosby, but hey, man, it makes sense. He's played in like every league and damn near for every team, it feels like. So why not the newest iteration of the XFL? In fact, the whole reason he was able to go is because he was signed by the Washington Commanders this offseason, who kind of made a run on USFL defenders, which brings me to my next point. They signed 3 USFL defenders at the time, one of which was Channing Stribling, who led the USFL in interceptions and is currently a free agent. So Channing Stribling could be a guy we could see coming very quickly.
Yeah. I mean, he is a little bit older now, but obviously that didn't deter. I mean, that doesn't deter his play. Like you said, led the USFL in interceptions and used that to segue into him getting signed with the Commanders. So we should probably, if he is in the draft pool, see him coming off the board here soon. Which you think he would be since he got signed, since he went to the NFL.
I would think so. I mean, Channing Stribling is, he's got some ties to the XFL as well. So, I mean, it would only make sense for him to go back. But, we saw them pick Devontae Bosby. Bosby's a guy who's 29 years old currently. He's been playing in the NFL and bouncing around the bottom end of roster since 2015. Played in the AAF back in 2019 and then has been bouncing around the NFL up until 2022 when he signed with the Generals. Then ended up in the, with the Commanders again, and now he's in the XFL. So kind of crazy how this all works. Call me crazy. I haven't thrown this out there in a long time, but I still think the XFL and the USFL should let players play in both leagues if they were allowed. If they were drafted by both. I mean, granted, you think about the fact that that's now that's probably around 20 games tops, regular season, and then you talk about the playoffs in both leagues. If you made it, you're talking about 26 games. That's a lot of games. I get that. But these guys are also the same type of players that are going to make it into the NFL on a practice squad, and then they're going to end up being released and they're going to bounce around, or they're going to make the bottom end of a squad and they're going to stay there for a little bit. But ultimately, why not let them go make the money that both leagues present? I mean, if you let a guy play in the XFL and in the USFL, on average, they're going to be making 6 figures a year. They can focus on playing football all season long, which is one of the things that a lot of these guys have not been able to do yet. Some of these guys that are coming out of the FCF and stuff, they have jobs in the off season because they can't afford to, live off the wages that they make in the FCF or whatever it may be. A lot of these USFL players, same thing, because they're making $45,000, but they're making it in like a 6-month period, and then they can go and work a job in the other 6 months, stuff like that. But if you allow them just play in multiple leagues, you're going to attract a lot of players that wouldn't normally go to one of these leagues, in my personal opinion. So maybe that's a thought to process down the road for the XFL or the USFL, although I don't believe we'll ever actually see a true partnership like that. So we got a couple more picks. Antoine Brooks, Josh Hawkins, Ajeen Harris. So Josh Hawkins is a guy who's been in the NFL for a while. He was on the Eagles. I believe he's played for the Jaguars as well. Antoine Brooks, I'm not overly familiar with off the top of my head.
Once you refresh, you'll see another new name that
you're
familiar with. We didn't just talk about him, but
DeJuan Neal, the other Washington Commander that was signed. So that's 3 3 more USFL players. We're at 10, and we're in the second grouping of draft picks. 10 USFL players off the board.
Out of Shepherd University too. That's good to see. It's good to see Division II players being represented and getting a shot. Also, always love to see whenever smaller schools can, have their opportunity.
Definitely love to see it. And obviously, Dewan Neal's a guy that's been bouncing around the leagues for a couple years at this point. But going back to Antoine Brooks, he's a safety. He was a 6th-round draft pick in 2020. Played for the Pittsburgh Steelers in 2020, Los Angeles Rams in 2021. This dude is 5'10", 220 pounds coming out in the draft. 18 reps in the 225, 34.5-inch vertical, ran a 4.6. I call me crazy, but that sounds more like a linebacker to me. But
Yeah.
I like it. I like it a lot. So Seattle coming with the hotness.
Refresh that.
Yeah, so we need to refresh because apparently Channing Stribling, the man we were just talking about, has gone off the board to my Battlehawks. Thank you very much. I love it. He goes from the Stars, the team I rooted for in the USFL, to the Battlehawks, the team I root for in the XFL. So
need to get yourself a jersey.
No doubt. It's hard to see, but I got the USFL shirt back here. You can kind of see the Stars logo. Got the Stars hat. So definitely got a little bit going on. Obviously, I got a lot of Eagles stuff from 20 years. So let's go take a slight break from that and bring on Bryson now that he's not driving at the moment. So how's it going, man?
What's up, man? How are you?
I'm doing super well, but probably not as well as you.
Yeah, I feel good now. It's been a long day.
Definitely. So tell us about how you feel, man.
I mean, I feel great, man. Just another opportunity that I took advantage of in the beginning, and then another opportunity presented itself, and just like every situation that I've been in, I'm just ready to take advantage of it.
Definitely. So what do you make of the fact that we've seen so many FCF players off the board in the XFL draft? I mean, talk to me about the platform that they gave you to get to this point.
I think what it shows mainly is just that, it's ballers at each level. A lot of guys just may have not, been at the right, college, or may have not gotten the right exposure and stuff. And I think the SCF really, gave us that exposure that we needed, coming from small school guys, undersized guys. But, we go into different situations with, those same type of guys that come from big schools who may have not had, bigger opportunities as well. And we all, you kind of see that we can play with any and whoever. So, yeah, it's just really good to see that that's being acknowledged, that the fan control is being respected, at the end of the day, that you can kind of tell it's a very well-respected league and that there are ballers that come from that league.
Definitely agree. So we got a couple comments rolling in. The Rick T platform says, my boy Bryson, what are you most excited for?
Man, I'm most excited for outdoor ball. I've been playing, I've been playing indoor ball for, like on and off for 2-3 years now since I graduated. So, I'm just excited to, be a part of another organization and, be back outdoors and just make plays at the end of the day.
So Rick T must be a big fan of you, much like I am, because he's saying this man's going to lead the league in rushing TDs, highway robbery. So,
I'm just bringing the same energy from fan control, from college to fan control to the XFL now, man.
Definitely. So who is the connection that brought you to DC?
You saying to Houston?
Sorry, Houston. Sorry about that.
Really, it was one of the coaches from Fan Control, Coach Marvin Williams. He's over there now at with the Roughnecks right now. We talked a couple times and stuff like that. And director player personnel had hit me like earlier in the summer after I got done, the showcase and everything. And you know what I mean, kind of, just let me know, like, he liked my film. They showed a lot of interest and stuff, and they were consistent with showing that interest. But you know how drafts go and stuff, and I mean, you start seeing, other names pop up, and I mean, I kind of know the business at the end of the day. I mean, you gotta get your priority guys and stuff like that. And I mean, I didn't really get any high interest from a lot of other teams and stuff like that. So they knew I was still going to be on the board, and I mean, they made it happen at the end of the day.
Definitely. So there's a connection there with AJ Smith, the offensive coordinator.
Yeah.
Are you excited to play in AJ's offense, which is a little bit more modern?
Yeah. I'm definitely excited. Shoot, I just got off the phone with him. I'm definitely excited. Once I kind of find out who is who, like on the staff, like what their roles are and everything, I kind of do my background, background research on everybody and stuff. So, I'm definitely very excited to play for that offense, and to have somebody like that with that energy and with the vision that they have for myself as well as for the team and everything. I'm very excited to be a part of that.
Absolutely. I got one more question for you, and then I'll let you get out of here. What do you expect out of Wade Phillips as a head coach?
Oh, I just expect, like, old school ways. Like, he's probably, punch him in the mouth, go get it, put some points on the board. And I mean, very well respected and everything. You know what I'm saying? I think he's a guy that's going to get a lot of love from his players. A players coach and everything too. So, I mean, I'm excited to be a part of it. Excited to, like I said, excited to be a part of, an organization like that, and to be playing underneath somebody with that much respect.
Definitely. It looks like Houston's prepared to run the rock early and often this offseason. So I'm definitely excited to see what you can do this year. Although I personally already know what you can do, man. I'm super excited for you. I definitely think that you're going to do big things in the XFL. And I think it's only one more step, and then you're in the NFL, and then we'll be talking about Bryson Aline, the NFL player, in a couple of years here. So I'm excited for you, man. Best of luck, and super, super, super happy for you. I can't tell you how much.
Thank you, man. I appreciate that. And, first person I'm calling to get on the interview with.
I hope so, man. I hope it stays that way.
I told you, man. I promise you. I said, man, listen, I got you. I got you. No worries.
You did from the very beginning. And that, man, in fact, I think you were one of the first players I talked to about it too, after you got your XFL draft invite. Yeah. And you were very about it. And I really appreciate it, man. Just know that from the bottom of my heart, I appreciate it, because you're letting me chase my dreams. And I'm excited to watch you chase yours this season. So best of luck.
Most definitely, man. I appreciate you.
Absolutely. Have a great rest of your evening, and go have some fun with your family.
All right, man. Thank you.
Later.
Thank you.
So that was awesome. So for anybody who doesn't know, that is Bryson Aline, the running back from the Glacier Boys of the Fan Control Football League. This man led the league in rushing yardage. I believe he was second in touchdowns. I might have that backwards. That's just off the top of my head. But let's get to a couple comments. Play on John said, "Who is this guy?" Well, this guy is now the running back for the Houston Roughnecks, and you should get used to it, because it's going to be pretty awesome to watch. The Rick T platform said, "Hella hype for this man. Leave your mark." I am as well, man. I can't tell you how much. Never mind. First round, 8th round. It's actually 11th round, but dude, it doesn't matter what round it was. He's in the league. That's what matters. Wade finna run that rock. If you see Jeremy Hill, make sure to punch him for me. Care to elaborate on that one? What did he do to you? Halloween cuisine, which is exactly what I was saying. The announcer in the FCF started calling him that, and it was just too fitting, so I had to say it as well. Yes, sir. Garth Chocolate. When he smacks his helmet, give him the rock. Tavan Ruley, let's go. He about to cook it up. Cuisine. And then yes, sir, from Garth Chocolate. Very nice. So let's get back to the draft. Let's see where we're at, and then we'll get back to our roster breakdown. Okay, so Our last pick that we saw was Channing Stribling. Kerry Vincent Jr., another former Philadelphia Eagle and Denver Bronco. This guy bounced around this offseason, was traded twice, I think. So very interesting to see his name on this list. Another NFL talent going to the San Antonio Brahmas. And then Javaris Davis out of Auburn. So that guy is not somebody I know fairly a lot of, but if he played at Auburn, he's probably a solid player. What are your takes on the last few picks? Are you surprised to see Channing Stribling, DeJuan Neal, all these?
Not at all. I mean, not at all surprised to see them go this early, especially with them getting NFL opportunities after the USFL season. Just shows how talented they are. And now they have an opportunity in the XFL. So if they were in the draft pool, I'm not surprised at all that, that they would get picked up this high, especially Channing Stribling, because we know he can do.
Yeah, agreed. He's one of the better cornerbacks that were brought in the XFL draft, in my personal opinion. So talking about Javaris Davis, the last guy that was just selected there, he's another guy with NFL pedigree. He was signed by the Kansas City Chiefs as an undrafted free agent back in 2020. He was waived after a couple months, immediately claimed by the Dolphins. Was on the Dolphins practice squad for about 2 years, kind of bounced on and off, and then was released in June of this season. Was ultimately signed by the Bengals, but only lasted 2 weeks, and then he was available for the XFL draft today. So definitely kind of cool to see him selected. He's another guy that hasn't really had a shot to get his NFL career off the ground, so the XFL is going to give him the opportunity to do that. But let's go back to the draft. First of all, I just want to say this group of cornerbacks so far is incredibly encouraging is what I want to say, because I personally think there's a lot of NFL level talent on this roster here. So let's see. Let's go to the Orlando Guardians roster. Or did we already?
Yeah, we did. We're at the Brahmas.
Okay, San Antonio Brahmas.
And this is actually, I got 2 favorite rosters so far in terms of the offense. Well, I'm just going skill positions. I'm not factoring quarterback right now. But I got 2 favorites right now, and this is one of them. I mean, this running game I think is going to be very good with Jarquise Patrick, Keelan Ballage, Calvin Turner. All seem like legit backs. I mean, we know what Jarquise Patrick can do, especially Keelan Ballage. Hasn't had a whole lot of real playing time in, the past couple years, but wasn't very long ago he was lighting it up with the Chargers. Calvin Turner, excited to see what he can do. I like the wide receivers in Jalen Tolliver, Dylan Parham, another wide receiver, TJ Vasher should be, a good receiving threat for them. DeAndre Goolsby. You like Aziz Mack. I mean, all in all, this is a very good offense to me.
Yeah, thoroughly encouraged myself. Sorry, choking behind the scenes here.
But
so, got a couple more comments. Play on Jahan says, "Go Battle Hawks." And AJ McCarron MVP. I doubt it, but hey, more power to you. Man, sorry about that. Took a drink of water.
But how about do you think I'm justified in saying that they're probably my favorite looking offense so far?
It's very encouraging. Very encouraging. Like we talked about before, TJ Vasher, super encouraged by him and what he can bring to the team. Kalen Ballage, one of my favorite running backs that's in the USFL, the XFL currently. Jacques Patrick, he's a guy that is a spring football legend. Calvin Turner, another guy that I'm fairly excited to watch play. Dylan Parham, borderline NFL talent. Kendrick Rogers, another guy, just borderline NFL talent across the board here, and that's what you want. I mean, Terry Wright, another exciting guy to watch in the return game and on offense as well. Moving on to the Seattle Sea Dragons, This was one of the teams that they took a pick with the first round that I was not overly familiar with, and Kevin Shaw. I'm willing to bet that he's got some sort of ties to the team somewhere or another. You got running back TJ Hammonds from Arkansas, Jawan Green from New York State Albany, Jacor Pearson, Mississippi, Brendan Knox from Marshall, Damian Willis from Troy, Rashard Davis from James Madison, also via the USFL, Tavion Cunningham from Arizona. A guy I did not get to speak about very much earlier was Joshua Perkins. He's a smaller move style tight end. He's a running type guy. You're going to catch him on a split out wide a lot, which I'm encouraged by as well. I think he's going to do well in this league. Scotty Phillips, another USFL player, landing with the XFL. Jalen Redd, Chris Jones, Antoine Brooks. So I'm incredibly encouraged by what Seattle has done so far, especially at the quarterback position. Looks like they've got a lot of weapons there, and they're ultimately leaning very heavily on experienced players. What do you think about Seattle?
I'll be honest with you, this is going to be a hot take for me, but this is right now the least desirable offense in my eyes. Just looking at some of the pieces the other teams have, I feel like a lot of other teams have a true, number one in certain positions, and I feel like they're still going to have to find themselves, and training camp's going to be very important for the Seattle Sea Dragons in terms of finding, who their true guys are going to be. I do like Brendan Knox. I do like Rashad Davis, so I'm not saying they don't have good pieces, because they do, but in terms of I guess the it factor for me, they're lacking that right now.
Gotcha. Okay, that's fair. Play on Jahan is elaborating on his Jeremy Hill issues. He said he fumbled against the Steelers and then got injured, and it didn't do anything in a Super Bowl. And of the Bengals fans. Okay, gotcha. Man, he goes hard on them, but he says, "Go Battlehawks." And then Ashton Jean Lewis says, "Do you like the XFL draft format?" So I was torn at first. I personally don't like that they assigned quarterbacks. I would have liked to see them draft quarterbacks. Ultimately, it probably ends up exactly the same, but at the end of the day, I like the unknown about it. But yeah, I do ultimately like the draft format so far, how they're going position group by position group, because then it kind of lets you know if you're a player, if you're not picked today, you're looking to tomorrow. If you're an offensive player at this point, your thoughts are, how can I sell myself to a team for tomorrow? Or if you play special teams, you want to make sure you're telling everybody that, hey, I can contribute in other ways, or whatever it may be. Seattle looks scary for an expansion draft. Yes, I like it. You mean startup league. And then, gotcha. It kind of feels like hand-holding, organizing by player groups. I see that feeling. I totally understand that feeling. So definitely want to say that it's a valid thought. But I think if it's hand-holding, it's toward the fans. It's trying to make it easy for the fans to follow along and kind of see who their weapons are, then see who their defenders are, and then see who their offensive line is, and kind of see how their team shapes up piece by piece by piece. And that's kind of why I like it. Travis, what do you think about the draft format so far?
I do like the draft format, and I understand why they would assign quarterbacks. Because the way they assigned them is everybody kind of puts in their 2 cents in what quarterbacks they like, and they kind of try to give everybody somebody they want. Which I can appreciate, because that if you're a person, or if you're a team who ends up drafting at like number 8 overall, that's kind of a bummer if you don't get 1 or 2 or 3 of the quarterbacks that you were heavily scouting and that you really wanted. And, now you're scrambling, trying to find an offense or find an identity, a day or the day of the draft, essentially. At least this way, they kind of knew who they were getting for a month or two now, and then the second guy that they found out who they were getting probably came in pretty recently. But I like that they were able to kind of see who they were getting first before they had to draft skill positions, so they could kind of see how they're going to build their offense.
That's fair. That's fair. I like that. Cash says, I'm sorry, but what you said about the Dragons just made me go full. I'm not going to say that word, but they don't have that what? So care to elaborate on why you think that?
I just feel like in terms of let me pull up the roster again. I mean, they have pieces that I like. I was just saying they don't have that it factor. They don't have that true number one in a lot of positions. I mean, Rashad Davis is probably going to be their, we'll see if he's going to be their number one receiver, but there's just a lot of guys that I'm too unfamiliar with to confidently say that this is an offense that is going to produce as one of the better in the leagues.
Fair enough.
And it could be my fault too that I'm not familiar with some of the pieces that they drafted. So I'm not saying that I'm definitely right by any means, because we know that I can and will be wrong in a lot of things, but just I'm not familiar with enough people in their offense to be happy with it.
I would agree. So a couple more comments. My boss is an Eagles fan, and it was funny to watch them lose on Monday. Well, thank you for that tidbit there. It was not funny for me. I was very frustrated throughout that entire game, especially at the end. But we're here for the XFL, not the NFL. Jalen Redd in the 11th round is crazy too. Peep his senior year with Justin Herbert and tell me he shouldn't already be playing in the FCF despite size. He went to Seattle, correct? Let me pull that back up real quick.
Yes, that's where we went.
Yep, Jalen Redd, Seattle. Okay, so we're on the St. Louis Battlehawks. What's your take on the Battlehawks roster? And actually, I got to set something straight. So, play on Jahan, you said that Brian Hill was not drafted. What's that name right there, buddy? Brian Hill, Cincinnati Bengals. So, sorry about that, buddy. He is in the league. But anyways, what's your take on the XFL St. Louis Battlehawks offense?
Looking at it, they got some pieces that I like. Darius Shepard and Austin Prohl, Marcel Aitman. Those are good weapons there. Interesting to see what Jalen Smith can do, because he's listed as a tight end, but looked like he was more of a wide receiver in college. And I don't have too many complaints about this offense as of right now. I know you're a fan of some of the pieces for it also.
Yeah, I am. I am very big fan of a lot of these guys that made it onto this roster. I mean, personally, I think Brian Hill is a solid running back to start with, because he's a bigger back. I believe he's like 215. So he's a guy that can take a pounding a little bit. I'm not overly familiar with Abdul Adams or Mateo Durant, so I'll definitely have to do some research on those guys. Aitman is a guy I knew immediately when he came off the board. That name sounds remarkably familiar. I mean, I knew immediately he's been around the NFL. Jalen Smith is another guy I'm super encouraged by what he did in college, and since then. Darius Shepard, USFL guy, super excited to see him on the roster. Yeah, there's a lot of talent on this offense ultimately. Giovanni Haskins, another guy that I'm very excited to see play. Austin Prohl, then you get Channing Stribling there at the end. I mean, this whole team, this St. Louis Battlehawks roster so far is very encouraging. There's a couple guys that I need to learn some more about. Like I said, don't know much about Dante Dye, Abdul Adams, Mateo Durant. I know a little bit about Jamarcus Bradley, but not enough to speak on him super confidently. And then Giovanni Haskins, I know a little about him, but not an overwhelming amount. And then Austin Pearl, super excited to see him back. That was one of the better picks so far, I think, so far. Kind of interesting to see that he went to the team that his dad coaches on, but I guess that's to be expected overall. Oh, he's saying that Jalen Redd should be in the NFL, not the FCF. What? Boo clickbait? Definitely not clickbait. This is the XFL draft coverage. Jeremy Hill, clown. It's okay though, bud. Cool. So glad you guys are enjoying yourselves. If you haven't done so already, make sure you hit that like button. It's incredibly important to push this out to more viewers so more people hop on here and join in this banter that's been extremely fun all day so far. I mean, we're 4 hours and 20 minutes in. We definitely need all the viewers we can get. We topped 100 earlier today. We're down around 50 now. Let's get that number back up. Again, if you have not hit the like button, subscribe, join us for future group episodes, and then Travis and I do a weekly USFL podcast, and I don't want to speak on anything yet, but chances are we'll be doing something for the XFL as well. We talked about it briefly, but haven't set anything in stone yet. Still got a lot of time to go, but definitely excited about this XFL season. So if you're excited about the XFL 2023 season, hit that like button right now. And then give us your take on which team has the best roster so far. So moving on to the last roster on our breakdown, the Vegas Vipers. Kicked off the draft with Martavis Bryant. What are your thoughts on the Vegas Vipers roster?
See, I was saying that I have two favorite rosters, and I already said about the Brahmas, and I think this is my other favorite roster here. I mean, I like the weapons a lot in Martavis Bryant, Jeff Badett, Matthew Sexton, Sadeed Blacknall. Those are all weapons that I really like. Matt Jones at running back, one of my favorite running backs coming into this draft. John Levitt. I just think they have a good guy in every position. I think they got good tight ends too in Brandon Dillon and Sean Price. I just think this is a very balanced and well-rounded roster, and I like it a lot, and that's why I think I'm going to confidently say this is my favorite roster as of right now, not factoring in quarterbacks.
Definitely. I like that take. I mean, this is a pretty solid roster. I like a lot of the guys on this list. First of all, how can you not like Martavis Bryant? I mean, we all know what that dude did when he was in the NFL. Yes, he fell out of the NFL due to suspension issues. If he can stay on the field in the XFL, he is going to dominate this league. I have zero doubt about that. I mean, he's used to dominating NFL starting level talent. So, I mean, the XFL is going to be very interesting to watch him in. John Lovett, another solid player I'm very excited to see. Sean Price at tight end, Brandon Dillon at tight end, couple quality tight ends there. They're obviously going to be running the ball very heavily because you got Matt Jones here, another bigger back. Jeff Badett, former USFL wide receiver, former XFL wide receiver. Super excited to see him here. DeAndre Torrey, another USFL guy. Saeed Blacknall, another XFL guy. So yeah, overall, I think this roster is incredibly well-rounded. I'm super excited about a lot of different things that they did here. And then they also brought in Jamison Houston, another USFL guy there at the end. So definitely interesting to see. I think I lost count, but I believe we're somewhere in the neighborhood of 10 USFL players gone to the XFL already. So let's see, do a quick refresh. Doesn't look like we've gotten any more picks. I don't know how that's even possible. I feel like we were talking about that for a while.
I know. Holy smokes. I thought we'd be like behind like an entire round or two.
That's what I was thinking.
Like I spoke about earlier, I thought they would I thought by this point in the draft they would just be pretty much releasing like the entire round. I thought it would be like here's round 14 and then here's round 15. I thought it would go very fast by this point.
I how do I put this to where I don't make it sound like this is all set up? But I would bet that you're right. I would bet that a lot of these picks are already made and they're rolling them out slow. And they're doing that for the fan effect. At the end of the day, we kind of want this like slow roll of information so we can, be on the edge of our seat. Like who's going to be picked next? Who's going to be picked next? And it's been like that throughout this draft so far for me. I don't know how you guys feel so far. I mean, we've had 52 solid viewers for almost 5 hours now. So, I mean, I think that tells us everything we need to hear right there in terms of what the fans want to see and how excited they are for the XFL in 2023. So, I mean, when it comes to that, the suspense factor is definitely important. But, you know, some of these delays are a little crazy. So I do think that it's ultimately, like you said, like they're releasing, you know, a group of picks at a time because of the fact that they've already got, you know, 4 or 5 picks in, or maybe even a whole round in behind the scenes. You know, I would guess that they probably started announcing picks in terms of coaches and the XFL, the league, probably a couple hours before they actually started drafting live, as far as the draft board goes.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I bet, you know, it would not surprise me if you told me that the actual draft started, you know, way earlier than 11. You know, it started at like 9, and they have had some of these picks done for like hours now, and they're just rolling them out whenever they want to and stuff like that. And that's why I thought they would be throwing out like entire rounds at this point.
Hey, we missed a USFL name.
Oh, really?
Ajeen Harris. Pittsburgh Maulers.
Where is that?
His top name right up there top. Here's the ironic part. He played in the XFL in 2020 for Houston. So he returns to Houston.
Okay.
And he had started all 5 games, had 23 tackles. He briefly played with Pittsburgh. He only had 1 tackle. He played with the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFL and went to college at USC. So definitely another interesting name off the list. I believe that's 11 players. And Pro Level Sports says the XFL must be on a lunch break. Speaking of which, maybe we should take a break and I'll play another highlight video. Here's a kind of a throwaway highlight video, or not a throwaway. I don't want to say it like that, but I created this XFL draft profile for a player. His name is Tyrion Evans. And then he got signed by the USFL, the Pittsburgh Maulers. So this is still very valuable for spring football fans to see him as a player. So definitely check this out. But not a guy we'll catch in the XFL. And then Travis and I will take a short break, and then we'll be right back with you guys. All right, so we're back once again. Sorry about that. Getting up on 5 hours, sitting in one spot. Occasionally, you got to get up and stretch your legs. So, definitely appreciate everybody who's continuing to stick with us after 4.5 hours. 51 viewers still. So, just wanted to throw a shout out to all of you guys, the viewers who are tuning in with us. It's very, very encouraging to us because we're a growing network. We have been doing this for a little under a year now. Travis and I did the USFL podcast religiously all last season, despite the fact that we had very few viewers a lot of the times or listeners. And basically, we're just doing this for the love of the game. And at the end of the day, the XFL is a very fun league, and I'm excited to see what they're building because I think that it's going to be even more exciting than what the USFL was. And I hate to say that because, as you all know on this channel, I'm a bigger USFL fan than I am an XFL fan, which kind of makes this a perfect balance because Travis is the exact opposite. And, we're perfect match in terms of co-hosts as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, it works out perfectly. The XFL is what I always favor higher than the USFL, but that's just me personally, and that's based off some of their ideas that they've done too. Like, I like the way the XFL has done business in general more than the USFL. Not saying the USFL hasn't done good things, because they have, and excited for a year or two with them too. And we're gonna see how their draft plays out in, is it February or January?
I believe it's going to be March, actually. So
oh, really?
The way they're kind of angling, they're trying to basically work it to where it's after everything that XFL has done.
Okay.
They're trying to, their thought process is they can get the guys that the XFL didn't get. But I think, I personally think the timing of everything, you're basically going to get the scraps. And I don't mean that as any disrespect to any of the players that are going to be those guys. I just mean that basically the USFL seems to me like they're like, go ahead, XFL. Take what
who you want.
Take. You know what I mean? And we'll figure out what we can do with the rest. And I don't want to say that there's not enough talent out there for both of these leagues, because that is not even remotely true. There's plenty of talent for this. But you're seeing the cream of the crop from the USFL now go over to the XFL. Now, with that being said, you're also seeing bottom-end NFL guys go there too, to the XFL. So we definitely see this shaking out as kind of like ahead of the USFL so far, in my personal opinion, in terms of level of talent, quarterback talent, coaching staffs, budget, marketing, and, these may be the fairly small things in the grand scheme of things, because I don't think the USFL is that far behind. But I think this jump that the XFL has right now is going to be monumental in season one. And then from there, we need to watch how the USFL progresses. I mean, we talked about it before. The USFL is going to 3 hubs. The XFL is supposedly playing in 8 cities, possibly 7, because we don't have a stadium in Vegas yet. But it's going to be a very interesting stretch of football for everybody. I mean, if you're a fan of spring football, the spring football wars have officially begun. I mean, 11 players, I believe, so far, just in this draft class, have gone to the XFL from the USFL. So looking forward to seeing who else goes from the USFL, the NFL, and the FCF, all these different leagues, the IFL, like Katie Cannon, a couple other guys. So, I mean, this draft so far has been a lot of fun.
Man, I can't believe another pick hasn't come in yet. They must be taking a little hiatus right now.
Yeah, they're like, all right, guys, lunch.
We can see what you're searching.
Yeah, my bad. I was going to go to Twitter and check the XFL comms, but we'll do that over here. Keep accidentally searching on that screen.
I think it's really interesting to see even just the amount of quarterbacks that we've been talking about for a while now. There is plenty of quarterbacks that both leagues can have good quarterback play. The USFL didn't lose all of their quarterbacks. They still have DeAndre Johnson, Jamar Smith. They had more developmental guys like Brady White and Zach Smith, who was sitting behind veterans. So there's still, and all the assigned quarterbacks plus guys like Carson Strong, Brian Scott, Jordan Ta'amu, Kelly Bryant, Kirk Benkert, Davis Cheek. That's just a couple. I mean, there's even more quarterbacks too that are not on teams right now that could be. We saw KJ Castillo, who was the third quarterback on the Stars roster, come in and play well in the, whenever he had to for the Stars. You assume Case Cookis is going to be the starter for the Stars now, but that just goes to show how much quarterback play or how much good quarterback play there can be. And I think there is plenty of it to share in the world of spring football and the NFL. What's your thoughts on that?
I would agree. I mean, I definitely think this draft is showcasing everything you just said. I mean, it's a world of opportunity at this point, and it's awesome to see. We got a couple more comments to roll through real quick, so see y'all. I guess he's tuning out. No big deal.
It might have been when we were taking a break, too.
Savage. How long are you going to be live? That's a good question. I was ultimately thinking about 5 hours to start for the whole draft. We are midway through the second grouping, and it's just come to a dead halt. So that's a great question. I definitely probably will not be live for the whole draft if it continues to pour on like this. I know Travis has prior engagements around, 5 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, I should be left probably by 5 p.m. because it's about a 45-minute drive for me to get to where I'm going.
Gotcha. Okay. No worries. So a little bit before 5 p.m., probably 4 or something. So Shea Braxton, cream of the crop, and a Dante Braxton coming out of Richmond, Virginia. Okay. I have to take a look at a Dante Braxton. Still nothing. And it's an Orlando Guardians pick back-to-back again. That's really odd.
Oh. You have anything you want to shout out on the channel that's coming up soon?
Oh, yeah, that's a good point. There's probably a lot of stuff coming up pretty soon. Let's see. What do I have coming up right away? So we got a couple things. I believe the next upcoming interview I have is going to be with man, I'm drawing a blank. I'm in XFL mode right now. So I've got like 4 interviews coming up. So I do the research like the day or two beforehand. So I'm kind of, like I said, focused in on the XFL. But give me just a second to pull it up because there's several good players coming on as always. But definitely, if you haven't done so already, make sure you're hitting that subscribe button because we have a ton of guests on this channel all the time. We have actually jumped up 25 subscribers so far since this stream began. I would love to see that 25 double to 50 by the time we get off. So if you're not subscribed yet today, do so now if you don't mind. I would appreciate it. So what we have coming up is defensive back Dwayne Ballhawk Autry from the Salina Liberty, quarterback Isaac Hurd, a quarterback who is very, very athletic. He, however, is doing strictly quarterback play. He does not want to play any other position, despite the fact that he's got a background at wide receiver and stuff like that. He's trying to focus in on quarterback. He was most recently with the Bay Area Panthers from the IFL. And then also we have our first female guest coming on the channel, female player, which I'm very excited about. She's not only a current kicker for the Tri-City Rush of the AWFC and Arena League, she is also a reporter. So very awesome to get that insight. I'm going to be talking about definitely her career as a reporter and how she got into football, her career as a kicker. So definitely going to be very interesting interview because, like I said, she's the first female guest. And that's something that I've wanted to highlight forever because at the end of the day, she's impressive. And all women that are pursuing what is a male-dominated sport deserve the recognition that they are not getting right now. And it's something that I think needs to be highlighted on every level of football in order for them to get more opportunities. So I'm very excited that she was willing to join me. I have been trying to get a female guest since I started this channel. So definitely looking forward to that for sure. Daniel Rose says, you guys should go to Dan Patrick's School of Sportscasting at Full Sail University. You're already well on your way, and Full Sail is an amazing school with an excellent career development department. Well, that was a great commercial for Full Sail. Good for you, buddy. But no, honestly, if I could, I would. But the thing about YouTube that's great is that I have a full-time job that I have to work. I've got responsibilities. I've got a kid or kids. I've got bills, all this stuff that doesn't allow me to go back to school right now. But YouTube allows me to learn skills and do stuff like this today with you guys that I wouldn't otherwise be able to do. So I appreciate all of you guys tuning in. I appreciate that recommendation because Full Sail would be an amazing opportunity. It is an amazing opportunity for anybody who gets to go there. And it would be something that I would have been interested in 15 years ago. Unfortunately, at this point, I'm nearing my 40s. I've got kids. I'm not going to go back to school anytime soon. I'm kind of learning this as I go, kind of doing the internet thing, YouTubing it, figuring out how to do things as I go. And, Travis might be something you should look into, though.
Maybe. There was, I remember hearing a commercial on the radio a while ago about Bloomsburg University, which is a college here in Pennsylvania, having, a sports broadcasting thing. And I looked into it a little bit, but it's just one of those things, I'm the same way as I work a full-time job and just money and certain things didn't end up working out for me to pursue that. But, like you said, just trying to kind of learn on the job right now, kind of learn on the fly and see where it takes you, really. Right now you're just doing it for the fun of it, and you'd love for this to turn into something more, to where you maybe didn't have to have a full-time job, but
yeah, that's the goal someday. Not gonna lie. So for anybody tuning in, we're not trying to pull the wool over your eyes. Obviously, we would both love to cover teams full-time. We're not there yet, but this is our way of getting there. You know what I mean? So if you like what you see, make sure you like, comment, subscribe, help us grow, because this gives us the freedom to do it when we can and not necessarily have to fit to a schedule of what a job may be. But with all that being said, let's talk about some more picks that just flashed up on the screen all at once. So let's go to the Orlando Guardians. D. Virgin, cornerback from West Alabama. D. Virgin is a guy who very recently was on the Chicago Bears, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe also spent time on the Detroit Lions, too. So
Very nice.
Relatively recent NFL experience.
Yes, sir. Bubba Bolden, safety from Miami. Again, another player out of the U. Quentin Meeks, I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
USFL guy.
I was going to say, is another
Bandits.
USFL. Anthula Kelly. That's a guy, Fresno State. I'm not real familiar with him, but it looks like he's wearing some Green Bay colors, maybe? Green
I
and
was
yellow?
thinking some Vipers colors is what I was thinking.
Oh, you know
actually.
what? That could be. I'll look into that in just a second. So we got some more. Devin Hafford. I think that's another USFL player, if I'm not mistaken. AJ Hendy from Maryland. Will Hill, a safety from Florida. I really like that pickup. He
Yeah.
played in the XFL in 2020, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, for the Battlehawks.
There
Him
you go.
and Kenny Robertson were safety tag team.
So another guy going back to his Battlehawk coaches because Jay Hayes is the defensive coordinator there, and he was the defensive coordinator with the Battlehawks last time around. So Lyndon Stevens, we're starting to see some safeties go off the board now. Maurice Smith of Georgia and Mr. Harriel out of Cal Sacramento, another safety. So a couple of safeties there to the Vegas Vipers. Rod Woodson knows the value of a good defensive back, so why not take a pair of them there? Seattle Sea Dragons draft Shabari Davis out of Southeast Missouri State. Robert Nelson, cornerback, Arizona State, and Devin Hafford, again, Tarleton State. So very interesting there. Tarleton, I think, isn't that where Ben Holmes went?
I think you might be right.
So Devin Hafford, let me look him up. I believe. Man, who did he play with?
So that was just 11 picks that they ended up doing. I was wondering if there was any number that made sense, whether they did if they did the entire round or if they did what, but they did 11, so that's interesting.
Huh. I thought Hafford played with the USFL, but I'm not finding anything on that at the moment. But he definitely was with the Patriots earlier this offseason. In fact, he was re-signed on August 14th. So, I mean, Pittsburgh Maulers. There it is. I knew he played in the USFL.
I knew his name sounded familiar. I didn't remember what team it was, though.
So, in 11 games in 2021, he finished with 50 tackles, 6 interceptions, 13 passes defended, and 2 fumble recoveries. And then he went on to play with the Maulers. And that was after his release from New England. Gotcha. So he was released on May 16th from the Patriots, went to the USFL to play for the Maulers, went back to the Patriots, and is now in the XFL. Talk about a roundabout path to get there. That is insane.
Yeah.
And then Shabari Davis. Why does that name sound so familiar? Jacksonville Jaguars. Okay. I thought he was in the USFL maybe as well, but doesn't look like it. So he was most recently with the Jacksonville Jaguars, signed as an undrafted rookie, spent 5 seasons at Southeast Missouri State. During that time, he had 8 interceptions, 1 touchdown, and he only started 27 of 52 games in college and had 8 interceptions. So definitely a fairly encouraging player.
Just got a couple more picks in. And I don't know if this is just my screen or not. Okay, I think no, it's yours too. Where pick 31 there shows no person.
That's
weird. They timed out. They not make a pick.
Who knows? Kentrell Bryce. That name sounds familiar. I want to say he played with Tennessee Titans. Okay. Brandon Sebastian, Boston College. Mike Lee, if I'm not mistaken, I need to look this name up. I'm pretty sure he played in the FCF last season. Out of Kansas. Antoine Collier, Florida A&M. Abre Booker Curran, Adams State. Evan Fields, Arizona State. Joshua Allen, Miami of Ohio. Alexander Myers, cornerback, Houston. Shakur Brown, another cornerback from the USFL. He signed with the Tennessee Titans, was released several times, kind of bounced on and off their roster this offseason. Reggie Robinson from Tulsa. Nawan Hill from Delaware. Man, a lot of picks all at once there. Nick Pickett, safety out of Oregon. Kareem Orr, cornerback, Tennessee Chattanooga. Cameron Lewis, safety, Louisiana State. Kevin Tolliver, cornerback, Louisiana State. Cortez Davis, Hawaii. Elijah Hamilton, Louisiana State. Terrell Bonds, another USFL name there that went to the NFL. Maurice Smitherman, Mississippi State. Wow.
That was just a bunch of picks. Whenever I told you to refresh, they were at Kareem Orr, so they then did more after that.
That is insane. So we got some questions at the moment. Is De'Aaron King getting drafted? So let's touch on that real quick. De'Aaron King is currently employed by the Carolina Panthers. He was signed by them earlier this week. Yeah, Tuesday. So right before the draft. He was thought to be assigned to the DC Defenders. In fact, it's almost a 100% given that when the NFL season is over, if he does not have an active roster contract, he will be in the XFL with the DC Defenders. So he will not be in the draft today.
Or maybe it was Monday he got signed. I think it was Monday.
Something like that. So DCP is asking about Shannon Brooks. Unfortunately, Shannon Brooks did not get picked. I don't know what the hell is wrong with him. Just kidding. Shannon Brooks was a great player. I do ultimately see him getting an opportunity with the XFL, and maybe if it's not with the XFL, it's with the USFL, because we saw several USFL backs leave. He played with the Arizona Rattlers this past season. He's a solid back. Again, had a game with 6 touchdowns, so he's definitely a guy who belongs at this level. He's kind of outplaying the competition at the IFL level. He belongs outdoor again. So King Zhu, he went to high school. Another commercial for Full Sail. I feel young. I'm 38 and decided on a career change. I'm a senior at Full Sail, so I figured I'd share the promo. Hey, man, we really appreciate
that.
Seriously, for a lot of people watching here, they're probably interested and they might be looking into the school right now. So definitely don't hesitate to do that stuff. But why don't we talk about a quick sponsor for our channel? So one of the sponsors that we work with is Upside. Upside is a program that is working to try and fight those high gas prices. So basically, if you use our code SAM363682, right now you get $1 off gallon bonus on your first purchase of gas on any of the gas stations that work with Upside. So basically, the way it works is you go on the app, you type in our code, you sign up for a account, you connect your card, and when you spend money on gas, all you have to do is check in at the gas station and claim their offer. It's that simple. After you check out, the rest is automatically done. It goes away as if you never did it. You see cash back in your account eventually, and you take it out when you feel fit. In a little over a year and a half using the program myself, I've gotten back a little over $300. So if you drive very heavily like I do, definitely a program you want to be checking out. So again, our code is SAM363682. So check that out today. That's Upside, the Upside app. Once again, it's on Apple iPhone or Android, either way. Free app to download, cash back on your gas purchases. So definitely check that out. Again, our code is SAM363682. If you use that, you get a bonus right now, as well as you also support the channel. So every time you purchase gas, you'll be further supporting the channel. So again, everybody who's tuning in today, we really appreciate your support. It's because of you guys we're here. Now let's get to more picks because some more came in. So we got Marcus Murphy, cornerback, Mississippi State. 2 Mississippi State guys back to back. Connor Durr, corner, Alexander, safety, UNC Charlotte. Santos Ramiros from Arkansas. Jordan Mosley from Maryland. Deontay Hood from Peru State. And Quinterio Cole from Louisville. Oh, wow. Another group just popped in. How about you take this one? There's a pretty big name right there.
Oh, man, I'm horrible at reading names.
Well, you can start at Antonio Phillips right there with the Vegas picks.
Antonio Phillips out of Ball State was drafted to the Vegas Vipers. The Vegas Vipers also drafted Will Adams, so they're doubling up on corner there. How would you say that name for the Sea Dragons?
Rogesterman Ferris, maybe?
Rogesterman Ferris, another Hawaii product, corner. Raheem Moore, a safety out of UCLA. And Brandon Easterling goes to the Houston Roughnecks out of Dayton, safety.
Do you recognize Raheem Moore's name at all?
Yes, it sounds familiar, but I don't know from where.
He played for the Denver Broncos for many seasons. Former second-round pick. We called him Raheem the Dream at first. And then we played Baltimore in the playoffs, and he tried to jump a pass, and he couldn't quite get to the pass. It sailed over his head. They scored a touchdown and ended up winning the game.
Oh, okay.
That was toward the end of Peyton Manning's career, but he's been kind of bouncing around these spring leagues a while now. I want to say he played in the AAF with the Arizona Hotshots. He was with the DC Defenders in 2020. And apparently has not played since then. So kind of interesting to see him returning back with the XFL this season after not playing for so long. But then we got one more pick there that we haven't.
Speaking of the DC Defenders, they draft Trayvon Fuller, cornerback out of Tulsa.
Interesting to see a bunch of these names coming back. We all knew that we were going to see a lot of them because they automatically got invites. What do you think about them, taking a lot of these guys that were in the 2020 XFL and haven't really played since?
It's interesting. Some of them haven't played since, because you think they'd still bounce around, maybe NFL camps occasionally, or maybe a lot of them you think would go to the USFL. But by the time the USFL came around, a lot of them knew already about the XFL coming back. So I think a lot of them waited until, just waited for the XFL because they knew they would have a better opportunity there instead of trying with a newer league. So I think that's why we're seeing a lot of these repeat names. Plus, the XFL rule set is very similar to the NFL rule set with some slight differences. These are guys that you've already seen play in the same rule set as the XFL. That could be a big reason they're coming back too, because I'm pretty sure the XFL was a little bit more lenient with like pass interference and with certain rules like that also. If I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're right. Did Stiggers get drafted on D yet? No, he did not. Not yet, unfortunately. Driving, so can't pay too much attention. Well, thank you for tuning in, Rick T. We appreciate that. We're back up around 70 viewers, so if you're just tuning in, hit that like button, comment, subscribe, share this with your friends. We're hitting the 5-hour mark. 5 hours of XFL draft coverage so far. So let's give you a little bit of information about Trayvon Fuller here that's listed in Tulsa. So 2021 with Tulsa, he played in 13 games. He had 42 total tackles, 4.5 for a loss, 3 interceptions, 13 pass deflections, and 1 fumble recovery. He played at Texas A&M prior to that and was with the Bills this offseason, but ultimately did not get onto the active roster or the practice squad. Ultimately was released. D'Angelo Ross and Ryan Lewis for the Battlehawks and the Brahmas just coming on the board. Ross from New Mexico and Ryan Lewis from Pittsburgh. D'Angelo Ross is a name that rings some bells. Also very interesting, like I said, to see Raheem Moore. I kind of thought he was done with football. So D'Angelo Ross spent the 2019 to 2021 seasons with the New England Patriots. Sounds like he was primarily on the practice squad. He played in one game back in 2021. He signed a reserve contract or a future deal with Miami. He was waived and placed on injured reserve on August 29th and released on September 1st. I would guess it's one of those situations where he got released due to like an injury waiver. So he's probably healthy at this point, but he wasn't a guy that they ultimately wanted to keep. So he's going to take his hand at the XFL and see if he can't get his way back into the NFL, whether it be with the AFC East or someone else. Do you know anything about Ryan Lewis?
No, I do not. But a couple more names just came in here.
Gotcha. Is that too loud?
No. Well, not for me at least.
Gotcha. Let us know in the chat if it's too loud.
Looks like Ryan Lewis went to Pitt, like you said, and then he spent a little bit of time on the Arizona Cardinals and the New England Patriots practice squads or training camps. He's also spent some time with the Bills, Colts, Eagles, Dolphins, Washington football team, and Giants, but does not look like he's been on a professional team since 2020. So it's been a little bit since he's been on a roster, but went undrafted in 2017, 6 foot, 195 pounds. He has some NFL statistics. He has an interception and 2 forced fumbles to go along with 56 tackles and 9 passes deflected. So that's his NFL stat. So he's received some playing time in the NFL. I thought his name was familiar, but I didn't know why.
Okay, well, moving on to another guy here. Roman Tatum is a guy who played with the Delaware and Southern Illinois with the FCS. He had a solid career, not spectacular by any stretch. He was with the XFL in 2020, played in 5 games, started 2, didn't really have anything super exciting with his stats, 9 tackles. In 2021, he was with the Aviators in the Spring League, but ultimately did not go to the USFL, so that's kind of surprising. Yet now we see him with the Orlando Guardians in the XFL.
Okay. And we're at round 20 now. There's only it only goes to round 22 just for the DBs and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
So, yeah, we're only got 2 rounds left of the DBs here.
Okay.
And then probably by then it'll be time that I have to get out of here, unfortunately.
No worries. So with that being said, now would be a good time to open it up to fans who would like to call in. If you'd like to call in and hold down the rest of the draft with me, at least for a couple more hours, there is a link at the top of the comments, all the way back at the top, and I'll put it back in the comments here shortly. You can click it. It'll bring up a screen to join the broadcast. You'll have to give permission to your mic and your camera, and then just saying if you do not have a camera on, I will not add you. A lot of people like to spam things like this, and they'll put their camera off. They'll come on live, and then they'll turn on their camera with something that nobody wants to see on here. So definitely we'll only be adding people who have their camera on. But if you want to call in, the link is going back in the chat right now. So definitely click that link. Come on, give us some takes on some of the picks that are coming, some of the picks that already happened, and then we'll talk about the rest of the picks that are coming up.
Yeah, I might be able to be in the chat a little bit. I will be driving, and I know I lose service for like 20 minutes of this 45-minute drive, so I might be able to be in the chat for a little bit, trying to see what's happening and everything, but or
You're
trying
good.
to ask questions or something. But
so let's see. Lucas Dennis, Boston College. Another Boston College guy. A couple of them so far. Junior Falk, cornerback, Delta State. Michael Lawson, Western Illinois. Abu Darami Soare, cornerback out of Colgate. I apologize, sir. I probably butchered your name. And then we got Kendall Karsh, safety out of St. Norbert. So I'm not familiar with St. Norbert. I'm kind of wondering where that's at. Interesting. Are you familiar with any of those guys?
I am not. I was just trying to look. No, I don't think I can recall any of them.
So Junior Falk is a 6'1", 205-pound corner. Spent a little bit of time in the NFL. It doesn't look like he's actually played in any games. Off-season roster only kind of guy. He spent some time with the Browns. He's out of Delta State University. Huh. He was an all GSC second team honors. He can play.
So if you type in the most recent guy there, one of the first things that pops up is Green Bay Packers. So it looks like he might have been signed to the Packers at some point, but I'm trying to confirm that. Or maybe just had a tryout with the Packers. That's what it might look like, actually.
Trying to find some stats on. Oh, here we go. Michael Lawson, punt returner, DB from Western Illinois and Lamar. Looks like he's a really good punt returner, actually. He holds a career average of over 11 yards per attempt, almost 12 yards on 18 different returns. Had a punt return for a touchdown as well. 5'10", 185 pounds. He looks like an interesting player.
Well, our guy Kendall here from St. Norbert. Norbert looks like it's in Wisconsin, I believe. So he's 6 foot, 185 pounds. Looks like he had a tryout with the Packers before. Safety. Don't got a whole lot more information on him. It doesn't. Yeah, it looks like, or maybe he was on the practice squad for a little bit. Struggling to actually find an official report that he was signed or anything like that to them. That would make sense though. If he had a tryout with the Packers, being from Wisconsin, so it would make sense whether he spent a little bit of time there.
So it looks like our guy Abu Darami Soare spent some time with the Cincinnati Bengals this past offseason. He has a funny quote that I thought was pretty cool, that he still has no idea what the dollar amount was on the contract he signed. He said rookie minimum. I guess honestly, I'd play for $100. So obviously he's kind of proving that point right now by going to a league like the XFL where he's not going to make six figures. You know, he's just being given an opportunity to play, and ultimately is going to try and make his most of it. You know, he was a rookie this season, so there's still a very good chance that he can make it in football if he continues to pursue leagues like this. Let's see what I can find on Lucas Dennis from Boston College. so weird how it's like we get a slew of picks. They're like letting us digest it for a couple minutes, and they're like, okay, here you go. There's 12 more.
Yeah.
But it's kind of cool. I like how they're doing it a little bit. So, okay, Lucas Dennis. Played for the Massachusetts Pirates of the IFL in 2022. This guy actually, oddly enough, played both ways. He played on the offensive side of the ball, running the ball 3 times for 19 yards and a touchdown. He also had a reception for 9 yards in July. But ultimately, the most of his production came on the defensive side. He had 69 tackles, 1 tackle for a loss, 3 interceptions, and 5 pass breakups. So he's a little bit smaller guy, probably going to be playing in the slot, 5'11", 185. But definitely excited to see another guy from the IFL get an opportunity. He's only 25, so still very young. You know, he still has a lot of upside. Came out of college 2018. So looks like, you know, he's a little bit removed from college. The IFL stats are kind of hard to find if they've been with the league for a couple of years. It's not like the NFL that keeps the stats attached to players like they do. So if he wasn't with Massachusetts, we won't find all of his stats without doing a lot of searching. So definitely encouraged to see another IFL guy get a shot.
I think it's interesting that they chose to do like defensive backs like this as their own grouping, because typically, like sometimes we see, you know, teams doing like a defense as a whole. That would have been interesting if they would have like had. I think this is how the draft could have worked. This is not saying this is how it should have worked, but we could have also seen where like they assigned the quarterbacks, and then they could have done like the first, let's say 15 rounds are offense, and then the next 15 rounds are defense, and then have an open period. How would you feel about that?
I'd be okay with that.
I'm not saying it had to be 15 rounds. That was just a number that I threw out, but
yeah, I would.
It would have to be more, but
I would have preferred to see a little bit of a variation, you know, something like that. Like maybe if they did 1 round of skill position players and then 1 round of defensive backs and then 1 round of pass rushers or something like that. But really, I don't mind it so much. Honestly, I like how it's kind of like a bulk of 1 position group all at once, because like I said, it's kind of like seeing the pieces come together. You know what I mean? But I got a little bit of information here about Cedric Stone. He attended Georgia State, transferred to Liberty to finish his career. Looks like he got a couple extra seasons from COVID eligibility, so he played 6 seasons in college. One of those years was probably a medical redshirt for 2018. He played in only 3 games that year, so I'm willing to bet. He collected 135 tackles in his career, 1 sack, 2 interceptions for 40 yards. Had some really big games right there at the end of his career. Graduated in 2021, so he was a part of the 2022 draft, so he is a rookie. I saw something about him being with the Washington Commanders, so give me just a second. I believe he spent some time this offseason with the Washington Commanders. Not finding it now. Okay, so he wasn't actually signed to the Commanders, but he had a rookie minicamp invite.
Okay.
But he was in the same squad as Malik Willis, who everybody's all hyped up about as a quarterback.
Okay, I got a little bit on this. Is going back a touch back to D Virgin, but because I saw a picture of him in another jersey that we didn't name because we said Lions and Bears, but actually spent some time in 2017. He went undrafted in 2017 coming out of West Alabama. Spent some time with the Texans in the offseason, and then was re-signed to the practice squad. He actually spent 2 seasons on the Lions from 2018 to 2020. Spent a minute with the Rams, just on a training camp or practice squad. Yeah, it looks like he was only on the practice squad for like a week and a half. And then went to the Patriots, in which he was there from January 2021 all the way to August. And then spent some time on the 49ers, and like we said, most recently spent a little bit of time on the Chicago Bears until he was waived by them in 2022.
Wow. Okay, so definitely a guy who's well-traveled in the NFL.
Or 2021, rather.
Sounds like the perfect candidate to be in the XFL right now.
Yeah, he has some NFL stats. I assume this is for the Lions because it looks like that's where he got some playing time at. But has 15 tackles and 1 forced fumble in his career as of right now. But, I mean, just him being on teams alone is a good sign. Him bouncing around teams alone is a good sign and speaks to, his experience. He's a little bit on the smaller side, 5'9", 195. He is 29 years of age right now, so starting to get slightly past a desirable age for that corner position, but not saying that he can't still be productive. What do you think about that?
I would agree. I mean, he's definitely a little bit on the older side, but that's no big deal. I mean, he's a guy where I honestly think he's gonna be the type of guy who's gonna stick in this roster, who's probably gonna be starter or a nickel back, getting quite a bit of playing time because he is one of those borderline NFL players, and he does have that level of talent. So a little bit of information on Najim Hosen. Basically, he attended Fresno State this past season. He had an amazing season, 62 tackles, 1 sack, 2 interceptions, and a fumble recovery. So that guy sounds like he's a hell of a player. Super excited to see what he can do. And definitely another solid player for that Orlando Guardians squad. I mean, they definitely have had one of the best draft class so far, in my personal opinion.
You can go ahead and refresh. There's a couple more names now.
We go. Okay, so we got Deontay Anderson out of Houston, Adam Sparks out of Louisiana Monroe, Roger Cray out of Old Dominion, TJ Green. That's an NFL name. Blanking where he's played so far, but give me a second. David Tolentino, cornerback Grandview. CJ Anthony, looks like that's an FCF jersey for sure. Garden City CC Community College. If he's getting drafted in the XFL out of community college, that's definitely an FCF jersey. Tariq Lewis. We need to look that name up. I'm almost positive he played.
I'm on TJ Green right now.
You're good. I'll look the other one up. Tenny Adewusi from Delaware, San Antonio Brahmas.
Okay. I'm actually surprised more didn't come out. I thought it would. I thought there would be a bunch that came out right there. But TJ Green right now. Let me make sure the colleges are the same because sometimes there's people with the same name. All right, so they both played at Clemson. Or it's Clemson. Wow. Actually, TJ Green drafted in the 2nd round, pick 57 in 2016 to the Colts. Stayed there until 2018, and then after that moved on to Seattle. Then he went to the Saints in 2019, also in 2019 to 2020 with the Panthers, from 2020 to 2021 with the Falcons. Spent some time with the Texans just in training camp, and then most recently in 2022 spent a little bit of off-season or practice squad with the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Interesting. So, 2nd round pick. Former 2nd round pick out of Clemson. I mean, 40-yard dash. He ran a 4.34. Interesting. How big is he? Let me look at his size. He's 6'3", 215. Holy smokes. He's
a big dude.
Pretty big corner. Or wait, no, he's a safety. Okay. Still a pretty decent sized safety.
I would agree.
Interesting. I wonder what happened to him in the Colts. It looked like he had a groin injury during the Colts. His stint with the Colts. A sprained ankle sidelined him for a couple weeks.
So we got Tariq Lewis, this guy right here from Utah. He played his rookie season with the Spring League.
Okay.
Pierce says, how is Quantez Stiggers not drafted yet? I totally agree, especially given the fact that we just saw CJ Anthony, another FCF corner, go off the board. If you're drafting FCF corners and you're not selecting Quantez Stiggers, you've got some definite reevaluation of your scouting department to do. No offense to CJ Anthony whatsoever, but Quantez Stiggers is on that board, and that dude is a ball hawk. Every time he's on the field, the ball is somehow in his hands, it seems like. There was a reason why he was, I think, Rookie of the Year. Kid's like 20. So, his rookie season in the XFL, he'd be 21 years old. They were talking about basically a college rookie. This dude joined the FCF right out of the transfer portal because he couldn't find a D1 school that would take him. And then he turned around and lit up the FCF. But agreed. Tariq Lewis, the dude out of Utah here, St. Louis Battlehawks, he is a guy who played with the Spring League in 2021, had a really solid career with the Utah. Definitely a guy I'm excited to watch. CJ Anthony, he's a big play guy for sure. He definitely deserves his time in the XFL. But he also is a guy that I'm fairly surprised to see get this opportunity. Just crazy. But
got
a lot of this stuff is due to agents, the agents you have. So Tenny Adewusi, Shaquille Wiggins from Tennessee. Wow, we got a whole draft. Matt Elam from the formerly of the Baltimore Ravens, former first-round pick, if I'm not mistaken. Jack Corner from cornerback from Iowa. Mike Hampton, South Florida. Holton Hill, Texas. John Brannon, Western Carolina. Donatello Brown, Valdosta State. Mikhail Wright, Oregon. And Stephen Roberts, Auburn. Wow, that was a lot of picks all at once. So
Yeah.
What is your takeaway from that group of picks we just got?
I mean, well, you said Matt Elam, former first-round pick of the Ravens. I knew I recognized his name, but I didn't know where from. But I think if I do a quick search, that's going to be what it is. That's definitely going to be the biggest name out of the list there. A lot of, of course, you see a lot of former D1 talent guys coming out of Tennessee, coming out of Auburn, coming out of Oregon, Texas, Iowa, Florida. A lot of big schools there. And if they played D1, there's a good reason why they might be looked at the XFL right now.
So one thing that was just pointed out to me by one of my contacts, Coach Pimmel from the Omaha Beef, Matt Elam right now was the 4th player drafted from the IFL Vegas franchise, the Nighthawks. So their head coach is Mike Davis, a man who has a background in the CFL. So I'm wondering if a lot of these picks aren't because of his connections to guys that are coaching in this league. And then Mikhail Wright, I feel, is a name that rings a lot of bells for me, but we will see.
Matt Elam does already have DC or has XFL connections. Played for the DC Defenders in 2020.
Exactly.
But you hit the nail on the head. Former first-round pick of the Baltimore Ravens, which he spent 3 years there. And then he went up to the CFL with the Rough Riders, and then with the DC Defender. Since then, he spent some time, bouncing around some other teams like you already mentioned. Was with the Sugar Skulls of the Indoor League for a little bit, then with the Edmonton Elks for a little bit. But yeah, 31 years of age now. And, you got to doubt he's going to make it back into the NFL with how many years he hasn't been on a NFL roster. But right now he's just looking to play ball, and, good for him.
Definitely. I wanted to talk about Mikael Wright there at the end. Guy out of Oregon, played for the Ducks. 111 total tackles in 3 seasons as a cornerback in just 34 games. That means he was averaging a little over 3 tackles a game. 6 tackles for a loss.
Whoa. Sorry, big name just got drafted.
19 passes, fumble. He's also a punt returner. But, yeah, let's get into this big name that was just selected.
So, with the first pick in the front 7, the Vegas Vipers select Vic Beasley out of Clemson. Holy smokes.
Vic Beasley was a Pro Bowler and an All-Pro in the NFL, I believe in 2016, 2017, something like that. Played for the Atlanta Falcons, had a stint with the Tennessee Titans, kind of flamed out of there, and has not been back in the NFL since. That is a huge pick by Vegas.
Wow.
Way to go, Rod Woodson, tapping those NFL roots once again. Grabs another former NFL prominent, dominant player. So that's crazy to see.
I mean, wow, I didn't even consider him being on the board. But yeah, I mean, was drafted at number 8 overall to the Atlanta Falcons, which he spent his rookie contract there, and then a little bit of time with the Titans and Raiders. But first team All-Pro in 2016, made a Pro Bowl in 2016. Forced fumbles co-leader in 2016. Shoosh.
That's huge. That is such a huge pick. That I guarantee they released that by itself because they're like, people are going to want some time to talk about this.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's look at his 2016 with the Atlanta Falcons. 32 solo tackles, 15 and a half sacks, 6 forced fumbles. He had a touchdown, so he returned. He had one fumble recovery for a touchdown, too. I mean, unfortunately, this doesn't show TFLs in the stat line, but I mean, that 2016's an amazing season. Even his 2017 and 2018 and 19 aren't bad. All of those having more than 5 sacks every year.
Yeah, this dude is an electric pass rusher. I mean, at the XFL level, he's going to be dominant. I could see him totally putting up double-digit sacks in season 1. He was on the CFL negotiation list earlier this offseason. So had I put 2 and 2 together, it would have made a lot of sense that he was never signed by the CFL, but he was on the negotiation list, meaning he was looking at alternative leagues, being that he's out of the NFL at this point. So, I mean, this is a guy who's made some money, and that's a point to bring up because he doesn't have to come play in the XFL unless he wants to continue his career, unless he truly loves the game. And so that's the good part about a league like this. Vic Beasley, he's not going to go play indoor football. And chances are the money that you see in the USFL isn't going to quite be enough for him personally. You know, a man who's made millions at one point. So, you know, the XFL is a little bit closer to what he's expecting to get at the bottom end of the NFL. And so this is an opportunity for him to remind people what he can do. And that's very exciting for the XFL.
Yeah, that's a heck of a pick. I did not even consider that. For some reason, I thought he was on a practice squad right now. So I wasn't even thinking of him as a name. But that's a great pickup by the Vipers.
Definitely. Rick, unfortunately, no, we did not get Quantez Stiggers in the defensive back class. I'm not quite sure why. It's very odd. We also didn't get Sam Brown. We didn't get a couple other guys. So very interesting to see there. So far, we've seen a lot of interesting players like this last pick, Vic Beasley, outside linebacker from Clemson. How's San Antonio looking on D? Best D squad so far. So, Travis, I know you're running short on time. Let's do a quick breakdown of a couple teams here. San Antonio Brahmas, we'll look at all of their team overall, primarily the defense.
I'll keep an eye out on the if there's any more DNs and stuff picked.
Sounds good. So here we go. We got Luck Barku, former NFL player. Okay. Let's go back to that real quick. Oh, man.
I do not recognize any of these names, though, however. So I'm interested if you do.
Oh, wow. We just got a bunch of picks, huh?
No, you're also in. I think you're in defensive backs too.
Oh, okay, gotcha. So we got Elijah Ponder from Cincinnati. That is not a name I recognize. Otaro Alaka. That looks like he's wearing a Baltimore Ravens jersey.
Or Vikings.
Or Vikings. That's a good point. DeAndre Johnson, not the quarterback. That looks like a Miami Dolphins, maybe.
I think so.
He's from Miami, the U, so possibly. And then what else we got? Niles Scott.
Why do I recognize that name? Is it just because Frostburg isn't like incredibly far away from it, or?
I don't know. That name sounds familiar.
Niles Scott, American football player. It's interesting that some of these teams go nose tackle with their first round. Oh wow, he has a lot. He's been on freaking every single team.
Has. He's been all over the place. Holy cow.
Been on the 49ers, on the Broncos, on the Bengals, on the Bills, Raiders, Titans, Patriots, Seahawks, Dolphins. Unfortunately, none of that is any significant amount of time. He does have some career stats, so he has been on an active roster at some point.
Nice.
But, wow, yeah, he's been on a bunch of teams. That's probably why I recognize his name, just seeing his name on the waiver wire in the past 2 years. Interesting.
Oh, okay. We got a story to talk about DeAndre Johnson that just popped up.
Okay.
He was with the Dolphins. He got stabbed.
Okay. Ooh.
And it looks like he I think this happened while he was with Miami. Oh, no, never mind. Sorry. Miami's Killian High in 2015. He got stabbed at school by a girl. That's crazy. Collapsed a lung and cut an artery. That's so insane.
Man.
But it does look like he ended up playing for the Miami Dolphins later in life. He's a 3-4 outside linebacker. 6'3", 253 pounds. Again, came out of the U. Explosive mover with great length. Borderline prohibitive play strength, concerning stiffness, and limited pass rush arsenal cast doubt on his ability to win any track in the NFL.
Are you seeing what I'm seeing? Go back to the list once. Because if you're seeing what I'm seeing that Seattle Dragons had the number 2 and number 6 overall pick in this draft, or in the front 7 draft, which would not make any sense unless there was a trade.
Yeah.
But Lincoln Williams is a name that I recognize that I'm going to look up right now because I'm sure he spent some time on an NFL roster.
Huh. That is a good point. How did that happen?
Yeah, there must have been a trade with the Brahmas, because that's the only other team who hasn't picked. Yeah, who doesn't have a pick this round.
Oh, so Abu Darami Soare, not only did he have time in the NFL, he played in the GFL with the Potsdam Royals and had a pretty good season. So that's really significant that he gets a chance to go on to play in the XFL. And then also former Los Angeles Ram and Super Bowl champion Kareem Orr was selected by the Seattle Sea Dragons. That's a big pick.
Well, it looks like Williams might have spent some time on the Saints when I first looked him up. Or the Seahawks, rather.
I'm trying to find something about this, why that would happen, where they had 2 picks like that back to back.
If you remember that, like, one name that it wouldn't list, and I forget what round, I'm pretty sure that was the Brahmas pick.
Oh, okay, weird. It just tripped out, and now it says St. Louis Battlehawks, Lakeem Williams, inside linebacker.
Oh, okay. Well,
and then Justin
maybe
adds that.
Just
yeah, so that's got to be a glitch. Speaking of which, what round was that in that we didn't have a pick? Was that a defensive back?
I don't know if that was a defensive back or not. I think it was. Pretty sure it was.
Okay, let's see. Arlington Renegades. They've got a full.
I think it was the Brahmas. I think that.
Okay. So they should have 23 players at this point, right? Huh. Maybe it was Tenny Adewusi? I don't know.
Look at that guy's college. You ever heard of that college before?
Yeah, actually I have. I don't remember why, but
I've never heard of that before.
Incarnate Ward. Yeah, that's a random one. Definitely don't hear of many players from that school. But I mean, to his credit, he has played with the Jets. 6'5", 256 pounds. That's a big man right there. Trying to find when he was with the Jets exactly. It looks like he left college several seasons ago. So let's see, he graduated in 2018. Doesn't look like he logged any stats with them during the regular season or anything like that. But 6'5", 256 pounds. They list him as a defensive end. I'm willing to bet he also probably would play like outside linebacker if they were to run a 3-4. Okay, now look at the draft board. Oh, never mind. Duh. Here, let's do this. Defensive.
Couple more players.
Ooh, Nick Coe. I know that name. I can't remember from where, but Gerald Willis, Miami, Florida. Another player from the U. Enrico Jeffers from Texas Tech.
So, Mr. Alexandre, I was just looking him up because I was wondering where that college was. So that college is in San Antonio, Texas. So interesting, getting a local guy there for the Brahmadas. That's where he went to, right? Yes. So interesting getting I bet you that's a guy who they saw in maybe in one of their workouts in San Antonio.
Willing to bet you're right. Willing to bet that. In fact, it's probably highly likely. Nick Coe. I need to do some research on that guy because I know I've heard that name before. I guarantee he's had some NFL time. Yep, sure enough. First thing that comes up. and Edmonton Elks of the CFL this season. Okay, that makes sense. I knew that name. So he's been in the CFL the past 2 seasons. He was with the Elks in 2022, the Rough Riders before that. So it looks like he's coming back home to the XFL. Probably likes the fact that he's a little bit closer to home. He is based out of North Carolina. Had some time with the Patriots in 2020 and then went to the Miami Dolphins for 2020 and 2021. We'll have to look into the Miami Dolphins coaching staff during those 2 seasons, because it seems like there's a lot of players coming out of Miami from those couple years there. I bet you there's a connection.
Okay.
Jared Willis. Jared Willis looks like he spent some time in the NFL as well with the Baltimore Ravens, Miami Dolphins again in 2019, Baltimore Ravens 2019, Green Bay Packers in 2020. Looks like he's been kind of out of the league since then, but Wikipedia is very, very unreliable when it comes to like the IFL and stuff like that. Sometimes it'll list it, sometimes it won't. It says here Willis is the younger brother of All-Pro safety Landon Collins.
Wow.
So kind of interesting. Landon Collins is a guy who's fallen out of the NFL as we speak as well. Maybe he's an XFL target in the supplemental draft.
Perhaps. I don't know if he'd be interested, because he has made he got a huge contract with the Commanders. So not sure if he'd be interested in the price, but maybe if he still wants to play ball, that'd be a good way to get his name back out there.
Definitely. So as far as Rico Jeffers there at the end, he played Texas Tech. He was voted as one of the most likely players to be selected by the NFL. He went unselected, unfortunately, but did ultimately sign undrafted contract with I believe it was the Arizona Cardinals. Give me just a second.
There is one more pick, I think, that just came in. If you want to refresh.
Oh, there it is. Emike Egbuli. That name sounds real familiar. I feel like he probably has some CFL experience.
Okay. It sounded familiar to me, but I wasn't sure why.
Oh, actually, all NFL, 2019 to 2021. He was drafted in the 6th round by the Los Angeles Chargers, coming out of Houston. He's a Texas native from Galena Park, Texas. So kind of crazy that he's going to the Battlehawks. But we have to keep in mind that these guys are still based in Dallas, Texas. So a lot of Texas players are going to be drafted today. So let's go through some comments. I've been kind of ignoring them. My only thought was Stiggers was the youngest player in the FCF last season. Maybe the XFL wants to see him develop some more. Yeah, that's a good point. But in my personal opinion, you want to get the youngest players available, because I understand that the XFL wants to develop players for the NFL, but at the same time, you want players to stick in the XFL and build a name for themselves as well, much like the FCF would like Stiggers to stay there. It's one of those things where it doesn't make much sense to me, because he is so young. In my mind, that's the exact type of player you want to target for the XFL, the guys that are very young, the guys you can bring up to the NFL level, who never would have gotten that shot if it weren't for the XFL or the FCF. Because Stiggers is a very small school guy. He's a guy that would have never gotten an NFL look if it weren't for the FCF. Just a thought, though. Speaking of Johnson, last chance QB, is he not an option? Not a big USFL fan, but didn't him and Terp kill it last season? He is not an option. He's still under contract with the USFL, at least until December 31st. So you probably heard a lot of reports that Brian Scott, Jordan Teamu are interested in going to the USFL, but have not, or the XFL from the USFL, but have not yet. That's because December 31st is the date in which their contracts expire. And essentially, they would get the chance to opt into the second year for the USFL or try and leap to the XFL. It sounds like basically both of the players I just spoke about, Scott and Teamu, are going to be leaping on December 31st over to the XFL, most likely. It's possible Johnson tries to do the same thing, and if I were the XFL, I would definitely entertain that. But if I'm the USFL, I am definitely going to the representation from the XFL or from the USFL and telling them, I'll give you more money, because at this point you have to keep DeAndre Johnson. But Travis, it sounds like you need to get out of here, man. So why don't you go ahead and give off a quick send off, and then I'll solo it for a while.
Yeah, I mean, it's been fun. We were talking about this for a while now, and I thought we would be through the entire draft by now, but we haven't even. They're just touching now on the front seven, so haven't even looked at the offensive line yet. So it might still be a little bit, but unfortunately, I gotta go. Like I told you before we started, I have a Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu tournament coming up. I'm competing in Pittsburgh, in which maybe I'll send you the results. Maybe you can post them on Instagram or something like that if I end up winning a gold medal. But
yeah, absolutely, man. I would love to promote anything you're doing. Like I said, obviously you're kind of our fighting correspondent, so it's awesome that you're involved in it yourself. You know what I mean? So definitely feel free. We would love to promote everything you do, man. So thank you so much for hanging out with me for almost 6 hours straight here.
Yeah,
it's been a pleasure as always talking to you, and I look forward to shooting some more breeze on the XFL going forward.
Definitely, and I wouldn't be opposed to maybe next week or sometime we can get to look at the rosters a little bit deeper, and we can talk about what rosters we like and everything, or something along the lines. Maybe wait until after the supplemental draft if we wanted to wait till longer.
The supplemental draft, I think, isn't until like January, so
yeah,
definitely would be awesome to do a episode about breaking down the rosters and stuff. I mean, tomorrow we got the specialists, we get the open portion of the draft. Technically free agency, as far as I know, is open, so I think players can be signed at that point. So, there might be some movement fairly quickly after the draft, too. We never know.
Yeah, definitely. We could see, we could even see possible trades. We saw that last year, or not last year, but in 2020, there was a couple players that got traded back and forth a little bit. Luis Perez being traded from the Wildcats to the Guardians is probably the biggest example. So we could see if there's going to be trades and stuff like that, too. Let me just refresh one more time and make sure there's not a big name that I want to say something about. And then
Andre Mintz from Vanderbilt, John Daka from James Madison, Josiah Coatney from Mississippi, and Nico Lalos from Dartmouth.
Okay. Nobody I inherently recognize straight off the bat, but thank you for having me. It's been a pleasure. It always is. And we'll see you in the next one. I'll probably still be in the comments a little bit here after I leave, but it's been fun. Thank you for having me again.
Definitely, man. As always, thank you for coming, and look forward to our next episode together.
Yes, sir.
Have a great rest of your day, and good luck today. So we got some questions right now in the comments, so we'll run through those real quick. It says Maida signed back to the USFL. So like I said, technically he is not to the point where he can even make that decision yet. December 31st is that date. The reason why we've seen USFL guys go is they signed NFL contracts. And it seems like the vast majority of those guys that are available still who had USFL ties and got NFL contracts are now going to the XFL, which makes a lot of sense at the end of the day, unfortunately. So that's stupid. We were originally told there were no trades done today. Can you rank the Battlehawks from 1 to 8? So Zach, there was not a trade. That was a glitch on the website. Battlehawks, I personally am very encouraged by their roster. I think I would personally rate it probably about a 6 in terms of like 8 being the best. So probably top 3 roster in my personal opinion so far. We can run down the roster real quick here. Let me go ahead and pull them up. St. Louis Battlehawks, so far they've brought in Lakeem Williams and Emeka Egbule. Both of those guys are listed as inside linebackers, but I'm willing to bet that's a typo. So once again, Marcel Aitman, Jamarcus Bradley, Jalen Smith, Mateo Durant, Darius Shepard, Brian Hill, Jordan Thomas, Dante Dye, Abdul Adams, Giovanni Haskins, Austin Prohl, Ben DeLuca, Channing Stribling, Quentin Meeks, Brandon Sebastian, Evan Fields, Elijah Hamilton, Jonathan Alexander, D'Angelo Ross, Lucas Dennis, Tariq Lewis, Mike Hampton, Lakeem Williams, and Emeka Egbule. So solid draft all the way around. It looks like the Battlehawks definitely have a plan to have balance, which makes a lot of sense to me. I mean, if you're going to be in this league, you don't want to be one-sided towards pass or run, because you never know how things are going to shake out. You might have the guy that you think is going to be the greatest quarterback in the world, but ultimately he ends up not panning out like you thought he would. We thought, Brandon Silvers was going to be amazing in the first XFL iteration, but he wasn't that amazing after all. Same thing with Cardale Jones. Ultimately was benched for Tyree Jackson, who, by the way, is now a tight end in the NFL. So definitely kind of interesting to see this whole situation pan out the way it is. Get back to the draft. Let's see what we got here. So far, Robert Windsor, Max Roberts. Robert Windsor's ringing a lot of bells right there. I believe he's been in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so he spent the last 2 seasons with the Indianapolis Colts. He was a 6th-round pick in 2020. He's a native of Fond du Lac, Wisconsin. 6'4", 290 pounds. Ran a 4.9 in the 40-yard dash, so he's definitely a little bit quicker defensive tackle, interior pass rusher type guy. 21 reps in the 225. Vertical jump of 28.5 inches, 9 foot, 3 inch broad jump. So definitely a guy who's got some athleticism to him. Ironically, it says on April 7th, 2022, Windsor officially retired from the National Football League, citing injuries and delays in his rehabilitation as the main reason. So that's very interesting to see that after being placed on injured reserve in 2021 and finishing out the season on injured reserve, he ultimately retired in early 2022 before ultimately being drafted by the Las Vegas Vipers. So I wonder if Rod Woodson and company know something we don't when it comes to the XFL and his intentions to play once again. That's kind of interesting to see that he actually retired at one point. Max Roberts, former NFL guy, spent some time with the Los Angeles Rams this offseason. Came out of Boston College. Let's look at his draft profile real quick. He's rated as a 5.57 in the NFL draft, which is basically like an average backup, priority undrafted free agent type guy. He can be a pass rusher. He's fairly decent at setting the edge and getting off blocks. Very tightly bound with muscular arms and legs. Flies in from the backside looking to shut down the runner. Also regarded as an edge. He's 6'1", 256 pounds. So he's definitely a guy who should be able to aid that pass rush out there. So in Vegas, so definitely interesting pair of picks right there. Let's look at some comments. We got how many rounds for the open part of the draft? That's a good question. I actually do not know right off the top of my head. Who do you think has had the worst draft so far? So, man, that's a tough question. Tough question to answer. But there's I don't even know how to answer that question, quite honestly. I think that all of these teams have had merits to their draft, and there's reasons why they're selecting the players that they are. I mean, obviously, a lot of these guys have NFL ties, and that's why that they're landing in the XFL currently, or they were the best of the best in other leagues, whether it's the USFL or the FCF or what have you. I think if you were going to look at any roster and kind of question what they've done so far, I personally would have to look at, I think maybe like DC. There's some stuff that they've done that I was just like a little surprised by, I guess. Let's look at their full team real quick. So these two guys right here, Abram Smith, Jaquezi Ezzard, both of these guys kind of surprising to see. KD Cannon makes a lot of sense. He's a solid return man, wide receiver type. Jazz Ferguson, same thing, solid receiver. Raquel Armstead and Puka Williams, they're decent running backs. Josh Hammond, another wide receiver that would be interesting to see. Khalil Waring, another 2020 XFL player. Dewan Neal, I like. See, that's the problem. Like I said, basically, a lot of these teams, they've done good things. It's just not necessarily one of those situations where I like everything they've done, but that doesn't mean that they have done anything bad or had a bad draft by any stretch. So looks like we're still waiting on some picks. Refresh here real quick. Doesn't look like anything's coming through at the moment. Let's see. Let's play a couple of my draft videos. So we're in the defensive lineman category. I'm going to play a video of a guy that I think should go today. His name is Shahan Williams. He's a defensive lineman that spent some time with the MLFB this offseason. While this goes on, I am going to take a quick break myself so I can come back. This one's about 3 minutes, 13 seconds. So I'll see you in about 3 minutes. So yeah, man, definitely Shahan Williams, a guy that should be going in this draft at some point. Hopefully we see him sooner rather than later. Again, he played in the MLFB this past offseason. Very shortly, obviously, because the MLFB didn't last. But he also played with the Carolina Cobras as well in the championship game. Ultimately was on the losing end, but definitely one of those guys that he has it in him. He had 20 plus sacks in his junior season at Notre Dame College. Very exciting player to watch. He's a pass rusher that can come from the interior, which is extremely valuable. And any coach will tell you, given the opportunity, they will take those guys 10 times out of 10 versus an edge rusher, because no quarterback likes to see pressure up the gut in their face. Marco Vergara, you're right. So far, I haven't seen him picked. Unfortunately, a lot of these guys that we had lined up for guests have not been selected. Vergara was one of them. It's very sad to see ultimately. I'm really rooting for a lot of these guys that have not gotten selected. It just unfortunately is one of those situations where you just have to look at the opportunities that are being given to players that are in the USFL and look at the openings that are going to be there, or players in the FCF that are being given opportunities, and look at the opportunities that are going to be there. So, I mean, if you're a guy that's in the IFL right now and you're wondering why you're not being selected, I feel like you're probably on the right track. You know what I mean? You need to stay relevant. You need to continue playing. But maybe, explore your options. Look at FCF, look at the USFL. Make sure you're keeping an open mind, because, if you're closed-minded to the fact that only the XFL is my best opportunity to make it at the next level, then you're closing yourself off to the USFL, to the FCF, which is providing a lot of opportunities, as you can tell. Whether it be NFL opportunities or XFL opportunities or USFL opportunities. So, I mean, if you're just a step away and you're wondering what's preventing you, maybe look at, some other options, some other leagues, because there are other options now. And that's something that we couldn't say a couple years ago when, the FCF didn't exist, the USFL didn't exist, the XFL didn't exist. That was only 3 years ago. It seems like a lifetime ago at this point, but it was not that long ago that the spring league, where you had to pay to play, was the only alternative to the NFL. We got a couple more comments. Did Sean Oakman retire? No, he did not. He is playing in the CFL. In fact, I believe he's playing in the playoffs, or just lost. I'd have to go look and remind myself which team he is on. But I know for a fact he's playing in the CFL right now. Whitley West says, Marco's coming. I hope so. I really hope so. I definitely believe he deserves it. All right, so we finally got some more picks. They're streaming them in very slowly. Curtis Weaver out of Boise State, Will Clark from West Virginia, Tavante Beckett, inside linebacker from Marshall, Jacob Panasuik from Michigan State, Willie Harvey, Iowa State, Denzel Chukwulu, UTEP, Stanley Mapanga, defensive end from Texas Christian, and Keontae Shad. So Stanley Mapanga, if I'm not mistaken, played some time with the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and he has definitely bounced around the NFL. He's another guy that slightly surprised to see him. He was in the 2013 draft, so he is 31 years old currently, but he's getting another opportunity to play. He has played very recently with the Ottawa Red Blacks in the 2021 season and 22 season. He was with Seattle XFL franchise in 2020. Prior to that, he was with the Denver Broncos on the practice squad, Dallas Cowboys as well. He was a 5th-round pick in 2013 by the Atlanta Falcons, where he spent 3 seasons before moving on to the Giants, where he spent another 2 seasons, and then ultimately is now in the XFL. I personally how do I put this nicely? I am not a fan of this move. So Stanley Mapanga has had a very extended NFL opportunity. As I just mentioned there, he actually was on active rosters from 2013 to 2016. Then he was on practice squads for 3 years, 2 years there, and then got an XFL pick or job, and now is ultimately with the CFL and now with the XFL as well. So yes, that opens up an opportunity over there with the CFL, which is great. Don't get me wrong, but at the same time, like, at what point do we stop bringing in 30-year-old guys that we have seen over and over and over and over again in NFL practice squads or whatever it is? This is supposed to be a chance for these guys to develop, and I have nothing against Stanley Mapanga because he is obviously a very qualified player if he continues to get NFL looks and XFL looks up to this point. But at the same time, it just makes me question what we're doing here. I mean, are we really a development league, or are we really ultimately in a situation where we're just recycling players off it? And I mean, I say this and then I turn around and have to eat my words because the guy right below him, Keontae Shad, Oregon State, is a rookie. He signed an undrafted free agent deal with the Arizona Cardinals and ultimately had an opportunity to try and make their roster this offseason. He did not. We see him with the XFL now, and he hopes to turn this into ultimately an NFL home long term. So, I mean, for every 30-year-old player, it seems like we're getting a couple rookies, but still, it's just like that could have been an IFL player. That could have been a guy who was, sitting on the street a couple weeks ago, but played in the CIF last season, or, was an NAL player. It's nothing against the guy personally. It's just, come on. Let's see some new names. Let's see some exciting names from other leagues. We just went through a whole round of defensive backs, and we didn't see guys like Kyrie Woods. We didn't see guys like Quantez Stiggers. We didn't see a bunch of different guys that deserve to be there. I mean, these are guys that dominate in the indoor leagues, and they're not getting opportunities. You have a partnership between the XFL and the IFL. We've seen like 4 or 5 IFL players. Where are, the hordes of IFL players getting an opportunity? You're supposed to be helping these players develop and get to the next level. Where is it? That's all I have to say to the XFL so far in this draft. I mean, I'm not trying to harp on them as a league because I like what they're doing so far. It's just, I think there's more work to be done. I mean, if we're developing players, we need to bring in players that need development, not guys who have already gotten these NFL chances time and again. So Willie Harvey, the defensive or the inside linebacker here from Iowa State, went to the Seattle Sea Dragons. He had 2 seasons with the Cleveland Browns, one in 2019, one in 2021. Ultimately did not play with them for the 2020 season. It doesn't look like he played anywhere for the 2020 season. He's a 5'11", 229 guy, 465 in the 40-yard dash. So definitely a guy who's a little bit on the slower side, not exactly NFL level size, but definitely another player that's borderline the talent that deserves to be here. So again, at least he's a younger guy. He's still 26. He's only gotten the 2 opportunities with the Browns, and both times he was there fairly short stretch, January to August. And he got promoted to the active roster once. Sounds like only a couple teams had him as an NFL draft-worthy candidate. The issue is that the XFL is going to have to rely on vets for a season or 2 until it builds a bit of staying power and reputation to get young guys to see the XFL as the option for going to. I disagree 150% with this comment, and it's no disrespect to you as a person, Damien. The reason I say this is because I've had countless players that have been in IFL, the NAL, the CIF, all these different leagues that are still young, that are still 20, 22, 23, 24 years old, who have been playing professional football, but they're not getting opportunities in the XFL because they don't have that NFL pedigree. And that's the argument that I was just making a couple seconds ago. You see Stanley Mapanga, that dude's 31 years old, man. 31 years old. I mean, like, he really doesn't necessarily need development. So yeah, it's cool to see him get another opportunity, but that could have been a guy who's 23, who's currently not getting NFL looks and might have the talent to be there, but played in a small school. That's what the XFL is supposed to be about. You like the Blizzard wide receiver Des Stewart? Yes, I do. I do like Des Stewart as a wide receiver. So another guy that has had some NFL opportunities who just got drafted is Jacob Panasuik. Hopefully I said that right. He played for Michigan State University. He did have a slight time with the Washington Commanders this past offseason. He was cut on August 30th, 2022. So with that being said, I do like the fact that he's getting an opportunity because this dude is a younger guy. You know what I mean? He is fairly young still. He does deserve that chance. He hasn't had a whole long opportunity at the NFL level. And he might deserve it. You know what I mean? So, like, you play at a Division I level. These guys are the guys that the XFL is going to unfortunately be targeting full time. So, good for him. Definitely excited to see him get an opportunity. But still haven't quite seen the amount of IFL guys that I was expecting. But I mean, as far as youth, I mean, Jacob definitely provides that. He's only 23 years old, 6'4", 255 pounds. Again, he's only had the one opportunity. It says here, he should have landed on a practice squad at some point during the year, but he had 7 sacks and 11 tackles for a loss during his Michigan State career. So ultimately a guy who deserves to be there. Kind of surprising that he's not on an NFL practice squad, but ultimately interesting to see. So, just got another bunch of picks, which is what I was hoping for. Okay, Fadol Brown, defensive tackle. Oh, sorry. Let me start from the beginning. Johanna Gahofen. Oh, Jesus. Jahofen from Wyoming. Mikhail London, Western Illinois. Fadol Brown, Mississippi. Elijah Qualls from Washington. Former Eagles player right there. Devontae Lambert, Auburn. Austin Balui from Oregon. Pita Temenapo from Utah. Jashim Martin, Jordan Evans from Oklahoma. So a lot of these guys are NFL names. So again, a lot of these guys have been around the NFL circuit before. So I believe, like I said, Elijah Qualls, he was with the Eagles for a couple seasons. And we have Jordan Evans down there. I believe he played with Tennessee for a while. Cincinnati for a stretch. Oh, I stand corrected. He was only with Cincinnati. He was a 6th-round pick in 2017. He was released after the 2021 season after he suffered an ACL tear on October 11th. He was placed on IR and then has not returned to the team since. So this is a guy who was, kind of working his way into the lineup in the NFL. Ultimately got hurt at the wrong time and was let go. So I'm not exactly super hurt about this decision to bring him in. He's a guy that he probably deserves the shot. He didn't get a full opportunity to see out his NFL career. Got a couple more there. So Jesse Leminer from Liberty, Austin Edwards from Ferris State, Anthony Hines from Texas A&M. Jesse Leminer. So, yeah, crazy to see. I mean, but they need to put on an entertaining product as well as develop players. A league full of developing players won't make good TV. In my opinion, it's chicken and egg problem. Obviously, I don't know what that abbreviation means. I'm too old for that, apparently. So one thing I wanted to say about that point is the IFL is supposed to be the feeder league for the XFL. So with that being said, there's a lot of guys in that league that belong at this level. A perfect example is a quarterback like Drew Powell. He's gotten looks at the CFL level a couple times, but he never really sticks. But then he comes back down to the IFL and he's the MVP year after year after year. So you can't tell me that guy doesn't have the requisite talent to succeed at the outdoor level. In my personal opinion, if you're a quarterback that can succeed at the IFL level, you're probably going to process the outdoor game at a higher speed than a guy who's been playing the outdoor game his entire career. Then you look at, the fact that there's a lot of guys that basically are in the IFL because they didn't ultimately get the opportunity in the NFL from the jump out of college. So a lot of these guys are still young. They haven't gotten the looks. And yes, they need a little bit of development here and there, but they're still very exciting players when it comes to watching them live. I mean, that's why the IFL has an audience. You can't tell me that the IFL isn't exciting to watch. There's a lot of guys in that league that belong outdoors. And we're seeing a couple different guys get picked from the indoor leagues, but primarily from the FCF. And I think that says a lot about this partnership that they supposedly have with the IFL. Maybe in future seasons, it will become a bigger thing. But currently, from where I stand, it seems like the FCF is getting the bulk of the attention for their players right now if you're in any indoor football league. And I think that plays to, again, what we were saying about players having followings when it comes to social media and whatnot. So a player like Andrew Jamil, he's basically a cult hero with FCF fans. So the XFL drafts him to feed off of that. And same with the rest of the guys that they selected, Bryson Aline, Cedric Bird, all these guys. They're trying to feed off of that energy that they had with the FCF and all the fan interaction that they've built over the years with the FCF. So it's just another one of those things that I would like to see more attention given to the league that they are supposedly partnered with. So St. Louis Battlehawks draft Kevin Atkins, defensive tackle, Fresno State. San Antonio Brahmas, linebacker, Owen Carney, Illinois. Emmanuel Olenga, defensive lineman from Tennessee State. Terrence Smith, linebacker, Florida State. Omari Cobb, linebacker, Marshall. Drew Singleton, linebacker, Rutgers. So a couple linebackers off the board right there in a row. Definitely looking into these guys right now. Again, I don't really follow college football, so a lot of these guys, if they haven't played in one of these, other leagues, IFL, the USFL, the NFL, etc., I'm probably not all that aware of them. We got a comment. You got any predictions for the open round? So I do have some predictions for the open round. I do expect to see a couple quarterbacks come off the board. I can't really elaborate on names because it's hard to say which quarterbacks will get looks. I do think that another FCF name to watch currently is Mitch Kidd. Mitch Kidd is a guy that I definitely think belongs at this level. He's a guy who played very well, led the FCF in passing yards. He's played at the CIF level as well with the Salina Liberty. He's a very, very solid quarterback who I think belongs at the outdoor level. So he's a guy that I definitely could see being drafted in the open rounds tomorrow. I also think that TJ Edwards, Trent Edwards, whatever you want to call him, from the Frisco Fighters, I definitely expect to see him picked. I spoke about him earlier when we were discussing the quarterbacks. He's a very mobile guy. So in my mind, he fits what DC wants to do. And right now, DC lost out on getting De'Aaron King. So it makes a lot of sense to bring in an extra quarterback now in the open rounds before the supplemental draft when you might get another round of NFL names. So it definitely, to me, would be a smart move or a smart play for them to bring in one, maybe even two quarterbacks tomorrow in the open round. So that's something to watch for. And then as far as the specialist portion, there's a couple USFL names in the specialist portion that I expect to see ultimately selected. There are also some FCF names as well. One of the long snappers is also a tight end, Tommy Ajay. Man who's very close to my heart. He's been on this channel a couple times. I was hoping to have him on again when he was selected for the draft, but ultimately it did not happen as a tight end. But he's a guy who's a very solid blocker and a long snapper, like I just mentioned. So he can definitely come in and play. So I could see him drafted tomorrow. Michael Carasosa, a punter that was with the USFL last season or in 2022. I definitely expect him to see his name called in 2023 here with the XFL in their draft tomorrow. There's a couple other players off the top of my head, but the open round of the draft was 1,700 players. And, this group of players that have come off, I mean, Terrence Williams makes a lot of sense to me. Let's see, running back. There's a couple different guys like we spoke about before. LaMarcus Carradine, I would like to see him go off the board. The doctor from the FCF. There's so many guys I could talk about. Speaking of which, let's talk about Drew Singleton here from Rutgers. So he was with Rutgers up until the 2021 season, so he's fairly young. He picked up a sack and a half and 8 tackles for a loss and a fumble recovery, 108 tackles. So apparently he appealed for reinstatement from the NCAA. After going undrafted in the NFL draft, but he was not able to return to the league or to the NCAA. So now he finds himself selected in the XFL draft. So let's just talk about this real quick. So Drew Singleton is a guy who didn't get an opportunity after not being selected out of the 2022 draft, and then tried to go back to college. So this is the perfect example of a guy who needs to be in the XFL. He's a guy who was not going to get an opportunity at the professional level if it weren't for a league like the XFL. And ultimately, he will get that look and get those looks from the NFL now due to the fact that he is going to be in the XFL and given an opportunity to play once again. Omari Cobb from Marshall is going to be an interesting guy as well. He's bounced around the NFL, spent the 2020 and 2021 seasons with the Chiefs before getting released. Final cuts. He was picked up by the Giants practice squad, where he spent their entire season on their practice squad. He signed a futures deal, but was ultimately released May 10th of 2022. So again, another guy who's fairly young. He hasn't really got much of a chance to make it in the NFL. So this is another guy who makes a lot of sense to me to be in the league. These are the type of guys that you want to see get the opportunity at this level and ultimately hopefully, show out and then make it to the NFL. Jeremy asks, when is the supplemental draft? The supplemental draft is supposed to be sometime in January. They're angling for those guys that the contracts expire in the USFL in December 31st. So they're angling for those guys. They're angling for the guys who don't sign the futures deal in the NFL and opt to want to go to play in the XFL instead. So there should be a couple different guys that we see come from the NFL in general, which I will be fairly interested to see that draft. That draft is probably going to feature names like Brian Scott, Jordan Teamu, some guys that are on the rosters for the NFL currently. Maybe that's where De'Aaron King finally comes to the XFL. Like we know he's ultimately going to end up with DC, but it'll be interesting to see. It'll be interesting to see exactly how all this works out, because there's a lot of unknown with this new league coming about. So Terrence Smith, the guy there at the top of the list, he played with the Chiefs from 2016 to 2018. He was on the Dolphins practice squad in 2019, the Arizona Cardinals with 2020, and then he was on the Ottawa Red Blacks in 2022, but he was released as final cuts on June 4th. Actually my birthday. So kind of crazy to see him here. Again, he's an older guy. So a couple more names that just popped up here. We got Diami Ndande from Portland State, Chauncey Rivers, Mississippi State, Bruce Hector, South Florida, Trey Walker, linebacker, Idaho, DJ Calhoun, linebacker, Arizona State, PJ Dawson, linebacker, Texas Christian, Daniel Joseph, North Carolina State, Ryan Mueller, Kansas State. Ryan Mueller played in the XFL in 2020, so very interesting to see him back. Tarquitius Tisdale, defensive line from Mississippi, Jamal Brooks, linebacker, South Alabama, and Elorm Lumur from Towson. So definitely interesting names popping up on the draft board now. A lot of guys that I'm not really familiar with, don't sound like anyone who had dramatic NFL experience. Bruce Hector is a guy I know played with the NFL for a little bit. Will you be streaming the supplemental draft? So that's a really good question. We've talked about it. Travis and I will definitely discuss it further as we get closer, because I think that one's going to be really exciting. So I definitely will probably be talking to him about trying to do that. If anybody is interested in us streaming it, definitely let me know in the comments after the fact on this, or in any one of our social media websites, anywhere you can find us, Shady Sports Network. Definitely something we're considering right now. Also considering possibly streaming the USFL draft when they have it. We know there's going to be a USFL draft. We just don't know when yet. Currently believe it's going to be in March due to some rumors that have come out. So hopefully that's the situation we ultimately find ourselves in. So Prince Emili, defensive lineman from Penn, Terrence Plummer, linebacker, Central Florida, Kavion Patton, defensive lineman, Texas State. So I'm going to take a quick break, let you guys watch one of these videos here. Actually, I was just joined by a guest. So we have the Mike Lathrop from Player 54 Podcast. How you doing tonight, Mike?
I'm well. I just rushed to get on here. Sorry, it took me a while to wrap up the 9 to 5 job, but I'm still trying to catch up on everything. I followed really closely with the first 2 rounds, and I just got to see some other picks. So, hey, I'm just happy to talk. I might be not as informed as I wanted to be tonight, but thank you for having me.
Oh, no, thank you so much for coming on. I'm looking forward to our further discussions that'll be coming up, I believe, this weekend or next this weekend, right? The 19th?
Yeah, I'm definitely looking forward to that. We can really kind of let it sink in a little bit. And, it's one thing to kind of your initial reaction, but, sometimes you got to think it through and see how it all meshes together. Are they good selections as far as, team chemistry and what the game plan is going to be? So I'm looking forward to taking a couple days and let it sink in and then have that discussion.
Definitely. So I know I gave you a brief intro there, right there, but tell people how they know you. Let's put it that way.
All right. Well, I kind of came on late to the scene. I wasn't really into the podcasting world of 2020. I kind of started about a little over a year ago, about 13 months ago, as Let's Talk XFL. But, there was that rumor out there that a lot of shows had to rebrand, and I rebranded. So now I'm Player 54 Podcasts. If you're on Twitter, you probably see me as XFL Mike as an individual, but the show is at Player 54 Podcast.
Definitely. We got some more picks to run down. Speaking of which, thank you for bailing me out, man. I just lost my co-host who was here for most of the day. He had some prior engagements, and I was not expecting the draft to still be going at this point, to be quite honest.
Well, neither of us, right? Because we had, when we were previously speaking or exchanging messages, I'm like, you sure it's going to be going on after 5? And I'm like, I'll rush. But I didn't really think so. I was thinking maybe 4:30 tops. But
Definitely. I love your background, by the way. You got a Hitman jersey there, the XFL 2020 logo. Love it.
Yeah, I had to do something because I was eventually going to do the whole YouTube thing, and I haven't got around to it. But I'm like, got to have like a studio, if you will. So I know you're the big Philadelphia Eagles guy, all your merch and backdrop. So I mean, that's cool. I'm not a Philly guy, but all good. To each their own.
I got some stars.
Yeah, all right, there you go.
We'll get some Battlehawk stuff now that they're back and the merch is finally for sale. Battlehawks will be definitely on this wall behind me at some point. And I'm based out of Colorado, so Vegas Vipers are kind of dear to my heart now. So probably get Vegas Vipers gear hanging up here as well. Rod Woodson is a guy that I've always kind of idolized, being that he's an NFL legend. So definitely going to be rooting for his team as well. Who's your team in the XFL, or do you even really have one?
Yeah, I'm a Guardians guy. I just haven't got the new merch. It's kind of awkward. So your listeners or your followers may know I moved down from Syracuse, New York about a little over a year and a half ago to Southwest Florida. And when all those rumors started coming about that the XFL wasn't going to have a team in the New York metro area, but then Orlando popped up, I'm like, okay, I'm going to become an Orlando guy. And then there's that rumor that it was going to be the Orlando Guardians. I'm like, what's the chances that I could just follow the same team no matter where I live and still be able to attend the games? And it's become a reality. It's going to be about a 2.5-hour drive, but I'm going to do it. I'm going to get season tickets. I'm waiting to still select my seats. So it's going to be weird, but it is what it is.
That's amazing. So you said you were late into the podcast game in 2020, but did you actually follow the XFL in 2020 very heavily?
I did. I was a season ticket holder for the New York Guardians. I used to drive the 4-hour trip from Syracuse down to, MetLife. I was going to say the Meadowlands, but MetLife. And we only got to attend 2 home games before the pandemic shut it down. But yeah, I was all in. And as we heard that the league was going to go through bankruptcy, and then when Danny, The Rock, and Redbird came around, I'm like, I'm going to get a little bit more involved. I just don't know when the right time to launch is. But I started kind of doing my research into what it was going to take to do the podcast thing, and here I am.
Definitely. Well, if and when you decide to do the YouTube thing, we should definitely have a conversation.
I would appreciate it, because that's definitely, I've learned a lot of audio editing and stuff. I haven't got into video and all that stuff, so I want to make sure I'm right for it. And it's not just kind of a raw, rough situation. So no, I will listen to any of your expertise. I'm all ears.
Definitely. Awesome. I mean, I don't know that I'm best mentor when it comes to editing, but I'll do what I can to help you out for sure. It's definitely fun though. It feels like, we've done some audio podcasts. In fact, that's where Travis, who just left a little bit ago, and I primarily did all of our stuff through Spotify and stuff like that about the USFL. And so I felt like we didn't really get much interaction with that. But YouTube, it seems like there's a much bigger audience that likes to like kind of get involved when you do the lives and stuff, which I feel is nice to get, a big audience and then kind of bring in questions and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm all about it. I'm always wanting to interact with people, and right now it's mostly DMs and stuff like that. But it'd be awesome to kind of deal with it live and on the fly. It'd be good.
Definitely. So let's talk about some of these picks here. The Orlando Guardians just picked back-to-back picks. We got Terrence Plummer from Central Florida and Kavion Patton from Texas State. Are you familiar with either of these guys?
Yeah, Plummer, I'm familiar with him. Central Florida's kind of been always that program that actually has a good amount of talent. And I don't know why a lot of people, back when they were undefeated and they kind of crowned themselves as champions and stuff. But if you look, that program's been pretty solid for a while. I know it's a smaller school, not in a major conference or Power 5. But, Plummer's a solid player. And I hate those stigmas that a lot of people throw around. So I'm looking forward to, him playing. But, look right there. Patton from Texas State. What have we seen today? People from all sorts of schools, all sorts of backgrounds. So I'm not really familiar with him, but I'm pretty excited to see how all this meshes together. If anyone listens to my show, Player 54 Podcast, I have players from every nook and cranny, D3, NAIA. So I'm always intrigued by these other guys. They're just kind of under the radar, kind of turn over every stone. So I'm excited to see what it's going to be. But Plummer, I think he's a solid player, and I think he'd really contribute. But we got to see who else is with him, and how it all works out.
Definitely. So Plummer actually played with the former Florida franchise, Tampa Bay Vipers. So kind of interesting to see him go back. And he actually has some experience in Orlando. He played with the Apollos in the AAF in 2019, although it looks like he was just on the inactive roster or something of the sort.
He's a Florida guy through and through.
Yeah, exactly. So kind of crazy to see him come back to Florida. I like how they're tapping those ties, you know what I mean? Trying to build a little bit of more fan interaction inside these states. Although Texas, that's a ways from Orlando.
I wonder if Patton has ties to Florida, though. I'm not familiar with him, so maybe he could be from the Florida area or, someplace in Florida. So it'd be interesting to see if that's, another tie-in. But go ahead. You said there's another pick in?
Oh, there's lots of picks. They were kind of rolling in as we were talking. So let's talk about this. So, man, I'm probably going to butcher this guy's first name. I believe it's Andres Hughes Murray, linebacker, Oregon State. Glenn Robinson from Purdue. Joseph Wallace from Sam Houston State. Oh, man, ton of picks.
Oh, boy.
Ellis Brooks, linebacker, Penn State. Doug Costin. That's another USFL name off the board. I believe that's the 11th or 12th USFL name that's been selected today. So very interesting. Out of Miami of Ohio. He was with the Birmingham Stallions last season. Had a stint with the Pittsburgh Steelers this offseason, and then that created his free agency, which allows him to be drafted today. Emmanuel Smith, Vanderbilt, CJ Avery, Louisville, LaRon Stokes, defensive lineman, Oklahoma, Antoine Jackson, defensive lineman, Ohio State, Nick Temple, linebacker, Cincinnati, Diego.
With the Dragons, right, back in 2020, Nick Temple.
Gotcha. I was going to say his name sounded really familiar. I couldn't place it right off the top of my head. there's a lot of these names that I'm like, okay, I've heard of these guys before. And I was kind of surprised to see a lot of these XFL 2020 guys coming back that necessarily they haven't really been on the field since, you know what I mean?
I knew or anticipated, would probably be the best way to phrase it, that we would see a number of them because they were guaranteeing inclusion into the draft pool for anyone that was on the active roster. So I knew there was going to be a lot of 2020 flavor in the league. But to kind of touch on what you were mentioning earlier with the USFL, even piggyback into yesterday tipped the hat to me that we're going to see some USFL names today. I wasn't expecting Luis Perez and Kyle Slaughter. That kind of really surprised me when those announcements were made. So this is not as surprising today. I think if we didn't see that yesterday, this would have been a shock to me anyway. I'm sure it could be different for everybody else.
No, that makes perfect sense when you put it that way. I mean, obviously, had we not gotten any USFL names today, yesterday, this would have been a complete shock today. I kind of knew Luis Perez had been at the workout out in San Diego, so I had a feeling that he was going to be one of the names that popped up, but he's also got XFL ties. So, that was kind of an easy one to connect, especially given the fact that Clink Sales, the GM from LA, is back and he's with Vegas now. So kind of had a feeling he would be there. But didn't really put the dots together until yesterday when he was actually announced. And I'm like, oh, okay, man, I should have seen that one coming. Then there was, the announcement with Brian Scott and stuff like that. And people are like, what's going on? And there's just a lot of questions to answer still. But at the same time, it was like a lot of these dots have been connected long before today, really. I mean, a lot of these guys have previous experience with these coaching staffs or GMs or whatever it may be from their 2020 stint in the XFL or from their time in the NFL or wherever it may be.
Well, we've heard this spring football war for a while, right? I think maybe some people were just trying to get it going to start something maybe between the two leagues, fans, because I don't know why there's just a segment of people that are just so diehard one way or the other. I know I have a show that's dedicated to the XFL, but I'll watch the USFL. I have no, anything against those guys. So I kind of find that interesting, but kind of makes it feel like there might be a little bit of a war here between the two leagues now. It does have that feel. I'm not saying we got bad blood of the leagues talking, bad about one another, but now, hey, we saw some coaches. What was it? 10, 11 coaches leave, positional coaches, and come on over to the XFL. And now we're seeing the quarterbacks. Now we're seeing more skill position and defensive players. So the day is not done. I'm not saying it's, we got a whole night ahead of us, but it is very interesting to see there's a good number that's kind of decided to not return to the USFL. It does kind of add to that. So what are your thoughts with that?
I perfectly agree. I mean, I honestly think at first it was just a lot of hype. We were just talking it up because of the fact that these two leagues are somewhat competing for players, but now we know the competition is real. I mean, there's no doubt about it at this point. I mean, once we saw the coaches go over, you kind of started to see the pieces. You knew that some of the USFL players were going to follow their coaches most likely. So that kind of opened up the window for more players to go there. But I don't think anybody quite thought that it was going to be to this level. Because I think at this point, we've had 11 total players from the USFL already, which we've, more than matched the coaches that left. So, I mean, this is the fact, or we're still before that December 31st deadline when the rest of the USFL players can then make the leap. So if this is just now when we're just seeing the NFL guys get the jobs, what happens when December 31st hits? Do we see a mass exodus from the USFL? Is all of a sudden the USFL firmly planted as the third, league in America?
All right. All we can do is speculate at this point. And I mean, that's good for shows like this, to talk about things like that, because it keeps everyone kind of tuned in and kind of interested to see what other people are thinking. I don't know. I would like to think that some of these other guys that are at the USFL, why jump? You kind of have your spot solidified now, right? The more people that are kind of jumping ship, I would stay where you already kind of have something established and something where you're well known. I can't see everyone jumping ship, and it just doesn't make sense to me. I would think that some guys are like, I'm in a good place. It's all about getting film, highlights, and continue to develop. I wouldn't mess with that too much. I mean, that's just my take. Some of these guys, all right, they're jumping ship. Good. They must have been encouraged more than just money. They must have had the right conversations with the right people to feel that this is the right place for them. But I can't imagine it's going to be the case for everybody. You keep leaving, and there's new guys all the time coming in. Why not stay where you've already kind of established yourself? Just my thoughts.
No, it makes perfect sense to me. I mean, how often have we seen spring leagues have a second season in the first place? So we don't know yet that the XFL is even going to make it that far. The USFL is already there. So assuming that the USFL still has a season, which obviously they're trending in that direction, they have already said they're going to have a second season. So to fold at this point would be shocking. But with that being said, to build on season one in a spring league hasn't happened since like 2010 or 2012, I think it was, with the UFL. So that in itself is a huge, huge thing that cannot be overstated. I mean, to me, yeah, you don't leave that if you're a USFL player. I know the money's better in the XFL. I know the USFL isn't necessarily paying all your housing, and that is not an issue in the XFL. But at the same time, the USFL has a very prominent backer in Fox. They don't seem like they're going anywhere. They can provide you a home where you stick for multiple seasons and develop into a single coaching staff and a single offense, which I think is something that a lot of these guys never get the opportunity to get throughout their entire career because they're kind of these journeyman type guys.
I agree. At some point, it's what your end game is. It's not just making the quick decision in front of you, but what's your long-term play? Sometimes you got to sacrifice money. Sometimes you got to sacrifice, maybe the new cool thing, which might be the XFL again, which is kind of weird because it's a third iteration of it. So, I mean, even if that's kind of enticing to some guys at some point, stay put. The USFL did great with ratings. I mean, I know some people talk about certain games at certain times, but for the most part, they did really solid. So why not stay? They got some legitimate coaches over there. And I'm an XFL guy, right? I've got a podcast, but I mean, so I'm still saying I can't see a whole new wave coming over. But I mean, we're kind of talking about another show while the XFL's drafting here, or another league.
That's true. Well, that's okay. We've been live for almost 7 hours now. So I believe the 33 people that are still watching after this long have definitely heard just about every topic we can touch on in the XFL except for that. So definitely nice to have some new perspective on all that. Speaking of new perspective, your Guardians just selected Christian Tate from Georgetown and Jacoby Jones from Texas. I believe they're both interior defensive linemen. We got Drew Beasley with from Michigan State to the Brahmas. Seth Walter from Dartmouth goes to the Battlehawks. Jarrell Owens, Oklahoma State. Houston Roughnecks select CJ Brewer from Coastal Carolina. A guy from my home state, Josh Watson, goes to Arlington. Seattle Sea Dragons pick Tuzar Skipper. Vegas Vipers, Rod Henderson from Alabama State. Jawan Johnson, a linebacker from Texas Christian. PJ Hall, Sam Houston State. Isaiah Graham Mobley, Boston College. Jaquan Artis from Lenore Ryan, and Jordan Williams from Virginia Tech. So Jaquan Artis is a very interesting pick. He is another IFL guy getting an opportunity finally.
That's actually not as surprising too now, since there's that partnership with the XFL and the IFL. Probably would have seen more. I don't know how many IFL guys have been selected today. It'd be interesting to kind of go back and take a look at that. But I would think that that's going to be a great partnership moving forward if we can get some back-to-back seasons put together and seeing the guys probably playing two ways, back-to-back leagues, and they could probably make a decent living doing so. Hopefully just not too much, time, game time that might cause injuries. But I like that. I like that these guys are going to have opportunities now that maybe, there's always that stigma about indoor arena guys, because I've never really watched it much, but I always heard people always say, they can't. Well, just another way to stay fresh, to sharpen your skills. And I talked to a lot of guys on my podcast that do it, and it really helped them hone in on certain areas of their game that they were essentially weak at, not terrible at, but weaker at. And whether it was quarterbacks that need to become a little bit quicker with a release and reading, the things in front of them, because the game's just much quicker. It happens that way. So I think that helps bring a new dynamic the more of those guys come in. Obviously, there's always going to be a mixture, but I'm actually encouraged to see more of those IFL, NAL guys coming into the fold, or even CIF.
Oh, it looks like we have another guest joining us, Michael Cassidy. How's it going, Michael? Oh, it looks like we have another guest joining us, Michael Cassidy.
Hey guys, how you doing?
Pretty good. How about you? I like your shirt.
Going really well. Yeah, Battlehawks. I'm excited.
Yes, sir.
I was a season ticket holder last year, or not last year, but in 2020.
I like your shirt. Yeah. Very nice. Very nice. So what do you think of the Battlehawks draft so far?
Yes, sir. I was a season ticket holder last year, or not last year, but in 2020. Yeah, my son and I used to go out to the games quite a bit.
Battlehawks draft so far.
I think you rated him as a 6, but I think I got him a little higher. I'm excited about what they've done on both offense and defense. One of my takes from it is they went wide receiver first, so more than likely they're planning on throwing the ball, probably a little more than other teams are, because some teams went running back right off the bat. So I kind of feel like they're gonna be throwing the ball. But that being said, they did make some pretty good choices at running back as well. And I'm pretty excited too what they did at wide receiver. You have, Marcel Aitman. He's got some time in the NFL. He played with the Raiders. I think there was another team as well that he was with. So I think that's pretty exciting. And I'm bad at pronouncing names, but Austin Prohl. I love watching him when he was in Seattle for the Dragons, in 2020. I always thought he was like just a legit receiver, and displays a lot of talent with just a high end that hasn't been capitalized on in other places. And he's kicked around on different NFL teams as well. So
definitely
just kind of excited about what they did there.
Do you by chance have any earbuds available? I think it will help that feedback issue we got right now.
Yeah, I was just thinking the same thing. I'm getting a lot of echo. Yeah, I'll step back and grab something and join you guys here in a sec.
Okay, cool. I'll bring you right back on. Awesome. So I wasn't sure if anybody else was joining us. He must have just clicked the link in the chat. So Jaquan Artis, I was talking about him just a second ago. He actually won an IFL championship in 2022 with the Naz Wranglers. He led the league, I believe, with 9.5 sacks. Solid defensive end. Jordan Williams, DC Defenders, Virginia Tech. St. Louis Battlehawks take Phil Campbell out of Pittsburgh. San Antonio Brahmas take Mike Tvardov from Rutgers. Orlando Guardians take DeCollin Brooks from Florida State, another Florida State guy. So that is the end of the linebacker draft. Wow. Okay, that bottom end of the draft there went pretty quick.
Yeah, that went really fast.
So since you just joined us, let's look over the Orlando Guardians roster as
Yeah, I was just giving that a look while you guys were chatting, trying to get caught up. I joined the game here a little late. But, I was even looking at the Vipers. So I'm really I'm high on what would I see of the Vipers really quick. I mean, if it all comes together, I love Luis Perez, obviously. I mean, he did play for the Guardians back in 2020. I think he's a solid quarterback. But just looking at his weapons that he's got here as far as receivers, I like those. But let's go back to the Guardians. I'm sorry, I was just scrolling through some other things really quick.
Oh, you're fine. You're fine. Whatever you want to talk about is perfectly fine.
I mean, so the Vipers, though, made that selection right at the beginning of the defense, right? Oh, where is it here?
Nick Beasley.
Yeah.
And they got Martavis Bryant, too. Man, that roster is top end. Plus, I mean, Luis Perez and Jalen McClendon, that whole roster is very, very interesting. But, I mean, with that being said, your Orlando Guardians roster is very interesting, too. You got a bunch of FCF guys there. I mean, with DeAndre Francois, the quarterback. You got, man, who's the other quarterback there? Is it Dormandy?
Oh, I'm trying
blanking off the top of my head.
Quarterbacks. Let's get.
Yeah, Dormandy. Sorry. So Quentin Dormandy, both very athletic guys. And then you got a bunch of other guys with ties to the state, which is kind of cool. Dantes Bird, former XFL guy. Patrick Smith, FCF receiver. Andrew Jamil, very prolific FCF receiver. Guidry spent some time with the Dallas Cowboys. Charleston Rambo, I'm not overly familiar with, but he's a Miami guy, so that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, definitely several other guys that make more sense. Here, let's bring Michael back. How does that sound for you, Mike? What do you think about their pick of Cody Latimer?
Cody Latimer from Indiana. The name rings a bell. I'm not super familiar with him.
Second round pick by the Denver Broncos.
All right, that's why. Yeah. I mean, I think the Broncos have always had a solid stable of receivers, and I wonder if that kind of just didn't let him shine in the National Football League. I mean, if you look now, they're loaded despite what their record shows. But I mean, looking at the overall receivers here, I'm pretty pleased. And I mean, I would like to see what Latimer could do. We've got Miles Bird. I love Dantes Bird. I think he's fast. He runs some great routes. I think he kind of got a little late to the game back in 2020 with the Dragons. By the time he joined them, I know there was that little shift with the OC too, with Mike Riley's. I believe his wife had some health issues and stuff. But I'm really intrigued. I mean, I'm not as excited as what I see with the Vipers, but I'm intrigued. I'm by no means, and I don't know a lot about Andrew Jamil there, but I have seen a lot of clips, and I'm excited for him as well.
Here, I don't want to play the video. Yeah, we can hear you now. But here's just a slight snippet of Andrew Jamil for you. So I know obviously that's a 4-minute highlight video. I'm not going to
yeah,
play
you
the
can
whole
keep
thing.
watching.
Yeah, but he is amazing to watch. One of those things that he's really known for is change of direction. So a lot of times he'll get the ball in his hand and he'll like fake one way, go the other way, and he just leaves the defender just
Serious talent.
just completely thrown for a loop. It's crazy to watch. He's definitely exciting to watch. But Mike Lee, another FCF guy there as well. So definitely very heavy on the FCF players, which I thought was pretty impressive in my personal opinion. I like to see that. Matt Elam, he played with the IFL, former first-round pick in the NFL this past season. Or not this past season, sorry, several seasons ago, played in the IFL this past season. Terrence Plummer, like we spoke about a little while ago, former XFL 2020 guy. Stanley Mapanga, a longtime NFL player. Bunch of guys that are pretty solid players. Another Florida State guy there at the end, DeCallum Brooks. Let's slide over and get Michael's opinion on the Battlehawks roster. So let's look at that real quick. So, Michael, what is your favorite pick by the Battlehawks so far? Can you hear us okay, Michael?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah. What's your favorite pick so far of the Battlehawks, or from the Battlehawks?
Yeah, I got you. If you guys got me, there's a little bit of a delay.
Yeah, we got you.
I think it's probably a toss-up between Austin Prohl and Marcel Atman so far. I think those are two exciting receivers, and I just know what they're going to be able to do on offense, especially.
Gotcha. Definitely going to be interesting to see. I was kind of excited to see certain players. Like, obviously, I said I'm a Battlehawks fan. So Channing Stribling was a guy that I really wanted to see in the XFL as much as I didn't want to see the USFL lose him. So he's with the Battlehawks now, comes over from the Stars. And basically, Quentin Meeks, another XFL guy, or a USFL guy, sorry. There's a bunch of guys that definitely make a lot of sense here that we stole from the USFL, but then there's also just some guys that I didn't know right off the top of my head. So it's definitely interesting to see their approach to the draft so far. But I'm encouraged by what they've built so far. I think there's a lot to like about the roster, and hopefully going forward they gel like you spoke about before, Mike. So shoot, let's see if we've gotten any picks from the offensive line yet. Doesn't appear like we have. It's been kind of weird how they're uploading the picks. It's like you don't get anything, and then all of a sudden it's like poof, you get 6, 8 at once.
Yeah, it's too bad they just didn't stream it. I think they're just keeping all this content for shows later on down the line. I mean, it's just, I guess it's better than nothing. Just wishful thinking of my end.
Yeah, I mean, had the flow been a little bit more seamless on the website, I wouldn't mind it so much. You know, if it was like pick by pick by pick, and it was, you know, every 5 minutes or every 3 minutes we were getting a pick. But it's just one of those things where it's been kind of sporadic, and there was a point in time where we like didn't get any picks for over 15 minutes. And
Wow.
it was kind of weird. And it was right in the middle of a round too, so it wasn't like we were position switching or anything like that. It was just we were right in the middle of the cornerbacks round, and all of a sudden it just stopped for a while. and it was like, what's going on? Did somebody take a lunch break that was updating the social media or the website? What's going on here? But
What
I
have
wanted.
Sorry,
go ahead.
What have we seen as far as delays between position changes, like from defense, defensive backs to front seven, or now we're making a shift to offensive line? Has it been a solid delay, or has it been fairly quick?
It's been fairly quick. I think there was a 3 to 5 minute delay after the first one, and then I feel like there was no delay at all when we went from D backs to front seven, or vice versa. Yeah, front seven. There was very little delay there. It seemed like the picks flowed right into the defensive line right away. But yeah, it's been interesting to try and keep up with how it's all working out. See if we can get Michael Cassidy back on. All right, buddy. How does it sound now? Sound okay for you now?
You guys sound great. How about on my end? Give it one more shot.
Yeah, sounds great. So let's look at the San Antonio Brahmas roster. So the Brahmas are obviously the team that's kind of closest to the Rock's heart. What do you guys think about the roster that they picked so far?
And I'm just pulling it up. Sorry, a little late here.
Oh, you're good.
Well, I think they had a solid first pick.
Yes, absolutely. Kind of a spring football legend there, Jacques Patrick. Then we got Calvin Turner, running back out of Hawaii. Kind of interesting to see the Brahmas tap that Hawaii connection. We know how much The Rock loves Hawaii. Kendrick Rogers, wide receiver at Texas A&M. Jalen Tolliver, former XFL receiver as well. Arkansas Monticello. Dylan Parham from the Broncos, North Carolina State. Kalen Ballage, that dude just a season or two ago with the Chargers was doing fairly well on my fantasy team. In round 7, they picked Elise Mack, former third-round pick by the Green Bay Packers out of Notre Dame. Terry Wright, a wide receiver that played with the Ottawa Redblacks the last 2 seasons. TJ Vasher, very big receiver that should be interesting to watch. Then we move to the defensive side. We got Luck Parku, Kerry Vincent Jr., both NFL guys. Terrell Bonds, former USFL player that got an NFL shot this offseason. Move to the defense really quick. Justin Alexander, he's best known for his time with the Jets. Owen Carney. Then you also have Drew Beasley there. So kind of an interesting mix of talent on the Brahmas. I'm very encouraged by what they've built on offense. What do you guys think?
I think they're going to be a run-heavy team from what I'm seeing. I mean, it looks like they are going to be committed to the run game. I mean, am I seeing that wrong?
No, I wouldn't think so. I mean, with Kalen Ballage there and Jacques Patrick and Calvin Turner, I mean, let alone the fact that your first 2 picks there are running backs. Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I definitely think that you're spot on with your assessment there, which is kind of funny given their head coach is a former wide receiver.
Well, 100%. I think that's what kind of shocked me the most when early on I was tweeting the first couple rounds when I had a chance, and then I kind of got up and I was like, all right, these guys are going to be run heavy. I'm like, again, we have to see what the offensive line looks like, but it definitely was a kind of a shock as far as philosophy. And I know we don't really know, but it appears that way right now.
Definitely.
I agree that they're going to be run heavy for sure. Yeah, I agree they're going to be run heavy for sure. You know, I look at this, you know, almost as the opposite of what the Battlehawks did. Of course, I paid most attention to the Battlehawks, but with Jacques Patrick, you know, we know him as a able running back, and they went their first 2 picks with running backs, so definitely going to be ready to run the ball. And like I said, with what I witnessed with the Battlehawks, they're definitely going to want to be probably a pass-first offense, or maybe just try to balance things out. Maybe they knew what their picks were going to be, you know, that they wanted at running back, and those folks were still available, so they played their luck.
Definitely. A lot of NFL talent on this team. A lot of talent from all over, really, when you look at it. I mean, they got some guys from the CFL, some guys from the 2020 XFL. I like that they were kind of tapping all wells to try and build this roster, which in my mind, in spring football, you kind of have to be very creative in roster building. Let's look at the Arlington Renegades, the roster that is highlighted by the connection that is Kyle Sloter to Sal Cannella. What do you guys think about this roster on their offense so far?
It looks solid. I mean, Cannella and Slaughter, I mean, they did phenomenal in the USFL, so that connection I can only imagine is going to be huge for this team. Ford's back. I mean, not back, but I mean, Ford's back in the league because he was with, he was up in Seattle, right? Back in 2020.
Was it Seattle or New York?
I think he might have been with the Battlehawks, actually.
Was the okay?
But down there at the bottom, Dexter Williams, that dude actually was on this channel for an interview right before the USFL championship game, in which he put up over 100 yards.
Nice.
So once again, solid level talent there. He actually signed with the Green Bay Packers this offseason, but didn't stick, as you can tell. They obviously also picked up. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, Will Hill, I wanted him back on the Battlehawks. That guy is a beast back there, is a DB. And, he was back there with Kenny Robinson was back there, NFL guy as well. So I think they did a great pickup there for defense.
Definitely. Speaking of players that were solid pickups, I mean, you got Devontae Bosby, a guy who spent some time at the AAF. He was in the USFL with the Generals this past season. You got Shakur Brown, another USFL guy. I believe he signed with the Tennessee Titans. Bosby was with the Washington Commanders. Raheem Moore, this guy right here, former second-round pick with the Denver Broncos as well. Abu Darami Sore played in the GFL this past season. He also had a stint with the NFL as well. Cameron Hunt. Does that name ring any bells for you, fellas?
Cameron Hunt. It sounds like it should.
So I believe, if I'm not mistaken.
Sounds like Kareem Hunt. That's why.
Gotcha. No, I was going to say he was actually, if I'm not mistaken, I'll have to look this up right quick, but I believe he was off of the Birmingham Stallions this season. So I'll have to do a little bit of research just to double check that, but I believe he played for the Birmingham Stallions, and then he signed with the Chargers. Don't quote me on that, but the Arlington Renegades also picked up Doug Costin, another former USFL guy who got some looks with the NFL this past season. So definitely interesting to see how they're putting together their roster. Let's look at Jack Snyder, also picked by the Houston Roughnecks. Interesting. So it seems like the offensive line portion is going a little bit slower than everything else has.
Yeah. You had mentioned earlier about, just a few minutes ago, about how some of these folks are kind of spring league journeymen, playing with the XFL, USFL, and even the AAF. That kind of brings up Luis Perez. I mean, that guy has been, he played for Birmingham in the AAF, and then, obviously played in New York for the XFL. He was also in the USFL this year. And here he is back again. He got drafted again in the 23 draft for the XFL. So that's one of those guys that's always been trying to make it. And he's got a huge backstory. I don't know if you're familiar with when he started playing quarterback.
No, I'm actually not.
So he had never played football until he got into college, and he decided he wanted to be a quarterback. So he kind of walked onto the team. He was number 6. I believe, if memory serves me correct. And he actually watched YouTube to learn how to play quarterback, and worked his way up in a D2 school. I forget the name of it, but he ended up getting the equivalency of the Heisman Trophy at the D2 level. And he did that, after just watching YouTube and figuring out how to play quarterback. So I love watching those kind of guys in spring league football. He's had some coffees with some NFL teams and stuff. So, I mean, just what a great backstory. And, I love seeing things like that in the XFL, just guys getting that chance and make a little money while he's doing it too. So it's good stuff.
Definitely. So just double checking on my information there. Cameron Hunt is from the Birmingham Stallions. He did win a USFL championship with the Stallions. He was all USFL as well as a guard with Birmingham, and now he is drafted by the Arlington Renegades, who once again tap that USFL well and get the cream of the crop from the USFL. So once again, we spoke about it before. The spring football wars was kind of like a hashtag that was trending this offseason. Something tells me after today's draft, Twitter is going to be on fire about how many different USFL players made the leap to the XFL. What are your guys' opinions on that in particular?
Go ahead, Michael.
So I was really curious how that was going to pan out because I was big into the USFL too. I was really curious how that was going to pan out. It's a little bit different, but it's also structurally, what are they looking for? And quarterbacks in 2020 in the XFL, they got paid really well compared to the rest of the league. I mean, the strategy made, in my opinion, they did it to kind of get those bubble backup quarterback, practice squad NFL quarterbacks and said, hey, we're going to give you some legit money and we're going to let you play out the season. We're not going to cut you in a month. And so they paid them good money up front. Honestly, I don't know exactly what the USFL guys were getting at quarterback, but I do know, the guys in 2020 for the XFL were making really good money. I'm talking in the hundreds of thousands at quarterback. And the rest of the league wasn't making that kind of money, but they were. And then, you kind of brought this point up earlier where if you have a level of stability in the USFL, like, hey, we're coming back next year, at least that's what they're telling them. You've got that level of stability. Do you want to come and go into the XFL and see, are they going to make it to the end of the season? Did you shoot yourself in the foot with an opportunity? And that also goes into, are these spring league considered a developmental league? And I see that as a great conversation piece when you're trying to get these leagues to be recognized. But whether it was the AAF, the XFL 2020, or the USFL, or now XFL 2023, the NFL really hasn't said we want one of you to develop into our developmental league, because they haven't had to. I don't think that comes until you get maybe 3 years. Maybe it's not even a matter of years. It's when a spring league becomes, they start generating revenue. When they get that complete legitimacy that, hey, we're going to be around for a while. I think that's when the NFL will start taking notice and saying, hey, maybe we need to take a look at turning this into some type of a developmental relationship between the two leagues. And, the USFL and XFL have got to establish themselves at least to the longevity the NFL has been able to do.
Definitely agree on that. Mike, what do you think?
Well, we kind of touched base on this a little bit earlier about how it was kind of not as much of a shock because of the quarterbacks yesterday, but it is still kind of shocking because of if you have a place on a team and it's returning, you're kind of giving that up. You're kind of going to another place. You got to reestablish yourself with new coaches and whatnot. So, yes, money motivates a lot of people, and whatever the new shiny thing is in the XFL, which is kind of funny because we mentioned it's the third iteration, so it's not as shiny as as a new thing. It's kind of been around in different iterations, but I think The Rock, that name, that clout entices a lot of people. And how do you say that you know to being affiliated with such a thing. So, yeah, it's not as surprising now, especially after the quarterbacks yesterday. We're probably going to see more of it. And like you mentioned, once that December 30th or 31st deadline comes around, sadly, for the USFL, we're probably going to see more of it. But that's probably a good thing for the XFL. They're going to be able to have those supplemental drafts, and they're going to have as much talent as they want to pick from. So it's going to be a good thing for the quality when they kick off in February 2023 for the XFL.
Definitely. So let's welcome on one more guest, my good buddy Jackson Danner. He often streams on this channel for Between the Stripes podcast, who we're actually live on right now. So, Jackson, how much of the draft have you been able to catch so far, and what are your thoughts so far?
Honestly, man, not as much as I wish I could have caught. I've been pretty busy with work all day, but just kind of scanning through some of these names here, and I really love just the XFL draft format of how they have divided up, obviously, into position groups and all that, right? So it's been something that, hey, it does make it a little bit easier to keep track of if you're just kind of a casual fan. I know that XFL really needs to build up their fan base, especially with relocating to some different cities and all that, and so I think it's good for gardening interest, especially we all saw the quarterbacks last night and, got its own feature on ESPN and all that. Then the skill position guys today as well. So, yeah, just kind of reading through some of these names here. Abram Smith, living in Waco the last few years, saw a lot of him, obviously, and definitely going to be a talent for DC. I'd love to see him on the Defenders. I did see Josh Hammond as well, being a Florida fan. I believe it was the Commanders. Correct me on that if I'm wrong. That was the Defenders as well. So, yeah, man. But looking through some of these names, it's been awesome to see.
Definitely. So, what is your thought process when you see all these USFL guys making the leap from the USFL to the XFL?
I don't want to speak for any of these guys individually. I don't know what their thought process is or how the XFL will better align with their goals. I know, obviously, the XFL having that partnership with the NFL Alumni Association, I believe, and for player development. It's hard to say that the XFL might not be the best league to go into if your ultimate dream is to make it into the National Football League, right? Because of the relationships that are in obviously very successful last year. And it's going to be, I think, eventually down the road, if you're looking at big picture, we're going to have to see these two either merge, or you're going to see one clearly be like the top one and there is a lower tier. I'm not sure quite what that would look like. It seems like, obviously with The Rock and all that being involved with the XFL, they just have resources, man. There seems to be, a certain feeling that there's of dedication that we're going to get this thing right the third time around. So I'm excited to see which one emerges, and I would love, as a spring football fan, I would love for these two leagues and the FCF even to all live in harmony and not compete with each other. Obviously, that's just not reality, man. It's money. There's only so much of a market for spring football. You're gonna have to have one that is your main source, and then all these others are gonna have to intersperse. And hey, there can be success, right? Like the NFL and CFL coexist. One is clearly a lot better. One clearly has the talent. And the other is still you can have a successful career in the CFL. It's certainly possible. So, hopefully we'll see some sort of dynamic like that.
I would agree. Hopefully it shakes out like that. I believe it's just turning into a tier system where XFL is going to be that second tier league to the NFL. The USFL is going to slot in somewhere behind that. And then you're going to see the FCF and the various indoor leagues after that.
I would agree with that tiering. I think I'm in the minority in this opinion. I think the XFL is going to be the primary one down the road. But yeah,
definitely. So a couple guys that just popped up on the screen: Luke Jurga, former Philadelphia Eagle; Brandon Murphy; Antonio Garcia; Chris Owens; TJ Stormont, Cody Conway. Any names that stick out to you guys?
Cody Conway, Syracuse guy. Seeing I moved down from Syracuse, a former Syracuse football season ticket holder for a good number of years. I know offensive line's not the sexy position for a lot of guys to talk about, so it's kind of always but Syracuse has always actually had decent offensive linemen. So I mean, maybe their skill positions haven't always been a banner or star level, but they have always had solid offensive linemen. So Cody Conway, that's a solid pickup. And not only that, probably has some ties to Dungy. So a little bit of an SU connection happening in that locker room. It's pretty cool to see.
100%. Anybody else know anything about any of these guys that can add to the pot here? Oh, just got a couple more picks.
Not off the top of my head. I am going. Every year for the NFL draft do just one massive Word doc of just notes that I've compiled. Some throughout the regular season of college football, and mostly as we're approaching the combine and all that. So just control F on a lot of these names, right? Seeing what pops up. And hopefully one of these two guys, right? I'm sure I scouted a handful of them, but just need to go back and actually look at it. But so pardon me if you hear the beep noise showing no result on there. But I'm trying to find what I have on a handful of these guys at least.
Oh, you're good. So funny stat that I came across when it comes to Jack Snyder, the 6'5", 310-pound guard that was selected first overall. He played for San Jose State. He actually randomly has 2 carries for 5 yards and 2 touchdowns. So not normally a stat you see from an offensive lineman. So I'm kind of curious how that all came about. But, maybe someday I'll have to try and seek him out and get him on the show to talk about that.
Yeah.
Shane Carpenter, Louisiana Tech. That means he is a former disciple of Skip Holtz. And then you got Auburn, Darius James, and then is it Kamali Matthews from Murray State, Orlando Guardians. So I think this is kind of the point of the draft where I'm going to have to defer to Google quite a bit because a lot of these offensive linemen I do not know off the top of my head.
One thing that I'm looking forward to seeing in the XFL is I believe we're doing the modified 2.3 point system still. Is that, catch me up on that if I'm wrong.
I believe you're correct.
Okay, gotcha. It's 2 from the 5 and then 3 from the 10 just to make it where a 9-point game is still a 1-score game. I think one thing that might hurt some of these, especially linemen and skill positions and all that is, hey, how do these guys make rosters in the NFL? It's through special teams, right? So I'm hesitant that we're not going to see as much special teams action as we would if it was just a regular NFL rule book, right? So hopefully that doesn't hurt a lot of these guys, and because some of these smaller schools are lower level talents that you see coming out of the draft, it's hey, how much special teams experience did they have? Maybe they were a star in their own team where you don't want to risk injury, but we still need that at the NFL level, right? So I'm hoping it doesn't hurt any of these guys, but from an entertainment perspective, obviously it's a slam dunk win.
Definitely. Man, we are getting very deep into the draft at this point. So let me see. Darius James played at Old Dominion and University of Texas. Former 5-star recruit, so obviously very high-level talent. Very interesting to see what he ends up doing. It looks like he's kind of been out of football for a little bit. Unless wrong Darius James. Sorry about that. He's a basketball player. So apparently 2 Darius James.
Yeah, I've got Darius.
Are we familiar with the roster limits? Is this going to be like a traditional 53-man roster? Do we know? I'm sorry, how many?
It's going to be 60. 60
okay, gotcha.
During the offseason.
That 60s number. So it is going to be higher than the 53, but okay. Do we know, is there a practice squad as well and all that, injured reserve slot, stuff like that, where it allows for a little bit more depth?
As far as I know, as of right now, I have not heard anything about a practice squad. I would assume there's something, just based on the way
there's
they're
some
doing.
Sort of reserve spot where you don't have to.
Yeah, you would think. You would think because I mean, obviously injuries happen. You know what I mean? And a lot of the time last season, that's what the USFL teams were using that practice squad spot for, was to keep a guy who was injured, needed to get healthy.
If I recall correctly from Greg Parks, XFL board was writing an article from what he was putting together from a bunch of what the coaches were saying. So we don't know 100% what it's going to be, but it sounds like the 60-man is obviously including practice squad, because we don't have that team 9 this time around for the XFL, which obviously they could tap into whatever they needed based off injuries. So now they have to carry a few more players this time around. But I think we're going to look at something in the high 40s is what's probably going to be the active game day rosters. I don't know if it's like 48, something like that. I can't remember off the top of my head what Greg Parks was reporting from what he was piecing together from various coaches sharing. So nothing official, I guess, is out there yet.
Gotcha. Yeah, I've heard the 60 as the full count, but I didn't know which. Hey, another USFL name just came off the board. Garrett McGinn, who signed with the New Jersey General, he was from the New Jersey Generals. He signed with the New York Giants this offseason. Just was drafted by the Arlington Renegades, Team USFL in the XFL. So kind of crazy to see yet another USFL name come off the board. I was kind of wondering if we would see him picked at some point, but it looks like yet again, the XFL is pulling the cream of the crop from the USFL, all the guys that got the NFL looks. So what's your reaction to yet another New Jersey General making the leap to the XFL? Well, let's start with Michael.
I had to log back in, guys. I had a couple issues, so I'm still getting caught up if somebody else wants to chime in.
Okay.
It just kind of reminds me of back in the day where, like, in the AFL and NFL, right? Like, you would have to choose between the two. And Joe Namath was, like, one of those few guys that ended up choosing the AFL over the NFL. Obviously, we all know how that worked out with Super Bowl III. But, yeah, man, it's just, like, something that we just haven't seen. Like, are they going to choose to go with which one? I would assume that they wouldn't submit their names into the pool and consent to go to the XFL if they weren't willing to move on. And again, I don't know the motivation behind that. I don't know if it's truly development based. I don't know if it's money based. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how. I want to see give it a couple springs and let's see how it shakes out. And I think we'll clearly, like we talked about earlier, know which one's the more dominant one.
I'm curious. Yeah. I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'm curious, how much did the USFL anticipate this? Like, they must have known, because today they tried to stomp on the toes a little bit to announce some of their own news. So are they trying to do some damage control without doing damage control? Trying to keep hey, we're just going to function as normal and act like this isn't happening. Well, they're obviously being purged. And it's probably going to be at a greater extent than we probably initially realized. I'm not acting like they're not going to have anybody returning, but, the more you think about it, what did they know? How bad did they know it was going to be? And how do they tomorrow respond to whatever's going to happen on all their social media feeds? That's going to be the interesting part.
That's a very good question.
Some level of damage control is going to happen.
I would agree.
So I got a question that maybe you guys know the answer to. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead.
What was the structure contract for the USFL? I mean, are they free to leave? And also, the second question, folks were necessarily by the XFL doesn't mean they're going to sign a contract. They may decide to do other things.
So a couple things on that. So first of all, the USFL guys that sign with the NFL are free agents currently if they did not re-sign with the USFL. There's been a couple guys that went back to the USFL, I would imagine, after feeling out the XFL. I can tell you that the vast majority of guys in the USFL have reached out to the XFL at some degree, trying to make the leap. You can tell just based on how many guys are actually going over there. But December 31st is that magical date. So you probably have seen some announcements about a supplemental draft later on down the line for players from other leagues. That is actually discussing basically specifically, aka USFL players, because at that point their original initial contract, not the amended contract. So if they were signed initially, this applies. If they were signed like mid-season, they technically signed an amended contract, so they're probably still under contract. But with that being said, December 31st, we should see a lot of guys leap over from the USFL into that supplemental draft pool and most likely be selected by the XFL.
Let's also be fair and note that to be in today's draft pool, you had to accept an invitation, right? It's not a signed contract, so we know that to be fact. So, Michael, that's obviously nothing is ink to paper here. But the reality is,
right,
they've had some contact with us, been their representation, the players directly with league personnel, and they accepted to be into this pool. So there's going to be, whether a contract gets signed or not, maybe they last minute decide to go to USFL, there's still some damage control here because it means that USFL players were intrigued enough to seek another opportunity to see what that might be. So I still see it being something the USFL is going to have to address. But yes, it doesn't guarantee that these guys have joined the XFL. Aside from the assigned quarterbacks yesterday, I'm assuming they didn't get announced without putting something to paper. I'm assuming that Perez and Slaughter are definitely XFL quarterbacks. That's just my assumption because I don't think you'd go that far, the XFL would, without having some sort of guarantee on their end.
Yeah, that makes sense. I agree with that.
So any of these guys that off the board currently, Jachai Baker, Willie Wright, Steven Gonzalez, Ty Clary, any of those guys ringing any bells for you guys?
Not on my end. I'm still doing some research on some of these, and like you mentioned earlier, some of these folks are coming from smaller schools. It's hard to stay up on, but that's also one of the things I find exciting about the XFL is being able to go and research these talented players and find out more about them, and get to know them. I mean, I hate to keep referring back to the Battlehawks, but you look at like Lakeem Williams, he was a JUCO guy that ended up playing in Syracuse, and started with small program and worked his way up to Syracuse, and here he is now. He actually had a stint with the Seahawks, and now he's in the XFL. So I just kind of enjoy being able to do that little bit of research and get to know them as we go through the season.
I agree. That is one part of this that is really fun. Is like a lot of these guys you might never have heard of before. So doing the research on them is kind of the fun to find out where they've been, how you might know them, what coaches they've worked with in the past, et cetera, et cetera.
I say the same thing too, as you see some of these XFL veterans from 2020 that have gotten shots in the NFL and it's stuck. So I mean, the obvious one really is Taylor Henneke over there playing for the in Washington. The guy was a backup quarterback in the XFL, and now he's got 19 starts in the NFL and worked his way up to a legit, I'm not going anywhere backup quarterback, where he's almost in I'd say somewhat of a quarterback. I don't want to call it a quarterback controversy, but there has been questions on who's going to start next week, and for DC, and he's me and my son met him in 2020 up in St. Louis. He was a super friendly guy, and it's just great to see that story pan out to where he got a shot in the NFL, to be where he's at now, and just see, like I said, a nice guy, a gentleman that was fan friendly, and get this shot. I can even tell you a story where our seats were. I was in the end zone for 2020. And before the game started, there was a lady that was sitting behind us that kind of moved up next to us in the front row. And she put out a sign and said she wanted to play rock, paper, scissors for a football. Well, Taylor Henneke was actually the guy that came over with a football and played what do you call it? Rock paper scissors with her for a football. And the funny part was, one of the reasons why I think he's a great guy is he actually beat her, but still gave her the football. So that was pretty neat.
That's cool. That's very cool. Obviously, the guy is kind of an NFL cult legend at this point, given what he's done since he's, gotten back to the NFL, beating the big names, whether it was Aaron Rodgers or, all the biggest name quarterbacks. He's kind of got
Brady.
Exactly. So this recent DC Defenders pick, Ty Clary, this guy is a rookie, I believe, who was recently with the Miami Dolphins and the Green Bay Packers. Definitely somebody who should be very interesting to see what he can do with the league as well. Seems like picks are rolling in very slow at this point.
One thing that's more big picture that I would like to ask you guys, if you're an XFL team, an XFL general manager, would you rather have an unproven guy like Greg Long, who's going to be a rookie? This is going to be pretty much his first year in professional football. Or would you rather have an older guy who's kind of, I don't want to say washed, but move on from the prime of his career, at least like a Matt Elam, who we saw be drafted a little bit earlier today?
See, I think you have to have a good mixture. I think it's very important for you to have a good amount of veterans to kind of lead that team and show everybody else which way we're going, which direction that we want to lead this team. And then you have to have those young guys, because at the same time, you need to have that succession plan in place, because a lot of these guys that are at the top end of the roster, the veterans and stuff, they are going to be the guys who get the NFL looks. They've got the people, the connections in the NFL, whether they were previously there or, they played for some college coach that is there now, et cetera, et cetera. They're more likely to end up being the ones that leave. So those guys that are lesser known players that haven't gotten opportunity at the higher level yet, like a Greg Long, like you just mentioned, he is crucial to the XFL, because he might be the type of guy who can stay for a full season, maybe even a second season, and develop year over year and eventually be a star offensive lineman in the league. Michael, you were saying?
Yeah, no, I pretty much, or I agree with your take. I would say that there's got to be that spread. You got to have the veteran guys that are a little bit older that still have a level of talent that can kind of be that mentor. Hey, this is how you make it and be successful at the professional level. One of the ones that sticks out to me is Matt Jones, who went to the Vipers. He played in the NFL yet for he had a legit career in the NFL. Played in the XFL previously as well, and he got picked up again. So you get that seasoned guy that can kind of be the mentor, not only on how to behave, but like, hey, this is what you need to see on the field. This be on the field as a running back, as an example, and teach that younger guy, like, hey, I'm gonna take a series. You might get two, but we're gonna benefit from that and have that mentorship out there. And it's just that good spread. And I think, as you also have to take into account the league trying to establish itself as a legitimate entity that's going to be around, right? You want to have some recognizable names in there. One of the things that kind of, I don't want to say frustrates me, but I get a stance on when I start talking to people about spring league football, and particularly XFL, is there's people say, well, it's not the NFL. Well, you're right. It's the XFL. It's something completely different. But you get that notoriety of some people that have been in the NFL, where you start bringing in some fans that, typically focus on the NFL. So it's good to have that notoriety, guys. And again, I think, like you said, you get that good mix, which ends up being a benefit for everybody on the team.
Definitely. So one of the guys that just went off the board, Jay Williams, was accepted into the NFL Alumni Academy. So he was a guy who was kind of angling his way to the XFL no matter what it took. And then Marcus Tatum is another guy who's fairly interesting, out of UT Knoxville, and also spent some time at UCF. So another Florida guy headed there. So kind of crazy to see Florida A&M, Central Florida back to back there. seems like Florida is getting a lot of love from this XFL draft, and we just got a ton of picks all at once.
Oh man.
Okay. So we got TJ Bradley, Maryland, Jameel Demby from Maine, Julian Davenport, that's a name people should recognize, from Bucknell, Darda Lee from UTEP, Sam Cooper, Merrimack, Tommy Champion, Mississippi State, Cam Carter, Murray State.
The Warriors being represented from Merrimack. Love it.
You are probably one of the few people that even know who Merrimack is.
We interviewed a former fullback from Merrimack, so he ended up transferring to UMass. So that's the only reason I know that. I'm not gonna pretend to be well adversed in oh man, I don't even know their conference. So no, but
That's fair. But I know that you and Omar both have a tremendous amount of college football knowledge, so it wouldn't have surprised me if you did know that. Julian
Omar's a small
Davenport.
school guy. Don't tell him I said this. I stick more to like more FBS, right? So he's the one that knows everything from below that, though.
That's fair. That explains.
Although I will say, getting way off topic here, that FCS spring season helped me out a lot. Like I watched a lot of FCS football then. That helped.
There you go. So Julian Davenport was recently on the Bears roster. In fact, he was released August 23rd of 2022. This is another veteran NFL guy who's played a lot. He was actually a part of that Laramie Tunsil trade a couple seasons ago. He was shipped to Miami, played there for the 2019 and 2020 seasons, then went to the Colts. So kind of interesting to see him in the draft. I actually didn't know that he was looking at the XFL, so it just goes to show where they kind of slot in for even NFL players that have experience in the league. I mean, he's a guy that even started 15 games in 2018 for the Texans. He's a swing tackle that can play left and right side, so definitely solid pick.
Yeah, that's a lot of experience right there to bring to the table. It's surprising he didn't find a way to stay in the league.
Exactly. I'm kind of, like I said, I thought he was still in the NFL because he was that recently released.
So since we have a down moment here, to kind of touch on what Jackson was asking there earlier about, veteran, new upcomer. So I'm also on the wave or school of thought that you need the mix. But I think what really sold me on that was a month and a half, maybe 2 months ago, I had Rashad Ross, former DC defender and Washington Redskin player back in the day, when he shared with me his experience with Deshaun Jackson, pretty much taking him underneath his wing to teach him what it was to be a professional. So I think like that's the type of thing that's going to be very important, because if we look at this somewhat hub situation out of Arlington, these players are going to be living in a hotel, instead of just being like kind of we're in the hotel and, we kind of need some of that veteran leadership and kind of, hey, we need to conduct ourselves in a certain way so they don't kind of get themselves out in trouble. I'm not saying a lot of these guys would, but it does help to have those guys that kind of been there, done that. And not only that, help groom them with what it's going to take to get to the league, because The Rock, everyone else is even talking about how it's developmental. So, obviously this is not the last stone, right? This is just the stepping stone for them to get to where they want to be. So, yeah, that mixture is going to be very important.
The example that I always point back to as far as like the importance and value of a seasonal presence is you think of that Super Bowl 43 Arizona Cardinals team that obviously fell short but have made it so far. They always point to Emmitt Smith on that, right? And his last few days in the league, like as a Cardinal, right? And he like was really the one that like taught that team how to win and how to be professionals, right? And so that's like exactly what you were saying, man. Like it's important to have that veteran presence. And even if physically they're not contributing to the team of maybe what they used to be on previous teams, they do have that.
Let's just look at the New York Jets right now, right? They're not the best team in the AFC or even AFC East. But the reality is, what did Joe Flacco bring to the table for Zach Wilson? And that is, you can't really measure it, right? That's not something you could ever really just say, hey, every veteran's going to bring in and help. You can't do it. But the reality is, something worked there. And you didn't bring Joe Flacco into play. Not that he hasn't gotten some playing time, but the reality is that intangible conversations or just whatever, taking the moment to show a thing or two, doesn't mean that he has the capability. No different than Emmitt Smith back in the day. He wasn't in his prime anymore. Clearly wasn't the guy. But there's something in that locker room, something on that sideline, something in a huddle, even if you're not the guy, it's invaluable. It really is. So, I mean, it does make sense, 100%.
And this sounds like a knock, and it absolutely is not meant this way. You also have to find guys who are willing to do that, right? You think of Eli Manning, like just retiring because he wanted to not play that role with Daniel Jones. And that's not a knock on Eli Manning at all. It's just like not everyone is willing to sit on the sideline and be a mentor, right? And that's perfectly fair. You're in a professional football league in order to play professional football. So that's fair. It's just something that you have to go out seeking.
Agreed. So let's welcome another guest onto the channel today. That is Freddie Airmail down here at the bottom. If you're an FCF fan, you likely know this man because he just recently started a podcast, and he's doing it with Kyle Stathead, correct?
Yes.
Definitely.
Yes,
so,
everyone, how's it going?
With that being said, what is the name of your podcast, and where can we find you?
So the podcast is called Freddie Stat Go, based on the names of the two hosts, and you can find it on basically anywhere where you get your podcast. It's on I know on Spotify it's listed on the Fan Controlled TV creator page.
Very nice.
First
Very nice.
episode
Like
just
that
came
a
out the
lot.
other day. We're gonna try to start getting them out on Mondays from here.
That was the first episode? You guys did amazing.
That was the first episode. I think we're going to be doing our next episode on the XFL Draft, and we're going to be recording that in the next few days. And I think we'll have a lot to talk about there.
I would agree. I would
Good,
agree.
Freddie. Love it. All right. And FCF doesn't get enough attention, so looking forward to hearing you.
Definitely.
So many. I'm seeing so many names I recognize from that on this draft tracker, and that's pretty exciting.
Absolutely. We got Cedric Bird, DeAndre Francois, Andrew Jamil, Bryson Aline, Mike Lee. You know, there's been several guys that got selected.
Yeah, and I'll be rooting for all of them.
Sounds good. So it sounds like one of our guests has to take off for the night. Mike, I genuinely appreciate you tuning in and joining us. Your insight was dramatically appreciated, especially at the time that you joined me. So why don't you tell everybody where they can find your podcast?
So the show is on every social media platform you can find. So it's on Twitter at Player54 Podcast. It's on Facebook, Instagram, same handle. But we're on just about every platform you could find your streaming needs for podcasts, whether it's iTunes or what do we call it now? Maybe it's Apple Music, Google Podcast, Stitcher, Spotify, you name it, iHeartRadio, it's there. So I appreciate you having me on. It's been a pleasure. I would just wish, I love food, but when it's hot and it's ready and she's telling me dinner's ready, she's ringing the bell without ringing the bell, gentlemen, but it's time for me to go.
I got you. Thanks for everything, man. I appreciate you tuning in. And shout out to Player 54 Podcast, which I will be a guest on this upcoming weekend. So looking forward to that. Thank you for everything, Mike.
Well, thank you. All right. Have a good one, gentlemen.
All right. So, Freddie, you are awfully analytical, my friend. So which quarterback excites you the most out of everybody who was selected yesterday?
Oh, man. I should preface it by saying that a big part of the first episode of that podcast is looking at all the quarterbacks from FCF from just season 2 and looking at their stats and kind of taking those and putting them in perspective with each other and getting a quarterback ranking and ratings out of that. And I do the same sort of thing with other players and other quarterbacks that are looking like they'll end up in leagues like the XFL or the USFL or some of the indoor leagues like that. And so I have all the 15 guys that we got for the XFL on this big list of quarterbacks. But I also took them and I put them just comparing them against each other because of the way that the algorithm works that I'm using. So I kind of have an idea from there, but I also just wrote down something, just kind of a gut feeling about the guys, and I ranked them from 1 to 15. And I'd say that there are plenty of guys to be excited about. I'm interested to see where the Seattle quarterback situation goes. Ben DiNucci and Steven Montez would be at the top of my list, probably above. I mean, even whoever ends up as the backup is probably higher than some of the starters on other teams. But I would say with the DC Defenders, I think for any team to have one of their two quarterbacks signed by an NFL team before yesterday, which is what happened, I think Eric Dungy is probably one of the guys that you would most want to be the one quarterback you have left if that happens to you.
I love that point. So real quick, I wanted to go ahead and shout out Jackson Danner and let him know that it is perfectly okay for him to leave as well. Thank you, man. I appreciate all your help tonight. So once again, Between the Stripes podcast, where can we find all of the great content that you guys make?
Spotify and YouTube are pretty much the two most popular ones. Also in the spring, of course, we have like our regular season shows throughout the college football season. My favorite shows are right before each of the All-Star games, before the Senior Bowl, East-West Shrine, Hula Bowl, all those. We do previews in the spring, in the NFL draft season, I should say. We actually partner with the HBCU Pigskin Showdown, another up-and-coming all-star game, and we interview some of these draft prospects every Thursday night, so something to look out for. Real quick, just want to point out, though, a name that I saw pop up, Paul Dawson, former Cincinnati Bengal, going on there. So just wanted to point that out. We were just talking, obviously, about some of these more experienced guys getting some love, so good to see. But, yeah, thank you guys so much. I wish I could have joined a little bit earlier. Crazy day at work, but we'll definitely have to do this again soon.
Definitely. Thank you for joining us, man. And once again, have a great night. I appreciate your help on everything. And we'll catch you another time.
We need to get like a good like YouTube live stream too, from just straight from the XFL that we can like go along with, because I feel like if you're watching this is probably the most handy thing that's out there, because it's like you can actually see the picks as they're coming in. It's otherwise you're just like refreshing Twitter every 5 seconds. So
exactly. I do like that they made this draft board. I wish it flowed a little bit smoother.
Yeah, but, it could be a little bit smoother. But yeah, we don't have I'm sorry if you're looking to us to be the Daniel Jeremiahs and Mel Kipers of the XFL, but no.
Yeah, we don't at the moment have Mike Mitchell on, but I was trying.
Absolutely. Well, hey, thank you guys so much. See you again soon.
Have a great night. So, okay, what were you saying, Freddie, about the quarterback situation in DC?
Just that I think Eric Dungy is one of the guys that you'd want to have as your one quarterback left if you've got one of them taken away by an NFL team. And the other quarterback situations are all pretty interesting. I kind of listed out the guys from 1 to 15, and some of it was just straight up, I think this guy is better than this other guy, but sometimes it was something more like, I think based on who else is on the team, this guy might get a little bit more of an opportunity than the guy, than one of the guys next to him, so I bumped him up a spot. So
Gotcha. So we got a couple more picks in real quick. I'm going to run through them. Michael Maietti from Missouri, Tyson Gray from South Carolina State, Rubens Joseph, Buffalo, Zivayon Furcron from Southern Illinois, Michael Miller, Washburn, Paul Graton from UCLA, Bo Wilson, Western Kentucky, Kerry Cooch, a guy from my hometown school, Colorado, Darian Parker, Mississippi State, Jake Stetz from Boise State, and Frank Ball from Virginia State. Are there any names on that list that stick out to you, either of you guys? I got to be honest.
Me,
other than
I'm
Cooch,
not
I
a
don't
huge
really-
O-line guy, to be honest.
Me neither.
I am looking though at if let's go here. So Reggie Barlow, the head coach of the DC Defenders, used to be the head coach at Virginia State.
Okay.
And it looks like Frank Ball played under him, so that's interesting that they're not gonna be on the same team. I wonder if kind of wonder, was Reggie looking at him, or I don't know. I'd be interested to hear about that.
That is kind of interesting because you got
maybe
DC
I'm reading it.
It could have been one of those situations where they were trying to undercut him, knowing he was going to go off the board soon, given that the DC Defenders pick back-to-back here coming up quick.
Kind of something from earlier was the opposite of that happening when Austin Prohl went to the Battlehawks. I don't know if you know that his dad, Rick Prohl, former NFL wide receiver, is the wide receivers coach there.
Yep, exactly. That was a solid connection. So it sounds like Michael Cassidy actually has to tune out as well. So we'll have to catch him another time. Thank you for joining us, Michael. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're muted at the point.
I was just going to say, I had a lot of fun. Really appreciate it. I'm going to do my best to keep on listening, but I get some stuff I got to go take care of. So y'all have a great night. Good job today.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Going on 8 hours of coverage at this point.
Yeah. And go Battlehawk.
Yes, sir. Have a great night, my friend. All right. So you are the lone remaining guest, my friend. So I'll let you kind of guide what we talk about at this point. What would you like to discuss? I mean, we've pretty much talked about basically every topic we can. But I mean, you, like I said, are a lot more analytical than I am when it comes to the quarterback situation. So if you want to continue to discuss that, that is perfectly okay.
I could talk a little bit about that. And that might be better because I haven't been paying too close attention. I haven't had myself glued to a computer for 8 hours just tracking this. So
no worries.
That's the quarterbacks is something I have a little bit more of a finger on the pulse of.
Yeah, absolutely.
So like I was saying earlier, I think the best pair of quarterbacks for any team right now is on Seattle. I think they have a really, really solid duo with Steven Montez and Ben DiNucci. Honestly, I wouldn't be surprised if, maybe before the season or as we get into the season, if a need arises on another team, that one of them ends up getting traded to fill that need because they have two pretty good guys there. There were a couple situations that I was like, I'm not too excited to see how that plays out. I'm not really high on either of those guys right now. One of those would be San Antonio. I'm not super enthused by what I've seen before from Anthony Russo and Juwan Pass, but maybe they end up getting more out of them than I'm expecting. That could happen.
Interesting. So let's talk about a couple quarterbacks that are rumored to be going to the XFL. I'm sure you've heard the news that Jordan Teamu and Brian Scott are looking to make the jump. What do you make about them, and where do they kind of slot in your rankings?
Man, I could.
I know I'm throwing you kind of for a loop here because obviously they have not been.
No, it is not a loop I can't handle. I have Tamu pretty high. and I wasn't too high on him from USFL in terms of stats. It seemed like he did really well against teams that he was supposed to do well against, and then was pretty bad against better teams. And so that kind of put the Bandits, usually they ended up right at the middle of the league, kind of following that trend. Maybe things go a little bit differently for him if he ends up here. Brian Scott, I'd like to continue to see more of. He got hurt pretty early on in the USFL season and was doing very well. Of course, him getting hurt gave us Case Cookus. So silver lining there, definitely. But I am excited to see, as long as he's fully healed, I'm excited to see where he could end up.
I would agree. Both of those guys intrigue me as to where they could end up. Another guy is Kurt Benkert. Benkert was very adamant that he was going to be in the XFL, and we didn't get to see him assigned yesterday, despite the fact that he was released. If he's not signed anywhere else, I'd fully expect somebody to try and take a leap at him tomorrow. But it looks like we have a very special guest that I need to welcome to the camera, because this man was just selected in this XFL draft, and that is Jaquan Artist, the defensive end from the Naz Wranglers. How you doing tonight, Jaquan?
I'm doing fine. How about yourself?
I'm doing great. Thank you so much for joining me. So I understand you are currently at the NFL Alumni Academy.
Right.
So did that have anything to do with your being selected, or were you just picked straight off the fact that you're a beast?
I'm really not sure how that went, but I can say that I'm proud that happened.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Definitely. So in this 2022 season, you had quite the performance with Naz and won a championship. What was it like ultimately getting a ring in 2022 with Naz?
I can say that it was different. Going in, the whole team was just full of rookies. We just went in there and we just all did it, and we combined and just connected that like that so fast, and it just came quick. We was just out there balling and doing what we do, and it just happened. We had good results.
Definitely. So if I'm not mistaken, you led the league with 12.5 sacks off the top of my head. You were also named to IFL Defensive Player of the Year. What did that award mean to you? And now looking forward, what are your goals for the 2023 XFL season?
Just like you said, I'm trying to go in and do the same thing, trying to dominate the league, and just working for them, just to get the awards. Like I don't even really notice like the awards and things like before the season. I just play my game, and all that stuff will come. I just stay down and believe in myself, and you'll have good results.
Absolutely. As we can tell, you were one of a very small handful so far of IFL players selected. So you're kind of one of the guys paving the way on the IFL path to the XFL. What does it mean to you to be one of those men that are kind of opening up that pathway, kind of kicking down that door for IFL players?
I'm very honored to say that. I'm very honored, and I know that like in the IFL, it's a lot of good talent and guys that get overlooked. So I'm very well honored to put the IFL on the map, or you could say and just get those guys the eyes over there, and just the same as me. As I got selected, I want those guys have something for themselves and do the same.
Definitely. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Jaquan. I really appreciate it, man. I wish you nothing but success with the XFL season in 2023, and I'm looking forward to you probably leading the league in sacks once again.
Yes, sir. You look forward to it. It's coming.
Definitely. Have a great night, man. Thank you for joining us. I appreciate you going to the lengths that you did to get on here tonight. I know it was kind of difficult where you're at.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely. I appreciate it greatly, man. And we'll definitely have to chop it up in a full interview just for your career at some point.
Yeah, we can make that happen. I
Definitely.
appreciate your time, though.
Absolutely. Have a great night, and congratulations once again.
All right, you too.
Absolutely. Sorry about that. He's been trying to get on the channel for a while. And he was kind of behind the scenes, having some issues with connections at the NFL Alumni Academy currently. I thought we had another Watt brother just a second ago. So it looks like we got a couple more picks. Quintarius Eatman from South Florida, Jordan Igafosi from Grambling, Norman Price from Southern Miss, Deshaun Dixon from San Diego State, Dwayne Wallace from Kansas, Tyler Witt from Purdue, and Bryce Foxworth from Southern Miss as well. A lot of Southern Miss guys going on all of a sudden.
Yeah.
So what we were speaking about before Jaquan came on, I believe we were talking about quarterbacks. Kurt Bentkert, I think, is what we were talking about at the moment. So what are your thoughts? Where do you think he ends up?
I don't know. I just want to say before we get too far off what Jay had to say, it must be a great feeling to take a team that is only in its second season in the IFL and only won one game out of 14 in their first season to take them to a championship in the second season. And
I'm glad you said that.
For him to be recognized as, such a big part of that must be something pretty special.
No doubt. I'm glad you brought that up because I did not speak on the fact that Naz basically went worst to first. And it was on the strength of a bunch of rookies, much like Jaquan Artis. I mean, there's also Zach Thomas. I was expecting to see his name picked at some point. He's another Alumni Academy guy. So hopefully we see his name. Cole Laval. Interesting. He was at one point, I don't know if he was or it was in the works, but he was going to be signed by the Pittsburgh Maulers of the USFL. So interesting to see his name pop up there, but he has that Hawaii background, so that's kind of interesting. Jalen Spady from Florida A&M, more Florida talent coming into the league.
And staying in Florida in that case.
Yeah, exactly. Very interesting. I like that they're tapping a lot of these Florida guys.
Mm-hmm.
Very interesting to see Cole Laval. I'm going to have to reach out to his agent and ask him what happened because I'm fairly certain he had a deal either on the table or it was fairly deep in the works before the draft came around.
That is interesting. Yeah, I have my little list down here, and I didn't really summarize it up. I didn't put the teams into a ranking. I could have. I think teams that could end up looking for a quarterback, later on, not just in terms of I think a lot of teams will be looking at some guys tomorrow for maybe a third string of practice squad type of guy. But those big names, there may be a few places that those guys could end up. I already singled out San Antonio as a situation I'm a little uneasy about. St. Louis is an interesting one to me with Ryan Willis and AJ McCarron. It's been a while since we've seen AJ McCarron really have to do a whole lot. He has not too many NFL starts. He's been around the league and around pro football for a while, and he played big time football at Alabama. And I know a little bit, all too well, about what AJ McCarron can do when he's on his game as a Notre Dame fan. And then with Ryan Willis, I didn't watch all that much of the spring league when he was at least the Mega Bowl MVP. I forget if he was also the league MVP. But just looking at the numbers and trying to piece things together, I wouldn't be too surprised if he got the attention he got because other teams were playing multiple quarterbacks just about every game, because it was very much leaning more into the developmental league aspect of things than like the XFL even is or the USFL is. And so most other teams were playing multiple quarterbacks a game. Ryan Willis was basically the only quarterback for the linemen. His backup, Stan Bedwell, was a little bit more of a coach who has a lot of experience running air raid offenses in like Europe and stuff. And so I think when you combine Willis being the only quarterback on his team that was really playing a whole lot with an air raid offense, which is designed to put up gaudy passing yard numbers, I'm going to be interested to see how he does in a different kind of offense, and if he puts together numbers that are going to get the same kind of attention or not.
Agreed. I mean, that's the big question here, when you make that leap. Okay, so we got a couple more picks. Avery Young, XFL 2020 player. Tyron Arnaud, West Georgia. Brian Folkerts and Dylan Pasquale from Ferris State. We are kind of finally nearing up on the end of this draft after almost 9 hours so far. So kind of can't come quick enough at this point, given the offensive line is kind of the category that a lot of us are like, can take it or leave it. It's a necessary evil in football, but a lot of these guys are exciting players nonetheless. I mean, they're big time athletes as well. I mean, there's only so many 6'5", 310, 315 pound guys that can move like these guys do to ultimately play in a league like the XFL. So still deserve to give all of these guys the time of day. It's just the XFL has definitely got to speed up these draft picks as we're going on forward. As I say that, I'm picking another one. Alex Millette from Marshall. A lot of players from Marshall today. I wonder if there's some Marshall connections I'm missing.
There could be. It seems like the Orlando Guardians really have an FCF connection, and that's something we're going to be touching on the podcast. You can bet is a lot of the players that I've seen from FCF have ended up in Orlando in this draft so far.
Oh yeah, I would agree. I mean, you got DeAndre Francois, Andrew Jamil,
is his guy.
and then you had a couple defensive players. In fact, let's go ahead and pull that up real quick while we're waiting for a pick. So yeah, Andrew Jamil here at the top. Pat Smith, I believe he spent some time in the league as well. Mike Lee.
Roman Tatum.
Who?
Roman Tatum was back there.
Oh, really? Okay. Didn't Nick Coe play for the FCF?
I think he may have. I'm not sure.
His name sounds really familiar.
Name does
I want to see FCF.
And Kamali Matthews there.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
That was a name I was not aware of. I honestly, I'm not going to lie, I didn't follow the offensive line very closely while I was, watching the FCF. You're so fascinated by all the scoring and all the players that it's hard to focus on the blocking.
And as far as quarterback situations, Orlando is one that I'm looking at that maybe they want to add to. And I gotta say, even though I'm repping Board Football Club, which is where DeAndre Francois played his whole FCF season this past season, and I really want him to do well. I'm just maybe a little bit cautious about how he's going to look transferring from the indoor game, and especially FCF's take on the indoor game, back to a bigger field, much more passing oriented than his game was in FCF.
That's fair. That's fair. He is a dual threat guy. He's a guy who runs a lot. I think that's something that the Orlando Guardians are going to be doing a lot of, actually, is running that RPO style offense to kind of harness that athleticism that he brings to the team. Are there any quarterbacks you ultimately see going in the draft in the open rounds tomorrow?
It's hard
I
to
know
keep
that's
track
kind of
of.
a wide open question. So
There are so many names, and there are probably more names in there than we know. There are probably, I would imagine, there are plenty of guys who just haven't put out on social media that they're in the pool, just because, if that doesn't work out, then it's out there, and you kind of have to explain that, and not everyone wants that smoke.
that's 100%. That's 100%. Let me talk about two players in particular and get your thoughts on them that I know are in the draft pool. Dylan Van Boxel, who played with the GFL 2 and then also had some time with the FAM. What do you think about him? I know he's in the draft class.
I'm not sure. I haven't seen too much from him, to be honest, and because he didn't have too much from college, he's pretty low on my big quarterback list, because that's just taking that into account. I'd love to introduce other factors in, if I had someone who could help me like grade quarterback play based on what they're watching as these guys are doing stuff out on the field, and you put in those grades into the algorithm, and that could help move guys up who didn't put too much together in college. I'd love to do that, maybe, but right now I don't feel like I know too much about Dylan.
Okay, fair enough.
But I know
what about
I've his name from you plenty of times, so I trust
Definitely.
there's probably more to him than what I have.
Gotcha. With that being said, what about a guy like TJ Edwards from the Frisco Fighters?
Also a former FCF player.
Yes, sir. So I definitely know a little bit about his game.
Yeah, that would be real interesting. I feel like he was maybe one of the more underrated quarterbacks from the first season. He was only there in season 1. He wasn't there. He had taken off for. I think he was with the Rattlers before he ended up with the Fighters for this last IFL season.
Spot on, my friend.
So yeah, I would be interested to see how his game transfers back, because everyone who ends up in the IFL or FCF played on a bigger field at some point. It's not brand new to them, but I'd be real interested to see him end up somewhere, and maybe he takes off.
I kind of have an eye on Orlando for him. He's got that FCF background. He's very mobile. DC makes a lot of sense as well. Again, he's not far from Vegas. And also he's very mobile. Eric Dungy's mobile. De'Aaron King's mobile. So, I mean, if they want that guy that's very dual threat, he makes a lot of sense to me. And he's got those FCF ties, so he should get a look, I hope. And then one more FCF quarterback that I'm curious about your opinion of. He led the league in passing this past season, Mitch Kidd. What is your take on Mitch Kidd?
Yeah, a lot of people are really excited about Mitch Kidd from FCF, from the FCF sphere. And I'd really love to see him do well. I'm not sure how much attention he's going to get as a D3 guy. And he hasn't done quite as much as Brian Scott has on a big national stage, but I'd love to see him get a chance, definitely.
100%.
I guess maybe since he's more of a passer and not as much of a runner as some of the other guys, I know, or I remember, I think it's Houston that's going to be running something of an air raid.
Yeah.
And so, he can throw the ball plenty of times per game. I think that could end up being a good fit.
Agreed. So it looks like we just saw another FCF name. Jonathan Irizarry was just selected. So awesome to see him. Super excited for another FCF name to go off the board. What is your take on Irizarry, if you know much about him?
I don't feel like I know too much about him, honestly. But I'm excited for him. I'm excited for all these guys, honestly. Because, at least once you have the chance, once you have your foot in the door like this, it becomes what you make of it. And let's hope everyone makes the most of it and the cards will fall where they may.
I agree. I mean, good on him to get that opportunity. Obviously, he's a top level player. You don't get this opportunity if you're not. But a couple other guys that were selected here: Keen Forbes, Florida A&M; Javon Latuli from Akron; Tony Adams, North Carolina State; another player from Merrimack. So there's got to be some sort of connection from Merrimack. You don't see these guys selected if there isn't. Jonathan Irizarry, as we just spoke about, Mississippi Valley State, most recently with the FCF, and then Christian Olmstead from Finlay, which I'm not overly familiar with that school. Oh, man. So we are nearing up or on the end of round 9, heading into round
We're seeing
10.
some passes. Oh, there we go.
Interesting. So 4 different passes, and then Sunday Dang drafted by the Orlando Guardians, Northwestern Oklahoma State, and then we got a bunch more passes.
It looks like we're done for tonight, actually.
That's crazy. They just passed on the rest of the
I wonder if maybe passing at this point in the draft will grant them extra picks in the open phase.
That's a good point, because that would allow them
that
to
makes sense.
But man, that's so few offensive linemen going off the board. That's crazy.
I mean, there's got to be more offensive linemen still in the pool than. There's got to be enough to fill out the rest of those rounds. So I'm guessing maybe they're saying we don't want another offensive line more than we want this guy from another position group, and then maybe we'll take an offensive lineman later on in the open phase if that turns out to be our biggest need at that point.
Also have to consider that we have the supplemental draft after all those USFL players become available. A lot of those USFL guys have XFL ties as well, so could see a whole flush of USFL offensive linemen making the leap as well.
I'd love to see that. I'd also love to see something similar to what ended up happening with the USFL this past year, where toward the middle of the season they started signing guys who had maybe tried to go for the NFL and didn't get that, and then we're looking for somewhere else to play or somewhere else to maybe even just sit on a roster for a bit, learn some things as far as the pro game goes. And it could be, it could be a lot of things. You could be there are going to be a lot of places from which they could be getting new players all the way along down the line to the end of the season.
Absolutely. Very interesting to see how that draft ended. But ultimately, man, I'm super excited that you were able to finally come on. We've been talking for a long time about getting together and doing something. So thank you for joining me. I appreciate you kind of bailing me out there for the end of the draft.
It was good to be here, and I'm glad I could ramble on for a bit and have maybe some of it sound like I know what I'm talking about.
Definitely. So Jeremy Ariki, sorry, I'm not even going to try and pronounce that. Damn, bro, you're still alive. Keep grinding. Yeah, man, 8 hours, 8.5 hours, but we're going to call it quits given that the draft is now over. So thank you to everybody who tuned in today. We had over 100 viewers at one point. We're down to about 25. I just want to go ahead and say thank you to everybody who tuned in, everybody who came on. It was a lot of fun covering the draft with all of you guys. Thank you, Freddie, for joining me. Real quick before I let you go, where can everybody find your podcast, and what is the name one more time?
Sure. So the name of the podcast is Freddie Stat Go. It's available wherever you get your podcasts. You might have to look under like a fan-controlled TV as the creator of the podcast, because they're uploading a bunch of different fan-created podcasts from from FCF fans. You can also find me on Twitter at Freddie Airmail. My handle's right there on the screen. And you can also find me on Discord pretty easily. It's if you use Discord, it's Freddie Airmail without an underscore, no underscore, unlike the Twitter. And then the number code is 4598. If you want to add me on there or see if I'm in any of your servers already.
Definitely. So thanks again, Freddie. I appreciate everything. I'm going to go ahead and let you get out of here. Have a great night. Once again, thank you so much for your analysis, and I look forward to further episodes of your show with Kyle.
Thanks. You have a good night.
You as well. Thank you so much. So once again, guys, it's been a long day for me. We started streaming at 11 a.m. Eastern, which was 9 a.m. my time. I'm going to go ahead and call it quits with that. I hope you guys enjoyed this draft. If you haven't done so already, hit that like button, comment, subscribe, help us hit that 500 mark, and you might just get some XFL gear because of it. We are doing a giveaway at 500 subscribers. We will give away $150 in sports memorabilia to anybody who has liked, commented, and subscribed at the time of the drawing. So with all that being said, Jeremy, I really appreciate you been on for damn near the whole day. It was very nice talking to you all day, and I look forward to you being in future videos. I am super excited to call quits on this one, although it's been a huge undertaking trying to get into the draft and ultimately do this situation that we had today. It ultimately turned out pretty well. I want to thank everybody for rocking with us all day long, and thank you to all the guests that came on. Check out our sponsors, Upside. Our code is SAM363682. Again, they'll help you save money on gas, which we all need that right now with the way the gas prices are going. And it'll also help us in turn. You get $1 off per gallon on your first purchase with our code, given the bonuses that are being given out right now. There's also Current and a couple other sponsors. SeatGeek, you can use our code SamShady to save $20 off any ticket. So if you want to help support us and help us create better content in the future, get me some other stuff in this background that isn't Eagles related, definitely go ahead and check out all those apps and use our codes. If you did not catch the code, go ahead and DM me. I'll send it to you and we'll get you hooked up. With that being said, I appreciate all the support. Have a great night, and I'll catch you in the next one.